We would ask
للجميع.
you to provide
ولتيسير
your
العملية
intervention in
سنطلب
writing
منكم أن
for the
توفروا لنا
convention's website.
سلفاً
We thank you for your
والمداخلة
flexibility.
مكتوبة
To enable us to network, we have activated the chat
لضمان
function.
المرونة.
In this regard, dear colleagues,
وللتواصل
the
شغلنا
chat
كذلك
is a means
وظيفة
of communication for
الدردشة
practical
والشات
matters,
بهدف
as well as
تبادل
matter
المعلومات
related to the
العملية
thematic issues
وكذلك
we are
المعلومات
discussing
ذات
in the
الصلة
room.
بالمواضيع التي
I
نناقشها في
understand that
هذه
in previous
القاعة.
online
أفهم
events,
أنه في
the
إطار
chat has also
الاجتماعات
been used
السابقة
for messaging
وظيفة
of a more
الدردشة
political nature.
استخدمت أيضا
I
لتبادل
would like to urge
الرسائل
all
ذات الطابع
participants to
السياسي.
exercise
ولهذا
restraint
السبب
and to
أطلب من
refrain
الجميع
from
أن
such
يلتزموا فقط
messaging in the chat.
بموضوع
Should participants
الاجتماع
nevertheless decide to
وألا
not to obey
يتبادلوا
this, we will be forced
الرسائل
to make appropriate
المسيسة،
action, and in
وإلا
the most
سنضطر إلى
extreme
اتخاذ
case, we might
التدابير
be forced to
الملائمة،
close the chat
وأحيانا
function
قد نضطر
altogether.
إلى إغلاق
But I trust
وظيفة
we will all be
الدردشة.
cognizant of the special
ولكنني على
situation of
ثقة
being
بأن
online
الجميع
and not in the room where we can freely
سيتحلى
interact with each other.
بالتفهم وستكون
I also
التبادلات
want to thank
سلسة.
all the organizations that
وأشكر
have worked
كذلك
to put
جميع
together interesting
المنظمات
side
التي
events
عملت من
that will
أجل
take place
تنظيم
during the
لقاءات
breaks.
جانبية
I'm pleased to
ستعقد
note that
خلال
the priority
الاستراحات.
teams of the Netherlands
وأخذت
presidency,
علما
namely
بأن
innovation, capacity
المواضيع
building, and
رئاسة
inclusiveness,
هولندا
are widely
ستكون
featured
الابتكار، بناء
during the
القدرات
program, and I strongly
والتنظيمية،
encourage you all
وسيتم
to have a good
عرضها
look at the program
والتركيز
of the site
عليها،
events.
وبالتالي أدعوكم إلى الاطلاع على
These
البرنامج
site events
الأحداث
will take
الجانبية.
place in the
هذه
breakout rooms.
الأحداث
I know that this is a
ستنظم
new
خلال
platform, and I thank the
أو
site
في
event
إطار
organizers for the
قاعات
flexibility.
الاستراحة،
I
وأنا
know
أشكر
that you have been
المنصة
working
الجديدة على توفير
on
هذه الإمكانية.
on this. The exact breakout room will be
إن
announced
قاعة
before the break,
الاستراحة
before we
سيتم
break,
الإعلان
excuse me.
عنها قبل أن نأخذ
We will
استراحة
have the
نحن في إطار
respect, we will
اجتماعنا.
have to respect that the interpreters
ويجب
need to
أيضا
rest
أن
during this
نأخذ
time, which
بأنه
means that
خلال
we will not
الاستراحة
make
الترجمة
use
الفورية يجب
of
أن
the
ترتاح،
interpretation
وبالتالي
during the site events.
اللقاءات الجانبية لن
I would
تحظى
like to take this
بترجمة
opportunity
فورية.
to
أود
thank the
أن أنتهز
committees
فرصة
for their work
لكي
and
أشكر
excellent preparations in the
اللجان
lead
على
up
العمل
to the
الممتاز
intersessional meetings.
والتحضيرات
I would also
للاجتماع
like to thank the
ما بين
ISU for
الدورتين.
its
أشكر
support to
كذلك
both the
وحدة دعم
coordinating committee as
التنفيذ
a whole, in
ISU
the individual
على
committees, and to me myself as
دعم
president.
لجنة التنسيق
Also, while the times in the
وتوفير الدعم
program are
للجان
set,
المختلفة
they are not
ولك
exact, and
الرئيس.
we will ask you to stay tuned
وفي
into
إطار
the meeting to
لقائنا
ensure that
سنطلب
we move
منكم
together
أن
through
تتابعوا
the program.
أعمالنا ونحن
But my
نتقدم
intention
في
is to stick as much
تنفيذ
as possible
البرنامج.
to the timelines and
ولكنني
the agenda,
سأحاول أن
so
ألتزم
you
قدر
know
الإمكان
when
بالجدول
which
الزمني لكي
item
تعرفوا
is being
متى
discussed.
سنعالج أي
Finally,
بند. ونهاية،
since this is an informal
وبما أن هذا
meeting,
اللقاء
should
هو
a state
لقاء
party
غير
feels the
رسمي، في
need
حال
anyway to
وجد
exercise
أي
a
بلد
right of
طرف
reply, I
أن
will act
الحاجة
according to
إلى
the
أن
rules of
يمارس
procedure of
حق الرد،
meetings of the state
عندها
parties
سألتزم
and will afford state parties a
بالنظام
total of a maximum
الاجتماعات دول
of
الأطراف،
2 replies, rights of
وسأعطي
reply,
الحق
and each with a maximum of 3
الردين
minutes.
على الرد، على ألا يتخطى كل
Before I end my
واحد
preliminary
منهما
remarks,
الثلاث
dear colleagues,
دقائق.
I'd
وقبل
like to add
أن
the
أنهي
following.
كلامي حضرة الزملاء، أود أن أتقدم
We are in a
بالتالي.
very important moment
نحن نمر
with the
بمرحلة
convention.
هامة في
We
إطار
continue to experience a
الاتفاقية،
number of conflicts around the globe
ونتابع
where
أو
anti-personal
ما زلنا
minds are
نواجه
being
العديد
employed.
من النزاعات التي تلجأ
According to
إلى
the
استخدام
UNHCR,
الألغام
there are
المضادة
approximately
للأفراد.
82 million displaced
بموجب
people. Many of these are internally displaced
المفوضية
persons in
حوالي
conflict
82
areas.
مليون شخص
We need to
نازح،
ensure that our convention remains
والعديد
the
منهم
framework
في
to
المناطق
address the
النزاع،
scourge of
ولذا
anti-personal
يجب أن
minds
نتأكد
for
أن
so
هذه
many innocent victims,
الاتفاقية
and that we do not
تبقى
compromise
إطار
with the
العمل
norms
الذي
the convention has established.
يتم اللجوء إليه
Any
والعمل في
use of
إطاره
mines and any
لتوفير
suggestions
الحماية
that these weapons can
للضحايا.
be used responsibly
وأي
needs to be condemned, and by
استخدام
non-compliance
لهذه
matters with our
الأسلحة
convention needs to be addressed
يجب أن
swiftly
يستخدم
and
بشكل
with resolve.
مسؤول،
I
وفي
take this
حال
opportunity
وأي عدم
to, on
امتثال
behalf
يجب
of all of
أن
us,
يحظى
express
بالإدانة
my
في
sincere
إطار
condolences
احتياجات
to the
الاتفاقية.
recent
وفي هذا
atrocities
الإطار أود
committed
أن
upon the
أتقدم
staff of the
بكلمات
Halo Trust in
التعازي
Afghanistan and on the people of Afghanistan.
لمن تعرض
I believe all of us working with Mind Action were
لهجمة
revolted by these deplorable acts.
الهجمة في
It is a sad
أفغانستان
reminder
في إطار
of the
هالو
threat
تراست
faced by D-miners
ولسكان
working
أفغانستان.
in volatile conditions. We certainly
هذا
stand with the Halo
يبين
Trust
مدى
and
الظروف الصعبة
Afghanistan.
التي يتم
We will hear
العمل
from Halo Trust later this session.
في إطارها أحيانا.
Now, ladies and gentlemen,
ونحن
allow me to
نقف
offer the
إلى
floor
جانب
to the
هالو تراست في
GICHD Director,
وأفغانستان
Ambassador Stefano
وسنستمع
Toscano, for some
إليهم
opening
لاحقا.
remarks.
والآن سأعطي الكلمة
Stefano, thank you very
لسعادة
much
السفير
for the
ستيفانو
support of the
توسكانو مدير
GICHD. The
GICHD.
ISU has particularly made me
شكرا
aware of the great contribution of
لدعمكم
your staff,
لنا
particularly of Ms.
ووحدة دعم
Suzanne
التنفيذ.
Rees-Abbey and Ms. Laetitia Roch.
استفادت كثيرا من
Stefano, we are very
مساهمتكم.
grateful for
ستيفانو
Switzerland
نحن
and the
ممتنون
GICHD's
لسويسرا
continued support to these meetings and your
ولدعم
organization's
المركز
commitment to
الجنيف
provide
الدولي
state
لأنشطة
parties
إزالة
with
الألغام
technical
لأغراض
support to
الإنسانية
meet their commitments.
الذي ما زال
The
يوفر
floor is
الدعم
yours.
التقني لنا لتكون دول الأعضاء على مستوى الالتزامات.
Thank you very much,
أعطيك
Mr.
الكلمة.
President, for your
شكرا
very kind
لك
words.
سيد الرئيس على هذه
Excellences,
الكلمات.
Mesdames et
أصحاب
Messieurs,
السعادة حضرة
chers
السادات
collègues,
السادة حضرة
c'est un réel
الزملاء
plaisir pour
والقائد.
moi de
إنه
pouvoir
لشرف
prononcer ces
كبير
remarques
لي
préliminaires.
أن أتقدم بهذه
Cette année
الكلمات
encore,
الافتتاحية.
je
هذه
l'ai fait sous
السنة
forme
مرة
virtuelle,
أخرى
mais
نجتمع
j'espère de tout
بشكل
cœur que
افتراضي،
nous pourrons nous
ولكنني
retrouver en
آمل
personne
فعلا
lors
أن
des prochaines
نتمكن من
réunions de
أن
la
نلتقي
Convention.
وجها لوجه خلال الاجتماعات المقبلة
Depuis
في
près d'un an et demi,
الاتفاقية.
nous sommes
منذ
confrontés
أكثر
à une
من
situation
سنة
sans
ونصف
précédent
نواجه
qui a un impact non
حالة لا
négligeable sur
سابق
notre travail
لها
et nous
تؤثر
oblige
بشكل
à
ملموس
repenser
على
nos manières
عملنا
d'opérer.
وتجبرنا على
Il est
إعادة
réjouissant
النظر
de
في
voir que le
طريقة
secteur de
عملنا.
l'action anti-mine a
وبالتالي
fait
من
preuve d'une capacité d'adaptation
الجيد أن
et d'une
نرى
grande
كيف
résilience
أن هذا
face aux
القطاع
contraintes
تمكن من
imposées par la pandémie.
التكيف وبرهن
Le fait que
قدرة
notre travail dans
هائلة
le
على
cadre de cette
الصمود
convention se soit
واستمر
poursuivi
بالعمل
en est
رغم
la preuve.
الجائحة.
Permettez-moi de féliciter la présidence
ولجنة
néerlandaise,
التنسيق
le
ووحدة دعم
comité de
التنفيذ
coordination et l'unité
يشكلان
d'appui à
برهان على
l'application de la
ذلك.
Convention pour leur professionnalisme
اسمحوا
et leur
لي أن
engagement afin de
أشكر
rendre ces réunions
الرئاسة
possibles.
الهولندية ولجنة التنسيق ووحدة
Le
دعم
programme de
التنفيذ
réunion intercession de cette
للاتفاقية
année est dense
على
et couvre des sujets de première
مهارتهم
importance pour notre travail.
وضمان استمرارية
J'aimerais
الاجتماعات ما
souligner
بين
les 3
الدورات.
points suivants.
برنامج
Premièrement,
هذه
et comme cela a
السنة
également été
ومليء
souligné
بالبنود
lors des
وأود أن
récentes
أشير إلى
discussions
النقاط
durant
التالية.
le dernier
أولا كما
1DM,
فعلنا خلال
le
المناقشات
contexte
السابقة
actuel
في
représente
الاجتماع
une opportunité
الماضي. أن
d'accroître
الإطار
nos
الحالي
efforts en
يشكل
faveur d'une
فرصة
plus forte
لزيادة
appropriation
الجهود
nationale
بهدف
et de la
تملك
localisation
وطني
de nos
أكبر
réponses. Cela démontre
تموضع
l'importance de
أفضل
promouvoir le renforcement
للاستجابة،
des capacités
وهذا
afin de
يتطلب
permettre le
تعزيز
développement d'une expertise sur
للقدرات
place
من أجل
qui peut assumer
استغلال
des
الخبرات
responsabilités clés dans
الميدانية
l'élaboration et la mise en œuvre des
وتحديد
programmes d'action anti-mine.
الوظائف المطلوبة
La capacité à
لإنفاذ
s'adapter aux
البرامج
différents contextes sur le
مكافحة
terrain,
الألغام.
ainsi qu'à définir clairement les
قدرة
rôles et les
التكيف
responsabilités des
إلى
différents
ظروف العمل
acteurs,
المختلفة
sera essentielle à
والوظائف
cet égard.
الواضحة هي الجهود
Deuxièmement,
المطلوبة
le travail de
والأساسية
notre
في هذا
secteur en
المجال.
faveur de
ثانيا
l'égalité des
عمل
sexes, de la
قطاعنا في
diversité
مجال
et de
المساواة بين
l'inclusion
الجنسين
a connu un
والتنوع
essor considérable ces dernières
والتضمينية
années,
شهد
et ce tant au niveau stratégique et
ازدانية
coopérationnel.
كبيرة خلال
Aujourd'hui,
السنوات
des
الماضية
données
وهذا
sur la
بفضل
manière dont différents
عمل
groupes sont affectés par
استراتيجي
la contamination des
هام.
mines sont
اليوم
collectées au quotidien,
العديد من
et le rôle
المجموعات
transformateur de l'action
المعنية
anti-mine dans
بالقضاء على
l'autonomisation des femmes est de plus en
الإلغام
plus reconnue.
والتطهير
Le Centre de
المناطق
Genève, par le biais de son programme
الملغومة
Genre et lutte
تشهد
anti-mine, a joué un rôle clé à
مرحلة
cet
تغيير
égard,
كبيرة
et nous ne
مع
pouvons
توفير
qu'encourager la
المزيد من
poursuite des
الاستقلالية
efforts dans ce domaine.
للنساء والاعتراف بدورهن.
Enfin,
والمركز الدولي
l'utilisation
لعب دورا
accrue des
هاما
technologies
في
modernes,
هذا
telles que
المجال.
les outils et
ونهاية
les
إدخال
plateformes numériques,
التكنولوجيات
a fait
الحديثة
partie intégrante de
كالأدوات
notre capacité
والمنصات
d'adaptation
الرقمية
et de résilience
برهنت مدى
pendant la pandémie.
قدرتنا على التكيف
Cela souligne les
وقدرتنا
progrès
على الصمود
significatifs réalisés
خلال
par notre
الجائحة.
secteur en termes d'innovation.
ما
La
يبين
gamme
مدى
d'outils
التقدم
disponibles
الملموس الذي
continue de
أحرزناه في
s'étendre.
مجال
Le
الابتكار
secteur trouve
والتكنولوجيا.
des moyens
أما
nouveaux et
الأدوات
innovants
الجديدة
de tirer profit de
فتتطور
la technologie
وتزداد
et au niveau
وتستفيد من
opérationnel, nous
التكنولوجيا
commençons
والعمل
seulement à voir le potentiel des
التشغيلي.
innovations plus récentes
وبدأنا
en
نلمس
matière de télédétection
نتائج
et
الابتكارات
d'intelligence
الجديدة
artificielle.
من حيث
L'innovation ne se limite toutefois pas aux nouveaux outils,
الذكاء الاصطناعي.
équipements et méthodes
الابتكار
opérationnelles.
لا
Le
يعني
secteur
فقط
trouve
أدوات
des moyens
جديدة
plus sophistiqués de
وأجهزة
mesurer les
جديدة.
progrès en termes de
القطاع
résultats et d'impact. Le plan d'action d'Oslo en est un parfait exemple et nous appartient désormais de tirer profit de cet outil central pour les travaux de la Convention dans les mois et années à venir. Les réunions intercessions ainsi que les assemblées des États partis seront des moments clés à cet effet. Chers et chers collègues, l'histoire de l'action contre les mines est celle d'un secteur qui s'adapte et trouve des solutions aux défis rencontrés. Ce que nous avons encore démontré ces derniers mois. L'action anti-mine est plus nécessaire que jamais. Elle sauve des vies et permet le développement. Elle protège les communautés et ouvre la voie à la paix. Grâce à une coopération internationale continue, à des efforts accrus au niveau national, régional et mondial, et à un financement durable, nous pourrons continuer à servir notre noble cause. Monsieur le Président, comme vous l'avez mentionné, M. James Cohen, CEO de Hello Trust, va prendre la parole après moi. Permettez-moi de présenter mes plus sincères condoléances à James et à tous ses collègues, ainsi qu'aux gens du pays de l'Afghanistan, suite à l'événement qui s'est déroulé en ce pays il y a 2 semaines. Un événement tragique, absolument inacceptable et qui a frappé tout un secteur. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Toscano. Thank you very much, Stefano. And indeed, as you said, before we close this opening session, allow me to offer the floor to James Cohen, the director of the Halo Trust, who has asked to take the floor to say a few words. So, Cohen, you have the floor.
Thank you, Ambassador. Today marks 2 weeks since the greatest loss of life in Halo's 33-year history. On the evening of the 8th of June, 110 deminers were sleeping in a camp set up in an old school compound in Baghlan province, Afghanistan. At 21:50 local time, a group of masked armed men broke into the camp, demanding that my staff identify anyone from ethnic and religious minorities. Our deminers bravely refused, standing in solidarity with their friends. The gunmen opened fire, shooting indiscriminately. They murdered 10 men and fatally wounded another, who later died in hospital. Halo has condemned this attack in the strongest possible terms. This condemnation was echoed by the UN Secretary General, the Security Council, NGOs, and states parties to this convention. Humanitarian workers are not and must never be a target. I wish to pay tribute here to our friends who lost their lives. Abdul Sattar, Abdul Manam, Sher Mohammed, Saeed Ahmad, Nouraga, Ghulam Mohammed, Mohammed Yusuf, Abdul Sattar, Mohibud Akhakman, Abdul Razik, and Ramatullah. The experience has been a shocking one, but it has been made easier by the support and the messages of condolence we've received, including many from the states and NGOs participating today. I wish to thank all of you who have stood with us in the face of this appalling attack. The Halo Trust was founded in Afghanistan in 1988. We have stayed the course through all of the challenges the country has faced since then. We are wounded but unbowed, and we are determined that the Halo Trust will remain in Afghanistan until our work is done. Thank you.
Thank you very much, James, for the Halo Trust work, and once again, our most heartfelt condolences. At this stage, I would like you all to join me for a moment of silence in remembrance for the colleagues of the Halo Trust and all others who have been killed or injured in the service of mine action.
في إزالة الألغام.
Thank you all. Dear colleagues, I look forward to seeing you all joining us for the next 3 weeks. For seeing you all for the next 3 days, and thank you once again for all your implementation efforts. Do not hesitate to request the floor or to react to the conversation. As I mentioned earlier, keep it technical, keep it productive. We have a lot of work to do. Dear colleagues, let us turn now to our first session concerning the preliminary observations of the 4 thematic committees of the Convention. Allow me to thank the committees for their hard work. I'm quite impressed with the work that has been carried out under this convention by the committees and the dedication to implementation of the different thematic areas. It has also been a great pleasure for me to count on you, not only in your capacities as chairs and members of the convention committees, but also the important role you play as members of the coordinating committee. Now, with further ado, allow me to offer the floor to the Committee on Article 5 implementation, which is chaired by Zambia, and which includes in its membership representatives from Belgium, Norway, and Sri Lanka. So Zambia, you have the floor, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for giving me the floor to deliver observations on behalf of the Article 5 Committee on Implementation. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, dear colleagues, since the 18th meeting of States Parties, Zambia has chaired the Committee on Article 5 implementation, and together with our other committee members, Belgium, Norway, and Sri Lanka, have carried out efforts to implement our mandate in support of States Parties with Article 5 obligations. It is our pleasure to be with you over the next 3 days. We very much look forward to interacting with you, albeit virtually. Over the course of the last few months, we have had the opportunity to interact with many of you through virtual bilateral meetings. I take this opportunity to thank all of you for the interaction with the committee. With the observations being available online, I will not go into many details, but I would like to highlight some important points. Firstly, it is concerning the activities of the committee. As I mentioned, we have been very busy during the first part of the year, reaching out to many of you to support your reporting efforts and to ensure that we continue to collectively make progress towards implementation of Article 5. One of these efforts has been to reach out to States Parties implementing Article 5 commitments to support them with their implementation efforts. This included reaching out to States Parties with deadlines in 2021 and 2022, and that are required to submit requests for extension for consideration by the 19th meeting of States Parties. We had fruitful discussions with all of these states on how to process and to progress with development towards the 19th meeting of States Parties and on other matters concerning their requests. It is clear that the pandemic continues to affect the extension request process, including lateness of submissions and the lack of in-country support from the implementation support unit. One matter that we have been particularly concerned about is the fact that Eritrea, which is currently in non-compliance with the Convention, has not submitted a request for extension. Together with the President and the President of the 18th MSP, Sudan, we reached out to the Minister in Asmara to establish a dialogue with Eritrea and with those responsible for this issue in the capital. Unfortunately, as of today, we have not received a response or entered into the dialogue which we and the States Parties were hoping for. This year, the group of states presenting requests include 3 States Parties: Guinea-Bissau, Mauritania, and Nigeria, which had declared completion of their obligations under Article 5, but have since identified previously unknown mine areas under their jurisdiction or control, or in the case of Nigeria, have discovered newly laid anti-personnel mines of an improvised nature. We welcome these requests for an extended deadline, which, in the view of the committee, is a confirmation of their commitment to the convention and to address contamination by anti-personnel mines, including those of an improvised nature within the framework of the convention. We will revert back to matters concerning extension requests tomorrow. We are hopeful that Eritrea will join us then to offer an update to the states parties directly. The committee also interacted with states parties that were due to submit updated work plans pursuant to the decision to extend their clearance deadline. As you can appreciate from our observations, of the 4 states parties that were due to submit updated work plans by this time, only one state party, Tajikistan, had done so. This is a concern to the committee as well, as it is crucial that states parties respect the decisions made on their requests and address them accordingly. One state party, Iraq, is due to submit an updated work plan ahead of the 19th meeting of states parties. We have had the opportunity to touch base with Iraq, and we understand that Iraq is working on this matter. We look forward to receiving Iraq's updated work plan. The committee has sought to have meetings with all states with an active Article 5 obligation, as well as those that are likely to reassume an obligation pursuant to discovery of additional or new mines. In the course of the past months, we had 21 bilateral meetings and corresponded in writing with states that we did not manage to meet online. While the pandemic has created obstacles, it has also highlighted the number of tools available to interact through virtual means. The bilateral meetings have been very useful for our work and to understand the specific challenges faced by states parties in their implementation efforts. Together with the President and the committee, we also participated in Article 7 workshop. On behalf of the committee, I would like to thank organizations for their expert input and invaluable support to our efforts. These organizations include the Hello Trust, MAG, MPA, ICBL, UNMAS, and the GICHD. We look forward to continuing our cooperative discussion. Dear colleagues, in the lead up to the intersessional meetings, the committee has drafted preliminary observations based on the information submitted by states parties in the Article 7 reports, the extension requests, and in their updated work plans. Unfortunately, as of 1st June, only 18 of the 33 states parties have submitted Article 7 reports. Nonetheless, we know that we have received a few additional reports since this time and that others are in development. However, we feel this remains unacceptably low. We need to do better in this respect. Some of these states have not submitted information for 2 years or more. In this regard, we will be working with the President to ensure how best to address this matter in line with Action 49 of the Oslo Action Plan. We do want to thank those states parties that have submitted reports containing updated information on their efforts to implement Article 5, including their efforts to carry out survey and clearance, as well as efforts to carry out mine risk education activities in affected communities. We were also pleased to receive information from states parties on how they were considering gender and diverse needs of the mine-affected communities in their efforts. However, more information in this regard would be welcome to ensure your state's efforts are adequately recorded so that we can make a proper assessment and update the baseline established at the 18th MSP. As you will appreciate from our observations, there are areas where we are providing a wealth of information on and areas where we're not. As we get accustomed to reporting on matters raised in the Oslo Action Plan, we shall improve our reporting. We noted amongst other challenges the following which were highlighted by states. Challenges associated with explosive remnants of war and unexploded ordinances, continued security challenges in some states, and a lack of resources to implement their commitments as soon as possible. We encourage effective affected states to continue sharing their challenges with states parties. Dear colleagues, as the President indicated in his opening remarks, the global context demands that we redouble our efforts to ensure that support from national resources and international sources continue to flow to support mine-affected states parties, and that we take responsibility in implementation of the Oslo Action Plan. Much needs to be done. In this regard, I would invite you to look closely at our observations. Send us comments and corrections. These are, of course, preliminary observations, and hearing from you is important to us in order to ensure that we capture all the information correctly. What is key is that by the 19th MSP, we are able to acquire from you as much clarity as possible concerning the status of implementation in your state. So what's next for Article 5 Committee? Going forward toward the 19th meeting of states parties, the committee's intention is to continue our efforts to reach out to all of you to ensure that, firstly, outstanding Article 7 reports and updated work plans are submitted as soon as possible, to ensure that we have all the information necessary to draw conclusions on implementation by the 19th meeting of states parties. Secondly, we will work with states parties submitting requests to address matters related to the information submitted in their initial requests. And lastly, to continue our cooperative dialogue to ensure a successful year of implementation. We look forward to your support. Tomorrow, we will address matters related to extension requests, and we will be holding a thematic discussion on the establishment of national sustainable capacities. And we hope to see you there and that you will join us and contribute actively to the discussions. Thank you for now on behalf of my colleagues from Belgium, Norway, and Sri Lanka, and indeed on my own behalf. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Tshileza, for you and the committee's work, and we look forward to our continued collaboration. Now, allow me to turn to the Committee on Victim Assistance, which is chaired by Thailand, on my left side, and includes in its membership representatives from Algeria, Ecuador, and Sweden. Thailand, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to address you on behalf of the Committee on Victim Assistance, which Thailand has the honor to share and work together with colleagues from Algeria, Ecuador, and Sweden. The purpose of the Committee on Victim Assistance is to support state parties with my victims in area under their jurisdictions or control in fulfilling their commitment under the Convention and the Oslo Action Plan, or the OAP. In 2021, and keeping with the practice, the Committee on Victim Assistance chose to focus its efforts on implementation of Action Number 35 of the OAP to support consolidation of my victim data at national level. That is because the issue of data and centralized systems to consolidate, analyze, and disseminate data is observed to be one of the common challenges faced in victim assistance. It's also because centralized database is among the commitments in the OAP that has not been as much on the spotlight in the past. As you know, the victim assistance thematic session this afternoon is dedicated to discussing Action Number 35, and I invite you to join the discussion as much as you can. In promoting a common understanding and cohesive approach in victim assistance, like in the past 2 years, on 15 January 2021, the committee hosts a victim assistance retreat. The retreat has attended by victim assistance and cooperations and assistant coordinator of the Convention on Cluster Munitions, the Committee on Enhancement of Cooperation and Assistance of the Anti-Personnel Mine Ban Conventions, the Secretariat of the Committee on the Right of Persons with Disability, the ICBL, the ICRC, UNMAS, and Humanity and Inclusion. In February and March, the committee met representatives of Angola, El Salvador, Guinea-Bissau, Mozambique, Nicaragua, Senegal, Somalia, South Sudan, Sri Lanka, Uganda, and Yemen to exchange information on victim assistance implementation and reporting. The committee always finds such exchange extremely valuable and extends its appreciation to all delegates that met with the committee. To strengthen linkages between the work of the committee and implementation of other relevant instruments of international humanitarian and human rights law, during the first quarter of 2021, the committee delivered a statement at the Human Rights Council, spoke to the opening session of the meeting of the Committee on Rights of Persons with Disability, met with the UN Special Rapporteur on Rights of Persons with Disability, and exchanged with the Bureau of the CRPD Committee. The committee informed them of their progress and challenges in victim assistance and encourage them to integrate victim assistance in their efforts. The Special Rapporteur informed us that he is going to focus on Article 11 of the CRPD to protect the safety of persons with disability in situations of risk and emergencies. The CRPD committee assured the committee of their interest in developing a general comment on Article 11 in the future. We hope these efforts complement our work on implementation of Action Number 40 of the OAP and strengthen the human rights-based approach in victim assistance. As of 31st May 2021, 20 state parties with victim assistance responsibility submitted Article 7 report, and 19 of them include information on victim assistance in their report. We are grateful to the wealth of information that state parties have provided. We review the information you provide on victim assistance and drafted preliminary observation which can be found on the convention's website. We would ask that you review the observation on your state carefully and provide us with additional information that would correct, clarify, or complement the information you have submitted. Please do provide this information no later than the first week of August. Now, allow me to highlight some of our observations on information provided by state party with victim assistance responsibility. I will first mention some of the progress on certain victim assistance commitment in the OAP, and I will then indicate some of the common challenges the committee recommendation before closing. In terms of progresses, the committee observed that in relation to action number 33, most of the state party reported having designated entity to coordinate victim assistance and enhancing the integration of victim assistance commitment into broader policy and programs in conjunction with provision of the CRPD. 18 state parties reported applying multi-sectoral approach in accordance to their national context and policy, thus implementing action number 34. Measurable progress has been reported in providing physical rehabilitation. 12 state parties reported having database with capacity to integrate data on my victims or have taken steps to create or strengthen consolidation of data or database, hence implementing action number 35. 15 state parties provided information on availability of psychological, psychosocial support. Similar to last year, 18 state parties reported make some progress in meeting the social and economic needs of my survivors. 12 state parties reported taking measures for safety and protection of my survival, such as during the COVID-19 pandemic, whereas last year only 7 state parties reported in this regard. 14 state parties reported making progress in their efforts to ensure the inclusion and participation of my survivors and their representative organizations in relevant policy and program. In terms of challenges, the committee observed that shortages in allocation of financial resources, absence of accurate national data on mine victims, lack of centralized system to consolidate data, gaps in availability of rehabilitation in remote areas, lack of psychosocial and peer support in several areas, in addition to issue with coordination and implementation of action plans. Reporting and monitoring are kind of challenges that state party reported encountering in assisting my victim. The committee encouraged state party with victim assistance responsibility to consider stepping up national efforts and call on state parties in a position to support to increase their support to meet these challenges. Several of the reports provided information on limited aspects of the victim assistance action on the OAP. For instance, action number 33, number 34, number 38, and other contain multi-layer commitments. Implementation and reporting should consider all aspects of this action. COVID-19 pandemic has affected the process of assistance provided to my victim. The committee is concerned of the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on victim assistance over the coming years and encourage state parties to ensure that resources continue to flow to victim assistance activity. We look forward to working with you in run-up to the 19 MSP to ensure that we can accurately assess the status of implementation. The committee encouraged all other state parties with victim assistance responsibility that have not reported on victim assistance this year to do so as soon as possible. As you know, the committee will develop its conclusion and recommendation to present to the 19 MSP based on information provided by the state party. For your information, committee will host a victim assistance expert meeting in the margin of the 19 MSP in November to provide the victim assistance expert an opportunity and platform to exchange ideas and good practices in victim assistance. The committee welcomes any feedback on the expert meeting to ensure it will continue to provide you with a useful platform. In conclusions, allow me to thank my colleagues from Sweden, Ecuador, and Algeria for their efforts and commitments, and on behalf of the committee to express my gratitude to the Implementation Support Unit ISU and its valuable support to the committee and the state parties. I also wish to thank the ICBL and ICRC for their important roles as an observer of the committee and for their work in victim assistance. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ronghu, for all the committee's work, and certainly looking forward to continuing our collaboration towards the 19 meeting of state parties. Now, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to offer the floor to the Committee on the Enhancement of Cooperation and Assistance, chaired by Colombia, and which includes in its membership representatives of Germany, Japan, and Sudan. Colombia, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Estimados colegas, es un gran placer para Colombia presidir este año el Comité para el Fortalecimiento de la Cooperación y la Asistencia, en el cual tenemos el honor de trabajar con Alemania, Japón y Sudán. Aprovecho esta oportunidad para agradecer a mis colegas en el comité por todo su apoyo durante los últimos meses. Como ustedes saben, el comité fue establecido con el propósito de asistir a los Estados parte en la plena implementación del artículo 6 de la Convención, relativo a la cooperación y la asistencia, en consonancia con el compromiso compartido de poner fin al sufrimiento y a la existencia de nuevas víctimas por causa del desmenace antipersonal. Nuestro mandato es promover la cooperación y la asistencia en el marco de la Convención, facilitar el fomento de alianzas, coordinar con otros mecanismos de implementación establecidos por los Estados parte para facilitar y acelerar la plena implementación de la Convención, revisar la implementación de las acciones del Plan de Acción de Oslo en la materia, incluyendo las relacionadas con las consideraciones de género y las diversas necesidades de las comunidades afectadas. Desde la 18ª reunión de Estados parte, hemos tratado de implementar nuestro mandato a través de una serie de actividades que hemos seguido llevando a cabo durante este año, dentro de las cuales quiero destacar las siguientes. Hemos apoyado a los Estados parte para que aprovechen el enfoque individualizado, el cual, para aquellos que no están familiarizados con este, es, en resumen, una reunión de partes interesadas para sostener una conversación sobre el estado y los desafíos en la aplicación de la Convención por un Estado parte específico. Cualquier Estado parte puede participar en este enfoque y el Comité lo apoyará en este propósito. También hemos trabajado en el fomento del establecimiento de las plataformas nacionales de acción contra minas en los Estados parte afectados. Asimismo, hemos promovido un mayor intercambio de información a través de la invitación permanente a actualizar las páginas de los Estados parte en el sitio web de la Convención. Adicionalmente, hemos continuado trabajando para el establecimiento de una herramienta virtual de implementación voluntaria para que los Estados parte puedan presentar sus reportes en línea. Nuestras observaciones preliminares las pueden encontrar en la página web de la Convención, así que no me extenderé demasiado sobre las actividades del comité, pero quisiera aprovechar esta oportunidad para destacar algunas reflexiones generales de nuestro trabajo durante los últimos meses. Primero, quiero destacar que aprovechando que Alemania es uno de los estados parte del comité y que preside actualmente el Mine Action Support Group, el comité utilizó esta oportunidad para acercarse activamente a la comunidad de donantes en general. El constante intercambio, que también se refleja en la participación del presidente del grupo en esta reunión interseccional, ayudó a fomentar una mejor coordinación de los donantes y la integración de sus esfuerzos en el contexto general del desarrollo. Asimismo, el comité trabajó para recordar a todos los estados parte que, como se destacó en el Plan de Acción de Oslo, todos tenemos la responsabilidad de velar por que los esfuerzos de cooperación y asistencia conduzcan a una aplicación más eficaz de la Convención en los estados parte afectados por minas. El enfoque individualizado es un gran punto de partida para los estados parte que buscan estimular las asociaciones e intercambiar información sobre los desafíos y las necesidades de asistencia. La semana pasada tuvimos el placer de apoyar a Mauritania en la celebración de un evento de este tipo. A la reunión del enfoque individualizado de Mauritania asistieron unas 50 personas y mantuvimos un buen diálogo sobre los retos del país y sus necesidades de asistencia. Esperamos que este esfuerzo por parte de Mauritania se traduzca en un apoyo a este país. Como ha indicado Mauritania, se trata de un asunto urgente, ya que siguen produciéndose accidentes derivados de un conflicto que tuvo lugar hace 50 años. Como he mencionado, el comité considera que el enfoque individualizado es un buen lugar para iniciar un diálogo con las partes interesadas. Animamos a los estados a utilizar esta plataforma para apoyar sus esfuerzos de movilización de recursos técnicos y financieros. El comité está siempre disponible para reunirse con los estados parte interesados en hacer un mejor uso del enfoque individualizado. No duden en ponerse en contacto con la unidad de apoyo a la implementación si están interesados en hacer uso de la plataforma al margen de la 19ª reunión de los estados parte a finales de este año. Es importante que haya tiempo suficiente para los preparativos, por lo que les solicitamos que se pongan en contacto con nosotros lo antes posible. Animamos incluso a los que ya han participado en un enfoque individualizado a que también consideren la posibilidad de participar y poner al día a los estados parte sus esfuerzos de aplicación y los retos pendientes que tienen. Aunque el enfoque individualizado es un paso importante, es necesario reconocer que este no es independiente de otras herramientas. El enfoque individualizado debe complementar los esfuerzos de movilización de recursos, tanto nacionales como internacionales, no puede sustituir las conversaciones que tienen lugar a nivel nacional.
مرجوا من
A este
قبل
respecto, el
الجميع.
comité sigue
بالطبع هذا
promoviendo
لا
la creación de
يستبدل النقاش
plataformas
أو
nacionales
الحوار
de
على
acción
المستوى
contra
الوطني،
minas,
وفي هذا
que
المجال اللجنة
permitirían
ما
a las
زالت
partes
تستمر
interesadas
في دعم
mantener un
وضع
diálogo
خطط
constructivo
وطنية لإزالة
permanente a nivel
الألغام
nacional.
التي من المفترض
Sin
أن
estos
تسمح
diálogos, perderemos una
للبلدان
oportunidad
الأطراف
muy
بأن
importante
تستمر
para
بالحوار
motivar a
البناء على
nuestros
المستوى
propios
الوطني،
gobiernos y motivar a los
وإلا
socios internacionales
فسنخسر فرص
para que mantengan su
هامة
compromiso con la acción
من
contra minas.
أجل تشجيع
Volveremos a hablar de este
حكوماتنا
asunto durante la
وتشجيع
sesión sobre
الشركاء
cooperación y
الدوليين.
asistencia
يجب أن
que
نعود
tendrá
إلى
lugar esta
مناقشة
misma
هذا
semana.
الموضوع، وهذا
Sin
ما
embargo,
سنفعله
nos
في
gustaría
إطار
animar a los estados interesados en establecer
النقاش
plataformas
المواضيع
nacionales de
ذات
acción
الصلة،
contra minas
ولكننا
a que
نشجع
se pongan
البلدان
en contacto
المهتمة
con el comité para
في
ver cómo
إرساء
podemos apoyarles en este
منصات
propósito. En el
حظر
contexto de
ألغام
algunos de los
وطنية
efectos
أن تتصل
negativos
بنا
causados por
لكي
la
نساعدها
pandemia,
في
esto
هذا
puede ser
المجال.
más importante que nunca. La
على
clave es
ضوء
mantener
الأثر
activos todos los canales
السلبي
de comunicación, como
للجائحة،
lo estableció
هذه
el Plan de
الجهود
Acción
هي
de Oslo,
مطلوبة أكثر من
entablar
أي وقت
regularmente
مضى،
un
فالغرض
diálogo sobre
الأساسي
los
هو أن
progresos y
نستمر
los retos en el
بقنوات
cumplimiento de los
التواصل،
objetivos.
وكما هو مذكور في خطط عمل
Asimismo,
أوسلو
mantener
هذا
el
الحوار
espíritu de
يجب أن
cooperación de
يستمر
la
بشكل
Convención y ser
منتظم بشأن
defensores
التقدم
ante nuestros
المحرز
propios gobiernos,
والالتزام
tanto de los
بالتعهدات في
países
إطار
afectados como de
الاتفاقية.
los países
نحتاج
donantes,
كذلك إلى
para
أن
dar
نلتزم
prioridad a
بروح
nuestros
التعاون
esfuerzos
في
para
إطار
garantizar el fin de
الاتفاقية
los accidentes
وندافع عن
causados por las minas
هذا
antipersona.
المبدأ أمام
Para complementar esto,
حكوماتنا
tenemos la información en las
إن
páginas de
ارتبط
los
الموضوع
estados parte en el
بالبلدان
sitio web de
المانحة
la Convención
والبلدان
y debemos asegurar la
المعنية
presentación de
بإزالة
los informes del
الألغام
artículo 7,
للحد
incluyendo
من
retos y requisitos de
المعاناة
cooperación y
التي
asistencia, incluyendo los
تتسببها
asuntos relacionados
الألغام
con las
المضادة
consideraciones de
للأفراد.
género y las
ولدينا كل
diversas
المعلومات
necesidades de las
على الموقع
comunidades afectadas por
الإلكتروني،
las mismas.
ويجب أن
En este
نتأكد
sentido,
من
y en
أن
un esfuerzo por
التقارير
dar vida a la
بموجب
guía para
المادة
la presentación
السابعة
de
ذات
informes,
الصلة
el comité
بالتحديات
está trabajando en una
ومتطلبات
herramienta de
التعاون بما في
presentación
ذلك
en
المسائل
línea.
ذات الصلة
Gracias a los fondos
بالبعد
aportados
الجنساني
por Canadá,
والاحتياجات
nos
المختلفة
hemos asociado
للبلدان
con una empresa
الموبوءة
para poner en marcha este
بالألغام.
proyecto
إذن
a
لابد
tiempo
من
para que los
تحديث
estados
هذه
parte
المعلومات
puedan aprovechar la
واللجوء إليها
herramienta para
عند
presentar
رفع
el informe de
التقارير
transparencia el próximo
أيضا.
año. Esperamos
وحاليا
remitirles
نعمل
información
على
adicional
أداة
sobre esta
لرفع
herramienta muy
تقارير
pronto.
إلكترونيا، وبفضل دعم
En
كندا
cuanto al artículo 7,
لقد
permítanme
انضممنا
agradecer a los
أو
estados parte que
نتعاون
han
حاليا
presentado
مع شركة
reportes con
لكي
información sobre
تتمكن
los
لاحقا
aspectos de
البلدان من
cooperación y
الاستفادة من
asistencia
هذه
del Plan
المنصة
de Acción de
الإلكترونية
Oslo,
لترفع
incluyendo
تقاريرها السنة
sus
المقبلة بشكل
contribuciones nacionales
شفاف.
al programa,
وأود أن أشكر
consideraciones de
جميع
fuentes
البلدان التي
innovadoras
رفعت
de
تقاريرها
financiación,
بشأن
su apoyo a los
المسائل ذات
países
الصلة
afectados por
بالتعاون
minas, sus esfuerzos para coordinar el
والمساعدة في
apoyo,
إطار
los
خطط
esfuerzos de
عمل أوسلو
coordinación sur-sur
والمساهمات
y los esfuerzos para
في
incluir
إطار البرامج
consideraciones diversas y de género.
الوطنية والموارد
Este intercambio de
التمويل
información para el
والدعم المقدم
cumplimiento de
للبلدان
nuestros objetivos
الموبوءة،
es esencial.
وكذلك
En
جهود
este sentido,
التنسيق
compartimos la preocupación de
وجهود
los bajos índices
التنسيق
de
بين
reporte,
البلدان
por
الجنوبية،
lo cual
وكذلك
alentamos a
الأخذ
los estados
بالأبعاد
parte a que
الأخرى.
proporcionen
هذه
información sobre
المعلومات
sus
هي
esfuerzos
أساسية
de cooperación y
لنلتزم
asistencia en este
بتعهداتنا
marco.
وأهدافنا.
Asimismo, el viernes
ونحن
pasado
نتفهم
iniciamos un diálogo
المشاغل
informal con
ذات
diversas
الصلة
partes interesadas, con estados parte
ما
afectados por
تم
las
الإعراب
minas, con
عنه في
estados
إطار
parte en
مؤتمر
comisiones de
الأطراف
prestar asistencia y con operadores y organizaciones internacionales
بشأن التعاون
sobre el impacto del
والمساعدة، ولذا
COVID-19 en
نحن
sus esfuerzos de
نحثكم
cooperación
على
y asistencia
الاتصال
en el
بنا
marco del Plan
وأما
de
من
Acción de
سبق
Oslo.
وشارك
De
في
este
النهج
diálogo y preliminarmente pudimos
الفردي
ver que
أو
los estados siguen
المكيف،
comprometidos con la acción contra minas
فنرجو
y con
منكم
los
أن
esfuerzos para
تشاركوا
lograr los
لكي
mayores resultados posibles antes
نطلع
del
على
2025. Si bien
التقدم
no
الذي
podemos tener una
أحرزتموه
imagen clara de
وما
cómo será el
تمكنتم من
sector luego de
تنفيذه،
la
ولكن
pandemia,
هذا
es
لا
claro
يمكن
que esta sí ha
لا
tenido en
يمكننا
algunos
أن
casos
نلتزم
impactos
فقط
sobre la
بهذا
provisión de
النهج.
recursos
هذا النهج
nacionales e
يحتاج أيضا إلى
internacionales.
تعبئة الموارد
Esto
الدولية
debería ser motivo de
والوطنية، ولا
preocupación
يمكن
para todos
للنهج أن
nosotros, ya
يستبدل
que en Oslo nos comprometimos a aumentar o a
التبادلات فيما
financiar el
بيننا،
cumplimiento de los
ونبقى
compromisos definidos
ملتزمين
en la Convención. Sin embargo, producto del diálogo es
بتنفيذ
necesario resaltar la
محتوى
importancia del compromiso
الاتفاقية.
nacional
بالإضافة
de los
إلى ذلك
estados,
يجب أن
así como
نشير
del
أيضا
diálogo
إلى الالتزام
permanente, claro y
الوطني
constructivo
وأهميته
entre estados afectados, estados donantes y
والاستمرار
operadores.
بالحوار
Tenemos
البناء
que
بين
mantener la aplicación de
البلدان
la Convención como prioridad de nuestras
وبما في
agendas,
ذلك
lo cual debería
المانحين.
verse
يجب أن نعطي
reflejado en la
الأولوية
cantidad y calidad
للاتفاقية
de
في
los esfuerzos de
جداول
cooperación y
آمالنا،
asistencia
ويجب
nacionales
أن
e
ينعكس
internacionales.
ذلك من حيث
El comité
النوعية
mantendrá
والكمية
debates de seguimiento a este tema
والعمل
con
على
las partes
المستويين الوطني
interesadas.
والدولي.
Estimados
واللجنة
colegas y
ستستمر في
amigos,
إجراء
el jueves por la mañana
مشاورات
tendremos una
مع
discusión
دول
llamada
الأطراف. حضرة
movilización de
الزملاء
recursos hacia un mundo
يوم
libre
الخميس صباح الخميس سنتحدث عن تعبئة الموارد من أجل عالم خال من الألغام، ونأمل أن نحظى بدعمكم ومساهمتكم لمساعدتنا في عملنا. ونهاية وتحضيرا للمؤتمر التاسع عشر لدول الأطراف، سنستمر ببذل الجهود من أجل الإشارة إلى أهمية التعاون والمساعدة وتعزيزهما من أجل تحيين القاعدة البيانات التي قمنا بإنشائها خلال المؤتمر الثامن عشر. من الضروري أن نلجأ إليها في طريقة التقارير وأن نحيينها، وسنستمر في التعاون مع البلدان لتكون النهج المعتمدة ملائمة والاحتياجات الوطنية لاتخاذ الإجراءات الوطنية الملائمة وخطط عمل وطنية. سنستمر في اللجوء إلى الأدوات الرقمية لنبقيكم على بينة بكل جديد. شكرا.
Thank you very much, Diana.
شكرا لك
It has been a pleasure also to work with you. And we're looking forward to our continued collaboration with you and the rest of the committee members. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as you know, the President has the pleasure of chairing the Committee on Cooperative Compliance. The Netherlands has the pleasure of working on the committee with Chile, Panama, Poland, and Spain. And I want to start by thanking the committee members for the collaboration during the first month of the year. Allow me to present to you some highlights of our observations. As many of you know, the committee has created with the purpose to assist the state parties in acting upon the commitment under Article 8.1 of the Convention to work together in a spirit of cooperation to facilitate compliance in a supportive and amicable manner. At the fourth review conference, the mandate of the committee has been expanded, including to address all matters under Article 1.2 in cases where a state party has not submitted an Article 7 report detailing progress in implementing relevant obligations each year. To support state parties in their efforts to implement and report on matters contained in Article 9 of the Convention, and to encourage state parties to submit annual Article 7 reports. During the course of the past months, the committee has carried out efforts to implement its mandate, including by continuing its dialogue with Sudan and Yemen, as well as with civil society to address compliance issues. We will hear from both Sudan and Yemen during the thematic session on compliance later this week. However, at the outset, allow me to thank Sudan and Yemen for their engagement. Let me also thank Human Rights Watch and the ICBL for the collaboration in this regard. It is very welcome that the committee's work in this regard remain limited, as there have been no allegations of compliance by state parties. In terms of Article 7, the committee carried out several efforts, including hosting a workshop and working with the committee to distribute 164 tailored letters to state parties. This is complementary to the efforts of the different committees through bilateral meetings, for example, to encourage state parties to report on the implementation efforts. Despite these efforts, the reporting rate remains unacceptably low. In some cases, this has been affected by continued lockdowns in some state parties. Since we finalized our observations, we have received additional reports. For example, from Sri Lanka, who was one of the state parties that had indicated that it was impacted by COVID. However, too many state parties implementing key provisions of the Convention have not submitted reports, and many states have not provided information in over 2 years. This is particularly pervasive with states retaining mines under Article 3. In my capacity as President and in my capacity as Chair of the Committee, we will continue our efforts to work with the different committees to ensure that we are able to jointly encourage states to submit reports as soon as possible in line with the obligations under the Convention and the Oslo Action Plan. We will return to this matter on Thursday. On matters
أما
related to
بالنسبة
Article 9
للمسائل
of the
ذات الصلة
Convention,
بالمدى
the
التاسع
committee
من
has stepped up its
الاتفاقية،
partnership with the
فالاتفاقية
ICRC
عززت
to see how
شراكتها
we can
مع
together
اللجنة
place some
الدولية للصليب
emphasis
الأحمر
on this issue.
لكي نرى كيف
We have
بإمكاننا
also had the
أن
opportunity
نحسن
to re-establish our
أداءنا في هذا
collaboration with the
المجال.
Interparliamentary Union,
لقد
which we
استغلينا
consider
أيضا
an
تعاوننا
important
مع
ally
الاتحاد
in
البرلماني
raising
الدولي
awareness and
الذي
support,
يعتبر حليفا
amongst
هاما
others,
في زيادة
implementation efforts.
التوعية وتوفير الدعم بين
Together, we held
الآخرين
a workshop to
لتعزيز
build
جهود
awareness
التنفيذ.
amongst the
معا
state parties of the
نظمنا
importance
ورشة
of
عمل
Article 9.
لبناء وزيادة
We will
التوعية بين
revert
دول
back to Article
الأطراف
9
إزاء
on
أهمية
Thursday.
المادة التاسع، وسنعود إلى هذا الموضوع
Concerning
يوم
Article 9,
الخميس.
it was a
أما
pleasure to
بالنسبة
learn
إلى المادة
since the
التاسع
18th
فسرنا
MSP
أن
that
نعلم بأنه منذ المؤتمر الأطراف الثامن عشر نيوي في 17 من مارس آذار 2021 اعتمد قانون حظر الخام المضادة للأفراد وكذلك الذخائر العنقودية لسنة 2021. وغويانا كذلك أشارت إلى أنها القوانين كافية لتنفيذ المادة التاسعة. وفي هذا المجال أود أن أشكر جميع البلدان على التقدم المحرز. وسنستمر بجهودنا مع اللجنة لكي نشجع دول الأطراف التي لم ترفع تقاريرها حتى الآن بأن تقوم بذلك بأسرع وقت ممكن، وهذا يضم الإجراءات 48 إلى 50 ومطبقيها من خطط عمل أوسلو. ونحن نقدر تعاون جميع دول الأطراف في هذا المجال. شكرا للجان، ودعونا ننتقل الآن إلى البند التالي على جدول أعمالنا وهي ولاية الرئاسة.
Dear colleagues, as you know, apart from our
الزملاء
role
كما
of chairing the
تعرفون إلى
convention
جانب
meetings,
دورنا في
the
ترأس
coordinating
هذه
committee and the committee
الاتفاقية
on cooperative compliance,
واللجنة
the president has a number of additional mandates
تطبيق
to
المادة
pursue.
الخامسة، اللجنة المعنية
This
بمساعدة
includes
الضحايا
taking the lead
المعنية
in
بتعزيز التعاون
consultation with the
والمساعدة.
coordinating
أمام
committee
الرئاسة
with respect
عدد
to
من
any issue
الولايات لابد من
related to the
الامتثال
pursuit
بها،
of the convention's
وهذا
aim
يعني أنه
other
بالتشاور
than
مع
those
لجنة
related to
التنسيق
the mandates
نحن.
of the committees.
وبالنسبة للمسائل ذات الصلة
This includes
بالأغراض
matters related
الاتفاقية
to the
وولايات
promotion of stockpile
اللجان.
destruction under
هذا
Article
يضم
4,
تعزيز تدمير
transparency
المخزونات
regarding
بموجب
the
المادة
exceptions
الرابعة،
contained in Article 3,
الشفافية بالنسبة
and
للاستثناءات الموجودة في
universalization
المادة
of the
الثالثة،
convention.
وكذلك
Allow
عالمية
me to begin this session
الاتفاقية.
with matters
وبداية
related to Article
دعونا
4,
نستعرض المسائل
stockpile
ذات الصلة
destruction.
بالمادة الرابعة، التدمير
Dear
المخزونات.
colleagues, the elimination of all stockpiled anti-personnel mines is critical to preventing additional suffering and casualties caused by these weapons. State parties have made great efforts to address this issue. In spite of the challenges faced, to date, almost 53 million stockpiled anti-personnel mines have been destroyed by 91 state parties. At the close of the 18th meeting of the state parties, 3 state parties had reported that they were still in the process of implementing Article 4 of the Convention: Greece, Sri Lanka, and Ukraine. These 3 state parties still have approximately 3.7 million stockpiled anti-personnel mines to destroy. In the document that I have prepared for this meeting, you will find updated information on the status of implementation of Article 4 and the commitments of the Oslo Action Plan. In particular, a time-bound plan with milestones towards completion. I want to thank Greece, Sri Lanka, and Ukraine for the engagement on this matter. And I would now like to open the floor to these state parties for an update on the Article 4 implementation efforts. I will begin to give the floor to Greece. Sorry, I have the list here in front of me. So it will be Greece, followed by Ukraine and Sri Lanka. Then I will open the floor for any other delegation that wishes to speak on the matter of Article 4. So now the first I give the floor is to Greece. So Greece, you can take the floor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President.
شكرا جزيلا حضرة
Mr.
الرئيس.
President,
حضرة
as it is the first time I take the floor under
الرئيس،
your
بما أنها المرة
presidency,
الأولى التي
allow me to
أخذ فيها
congratulate you
الكلمة، اسمح
on the
لي
assumption of
أن
your duties, as
أهنئك
well the ICU, on steering us towards a positive outcome, and to assure you of Greece's full support in your
تعيينك
endeavor.
رئيسا،
Mr. President, Greece has made
ونؤكد
every
لكم
effort to complete its
دعمنا لكم،
contractual obligations under the
والصوت
Mine Ban
رديء
Treaty,
جدا.
including the destruction of the
سيدي
APLM stockpile
الرئيس،
through a contract
نقوم
in force with the Hellenic Defense System
حاليا
for this purpose. To date,
بالعمل من
Greece
أجل
has destroyed more
تدمير
than 1.2 million
مخزوننا
APLMs, completed
ودمرنا
mine
أكثر من
clearance
مليون
obligations 4.5
و200
years ahead of the
ألف
deadline set
لغما،
by Article 5 of the
وانتهينا
Convention,
من
and fulfills its financial obligations in a
تنفيذ
timely manner
مناطق
to
كثيرة.
ensure the
الصوت رديء
sustainability of the
جدا
meetings of the
والترجمة
Convention.
صعبة.
Furthermore, Greece has demilitarized 1,654
قمنا
APLMs from the initial quantity of 7,224 that was declared in
7,254
accordance with Article 3 in
منطقة.
2008. Mr. President,
حضرة
Greece has been unable to entirely fulfill its obligation under Article 4
نحن
due to
سعينا
unforeseen
لتنفيذ
circumstances such as
واجباتنا
deadly explosion at the Videx facilities in Bulgaria and a legal dispute with the Hellenic Defense Systems, which led to a pause in the destruction process for almost 2 years. The above circumstances are beyond the MOD's control. This
كانت صعبة في السنوات
unfortunate
الأخيرة.
situation, due to these unforeseen circumstances, has been recognized by all presidents of the convention thus far.
رؤساء
By July
اللجان سلموا بهذه
2021,
الظروف
a new
الصعبة.
public tender will
بيوليو
be issued in order to appoint a new
2021
subcontractor
سنصدر
for the demilitarization of the remaining
عقدا
APLM
جديدا
stockpile.
مع شركة
The competent department of the
لتنظيف
Ministry of National
المناطق
Defense submitted a
المتبقية،
query to the State Legal Council in order to formulate its
وقدمنا
opinion on legal
طلبا
issues
للمستشار
related to the
القانوني
current contract with the Hellenic Defense System and any
يبدي
necessary further steps
رأيه
for its revision or termination if a further extension of its duration is not will not be legally possible. We have been informed that the decision is forthcoming. Mr. President, the mere fact that Greece has missed its deadline under Article 4 does not in and of itself constitute a breach of the Article 1.2. We believe that from a legal perspective, a state party that has missed its deadline under Article 4 must be considered in breach of the Article 1.2 only if it is not taking any measures whatsoever in good faith to destroy its stockpile. Greek competent authorities have remained steadfast in their task despite unforeseen hardship. Last but not least, I would like to reiterate that the Hellenic Republic fully recognizes its obligations stemming from Ottawa Convention, and despite the challenges which we have encountered, we have never wavered from our commitment to the Convention's implementation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Greece. Thank you very much, Giannis. It's extremely important that Greece addresses its stockpile destruction efforts as soon as possible and to return to compliance with the Convention. In particular, it is important that you share with the state parties a time-bound plan for completion as soon as possible and continue Greece's traditional transparency with the state parties on this issue. Now, allow me to offer the floor to Ukraine, and maybe you can raise your hand because we were not sure who on behalf of Ukraine will speak. So if you raise your hand, then the technicians know who will speak. Thank you very much. Ukraine, yes, I've seen who raises his hand, so please, you can take the floor. Go ahead. Thank you very much.
Okay, now it's okay. Okay, thank you, Mr. President. I would like to start by extending my warmest congratulations to you on the assumption of your duties and wishing you every success in this endeavor. Please be assured of my delegation full support and cooperation with you to advance the objectives of the Anti-Personal Mind Ban Convention. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, Ukraine aligns itself with the statement delivered to be delivered later on behalf of the European Union. At the same time, I would like to make the following remarks in my national capacity. Ukraine considers that the presence of anti-personal mines and other dangerous explosive devices is a direct long-term threat to the civil population, as well as a significant challenge for humanitarian operations. My country recognizes and highly values the important role played by the Ottawa Convention as an effective disarmament mechanism of sustaining regional stability and addressing post-conflict remedial measures in order to minimize the occurrence, risk, and effects of explosive remnants of war. Supporting its universalization, Ukraine acceded to the convention on June 1st, 2006. Having committed to destroy and dispose all stockpiled anti-personal mines inherited from the former Soviet Union, which were kept at the arsenals of Ukraine's armed forces. Despite the significant challenges in the security field related to Russia's ongoing armed aggression against Ukraine, my country does its utmost to further comply with its obligations under this fundamental document, as well as the Oslo Action Plan adopted by the state parties at the 2019 Fourth Review Conference. Having been aware of the importance to comply with Article 4, destruction of stockpile anti-personal mines of the Convention, Ukraine regularly provides the relevant updated information by submitting reports in accordance with Article 7, namely within the Form F, status of programs for destruction of APMs, and Form G, APMs destroyed after entry into force. In accordance with these obligations under Article 4, Ukraine has destroyed more than 3 million anti-personal landmines. Ukraine had been fulfilling its obligation of APM stockpile destruction through NATO and EU programs in accordance with the implementation agreement ratified by the Verkhovna Rada on May 18, 2005, and the contract between the Ministry of Defense of Ukraine and the NATO Support and Procurement Agency of February 1st, 2013. Given the expiration of the above-mentioned contract in 2020, the disposal of the anti-personal mines under the NATO Trust Fund has been suspended. With the view to revitalize the process, the NATO Support and Procurement Agency initiated an international tender which is open to bidders from all NATO member states and Ukraine. According to paragraph 5 of Article 6, each state party to the Ottawa Convention in a position to provide assistance for the destruction of stockpile anti-personal mines. Thus, the Ottawa Convention state parties may participate in this tender too. Here it should be noted that carrying out utilization in the territory of Ukraine is one of the conditions for the participation in the tender. The NATO Support and Procurement Agency will assist the tender's winner in the installment of the relevant equipment at certain enterprises in Ukraine. Therefore, Ukraine's plan on stockpile destruction may only be finalized after the completion of all necessary tender procedures. Distinguished delegates, Ukraine remains fully committed to its obligation under this indispensable international treaty. We hope for the understanding of the member states of the exceptional security circumstances and challenges affecting today the fulfillment of by Ukraine of Article 4 provisions, and rely on the international community further support of our efforts aimed at ensuring the implementation of the convention. I thank you.
I thank Ukraine for this important update. It's important that Ukraine submit a time-bound plan leading to the projected completion date and the challenges it is facing in this regard. I also encourage Ukraine to continue to inform regularly on progress in implementation. Now allow me to offer the floor to Sri Lanka for an update on its implementation efforts. So Sri Lanka, you have the floor.
عمليات التنفيذ. شكرا. الكلمة لسريلانكا.
We have to see whether we have sound, Sri Lanka.
لست أدري إن كان
I think we might have a technical problem. We cannot hear you.
سريلانكا. أعتقد أننا نواجه مشكلة فنية.
We can see whether the technicians can help you out.
هل يستطيع الفنيون مساعدتكم؟
No, we cannot hear you yet.
لا نسمعكم.
It's a disadvantage of these Zoom meetings. There are always technical problems.
هذا هي
Can
المشكلة
you
مع
try again,
الاجتماعات
Sri Lanka?
التقديرية وعبر منصات مثل الزوم فنحن
No, we
نواجه
cannot hear
صعوبات
you.
بانتظام. سريلانكا لا نسمعك مع الأسف.
Hello.
Yes.
مرحبا.
Thank you very much.
Sir, can you hear me?
Please go ahead.
Sir, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Thank you very much.
نسمعك.
Sir, good afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, first and foremost, I convey my sincere gratitude and regards to all officials of Anti-Personnel Mine Ban Convention for giving this opportunity, for giving a statement to intersectional meeting of Anti-Personnel Mine Ban Convention relates to present states and progress of stockpile destruction process in Sri Lanka. I'm Brigadier Dumindu Jayasinghe, Commander, Field Engineer Brigade in Sri Lanka Army, and also the Program Manager to Sri Lanka Army Humanitarian Demining Unit. As per the instructions and guidelines of Anti-Personnel Mine Ban Convention, Sri Lanka Army had to demolish 55,744 mines as a stockpiles, and we have demolished up to date 43,904. As second Sri Lanka Ordnance Corps, Anuradhapura in Northern Central Province, 14,387 mines were demolished. Third Sri Lanka Army Ordnance Corps, Min area in Eastern Province, 23,680 mines were demolished. Fifth Sri Lanka Army Ordnance Corps, Jaffna in Northern Central Province, 5,900 mines were demolished. Seventh Sri Lanka Army Ordnance Corps, Mullaitivu in Northern Province, 579 mines were demolished. Forward Ordnance Depot, Vaunia in Northern Province, 12,000 mines were in the stock can. Out of that, we have demolished 160 mines. Ministry of Defense has already granted permission to demolish remaining stock of 11,840 mines. Demolition process is on progress, and it will be demolished within very short span of time period of future. With regards to training mines in Sri Lanka, School of Military Engineering is located in Sabaragamu province in Sri Lanka. It was given permission to retain 17,500 mines, and annually 1,750 mines are supposed to use for field engineering training purpose within the period of 10 years. Up to date, starting from 2019, which School of Military Engineering has used
4,020 mines for training purpose and scheduled to finish the whole stock in 2028. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the plan of Sri Lanka Army about stockpile destructions process, and thank you very much for giving me this opportunity for enlighten all of you related our achievements. And finally, I wish you all the very best for your all future endeavors to reach desired goals in whole world. Thank you.
I'd like to thank Sri Lanka very much for this update and this prospective information. We look forward to celebrating completion of Sri Lanka's stockpile destruction obligations under the convention. The next speaker on my list is ICBL. So it's my pleasure to hand over the floor to ICBL.
على قائمتي هو ممثل الحملة الدولية لحظر الألغام ICBL.
Thank you, Mr. President.
شكرا جزيلا حضرة.
We were pleased to hear updates from Greece, Ukraine, and Sri Lanka on their stockpile destruction efforts. We are greatly disappointed by the fact that Greece and Ukraine remain in violation of Article 4 for 13 and 11 years, respectively. Further, neither state has made much progress destroying its stocks over the past few years, including last year, nor indicated when they will fulfill this obligation. The Oslo Action Plan urges states that have failed to meet their stockpile destruction deadlines to, quote, present a time-bound plan for completion and urgently proceed with implementation as soon as possible in a transparent manner. The lack of progress should be of great concern to all states parties who, alongside the President and the Committee on Cooperative Compliance, should undertake urgent steps to help the two concerned states parties fulfill their obligations and come back into compliance as soon as possible. We were pleased to hear from Sri Lanka that it has made significant progress over the past year, and that as we understand it, it intends to destroy the remainder of its stockpile by the end of July this year, almost a year ahead of its deadline. We commend Sri Lanka for this significant progress and look forward to congratulating Sri Lanka on the final completion of destruction of the remaining stockpile. Turning now to retained mines. Many states parties continue retaining mines under the Article 3 exception, but they never use them for the permitted purchase, research, and training purposes. As this continues to be the same case year after year after year, it appears that the mines, in fact, are simply being stockpiled. All these states should either utilize the mines as permitted or destroy them urgently. The Oslo Action Plan calls upon, quote, any state party retaining or transferring mines in line with Article 3 that has not submitted an Article 7 report detailing progress in implementing these obligations each year to provide in close cooperation with the ISU an annual update on the status of implementation in line with Article 7. If no information on implementing the relevant obligations for 2 consecutive years is provided, the President will assist and engage with the states parties concerned. End quote. Well, a total of 48 states parties have not consumed any retained mines or provided any updated information for at least 2 consecutive years. 48 states parties for at least 2 consecutive years. 18 states parties have not consumed any retained mines for at least 10 years. And there are 7 states parties that have never reported consuming any retained mines for permitted purposes since the treaty entered into force for them. In addition, 31 states parties retain more than 1,000 mines, with Sri Lanka, Finland, and Bangladesh each retaining well over 10,000, which together accounts for more than 1/3 of the mines currently retained by states parties. For more information on Article 3 mines retained and consumption of those mines, we invite you to consult the latest Monitor fact sheet on this topic. Thank you.
I'd like to thank ICBL for this intervention. Thank you very much. I'm looking at the ISU, but I believe there are no more requests for the floor. If that is the case, then we can continue with the next item, which is retained mines for permitted purposes. It is 11:42 now. We will stop at 11:55 and stick to the agenda. But let's start with this agenda item and let's see how far we come. In accordance with Article 7.1d, state parties are required to report annually updated information, and now I quote, on the types, quantities, and if possible, lot number of all anti-personnel mines retained or transferred for the development training in mine detection, mine clearance, or mine destruction techniques, or transferred for the purpose of destruction. End of the quote. In 2021, only 32 of the 67 state parties retaining anti-personnel mines under Article 3 submitted a transparency report in accordance with Article 7. 19 of these states reported a reduction in the number of retained mines. Today, it is understood that 67 state parties retain a total of 145,540 stockpiled anti-personnel mines under Article 3, based on information provided in Article 7 report submitted in 2021 or submitted earlier. This represents a decrease of over 2,000 mines compared to 2020. As you also know, the Oslo Action Plan commits state parties to, and I quote, explore available alternatives to use live anti-personnel mines for training and research purposes where possible. End of quote. 4 state parties, Iraq, Slovenia, Sudan, and Zimbabwe, indicated that they were currently exploring available alternatives or will be exploring available alternatives in the future. We welcome these efforts. Now, dear colleagues, allow me to open the floor to state parties retaining mines for permitted purposes under Article 3 for any update they would like to have, as well as delegations carrying out efforts to explore available alternatives to using live anti-personnel mines for permitted purposes. And I'm looking at the list which I have, which is none so far. So I'd like to request again, if anyone likes to take the floor on this item, please, you're welcome to do so. Please raise your hands. It seems not to be the case, so thank you very much for all of you for engaging on this matter, and I'm looking forward to continue with your efforts in this regard. Together with the ISU, we are planning an even on available alternatives. However, our aim is to do this in person. We believe it will be more effective to have people actually experience and view the use of these mines. We will keep state parties that retain anti-personnel mines informed on this matter. Thank you very much. Then we go to the next item, universalization. In 1997, 133 states determined to put an end to the suffering and casualties caused by anti-personnel mines, decided to commit to a total ban of anti-personnel mines by signing the Anti-Personnel Mine Ban Convention. 24 years later, the convention has 164 state parties implementing its provisions, placing it amongst the most universal disarmament instruments. Yet, there are still 33 states that remain outside of the scope of the convention. Bringing these remaining countries in will require concerted and sustained efforts of all state parties, as also outlined in Action 11 and 12 of the Oslo Action Plan. My aim during this year is to bring the convention to the attention of state parties not party and encourage them to accede
نلفت انتباه الدول غير الأطراف إلى الاتفاقية وأن نشجعهم على اللجوء أو النفاذ إليها والانضمام إليها واتخاذ تدابير لدعم الأهداف الاتفاقية كمثلا رفع الاستخدام أو الإنتاج الهام المضاد للأفراد وتدمير المخزونات في هذه البلدان. ولتكون الجهود مستدامة
as a standing agenda item for the meetings of the coordinating committee. I have and will continue to inform the members of the committee of my activities on universalization, share information amongst the members and observers of the committee, and strategize for the way ahead. Pursuing universal adherence to the convention and acceptance of its norms is essential to fulfilling the promise of the convention. The ongoing situation with the COVID pandemic in some states has made our efforts in this regard challenging, but I have managed to continue having conversations with those states here in Geneva, as well as conversations on universalization efforts within the coordinating committee. I'm pleased to see that many countries, and I believe they're all online, which are Armenia, Azerbaijan, Israel,
معنا أرمينيا، أذربيجان، إسرائيل، ليبيا، المغرب، ميانمار، جمهورية كوريا المملكة العربية السعودية، الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية وفيتنام. ولا أعرف إن نسيت أي اسم آخر من هذه القائمة. إذا لا يبدو الأمر كذلك. شكرا لأن هذه البلدان تسجلت لتشارك في الاجتماعات ما بين الدورتين. فمشاركة الدول غير الأطراف هي مشاركة ضرورية لكي تشارك في أنشطة الاتفاقية تماشيا والإجراء 11 من خطة عمل أوسلو. وبالتالي أشكر الدول غير الأطراف أو ليست أطرافا بعد كما آمل أن أشكرها إذن على تسجلها للمشاركة في الاجتماع. أجريت اجتماعات بناءة مع سفراء أرمينيا، أذربيجان، جورجيا، لبنان وليبيا، وشاركنا كذلك مع الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية، وأخذت علما بالاستعراض المستمر للسياسات. خلال اللقاءات تم تحييني بشأن وضع هذه البلدان إزاء الاتفاقية، وانتهزتها فرصة لكي أشدد على أهمية مراجعة السياسات وضرورة الامتثال لمعايير الاتفاقية بهدف الانضمام إليها لاحقا. وأرحب بمشاركة هذه البلدان وأتطلع إلى المزيد من التعاون في المستقبل. بين الاجتماع الحالي والمؤتمر الأطراف 19 في نوفمبر المقبل سأستمر في التعاون مع جميع الدول الغير الأطراف لأسير حوارا فعليا كلما أمكن ذلك وأينما أمكن لتعزيز أهداف الاتفاقية. جميع الأطراف، جميع الدول غير الأطراف أدعوها إلى أن تراجع سياساتها وأن تنضم إلينا في مؤتمر 19 بتدابير انضمام ملموسة وواقعية. وأنتهز فرصة لكي أشكر الاتحاد الأوروبي على مجلس القرار بشأن التنفيذ الاتفاقية وخطة عمل أوسلو، وكذلك وحدة الدعم التنفيذ التي تساعدنا على تنفيذ مبدأ عالمية الاتفاقية. ودعونا نأمل أننا سنتمكن من القيام بجميع الأنشطة المطلوبة تحضيرا لمؤتمر الأطراف 19. والآن أود أن أفتح باب النقاش للدول غير الأطراف الراغبة في تحييننا بشأن التدابير التي تتخذها لتنضم لاحقا إلى الاتفاقية. وسأبدأ بالمغرب وبعدها أذربيجان وجمهورية كوريا لقد طلبوا الكلمة، وبالتالي أعطيكم الكلمة للمغرب. شكرا جزيلا سيدي الرئيس. أود أن أتقدم بمداخلتي باللغة الفرنسية لو سمحت. بداية أود أن أعرب عن عميق شكري وفدي على الجهود المبذولة في
l'immunité
إتمام
personnelle. Et
الأنشطة
c'est
ما بين
depuis le début de votre
الدورتين
présidence,
في إطار
malgré les
اتفاقية حظر
contraintes posées
الألغام
par la
المضادة
conjoncture
للأفراد رغم
sanitaire
الصعوبات
mondiale.
التي طرحتها
Ma
جائحة
délégation inscrit sa
كوفيد-19
déclaration à chacune des
وفدي
réunions de la Convention d'Ottawa au titre du point sur l'universalisation pour réaffirmer sa
يأخذ
reconnaissance du
الكلمة
caractère
بشأن
central et
البند الخاص
fondamental qu'elle
بعالمية
revêt,
الاتفاقية
notamment sur
نظرا
le plan
إلى
humanitaire,
أهميتها خاصة
auquel
في
mon pays
المجال
consent
الإنساني.
parfaitement et accorde le plus
وفي هذا
grand intérêt.
المجال المغرب تولي كل
Ma
الاهتمام
délégation tient à
لهذا
préciser que
النشاط.
l'adhésion du
وفدي
Maroc
أود أن يشير إلى
demeure
أن قرار
tributaire du
المغرب
règlement du
ما
conflit
زال
artificiel sur le
مرتبطا
Sahara marocain, condition que nous
بالوضع
avons réitérée à chacune
الصحراء
de nos réunions
المغربية،
et
وهذا
comprise à sa
الموضوع
juste
طرحناه
valeur
في كل
par la
اجتماع من
communauté internationale.
اجتماعاتنا،
Mon
وحظي
pays s'attache
بالاهتمام
avec la même
الواجب من قبل
détermination
الأسرة
au
الدولية،
respect des
وما زلنا
dispositions de cette
ملتزمين
convention.
باحترام
Il
أحكام
le fait de manière
الاتفاقية
volontaire.
ونقوم بذلك بشكل
Exemple, on met la
طوعي،
soumission volontaire du rapport
كمثلا الرفع
national sur les mesures de
الطوعي
transparence en
للتقرير
vertu de
الخاص
l'article
بالتدابير
7
الشفافية
de la
بموجب
Convention.
المادة السابعة
Monsieur le
لهذه
Président,
الاتفاقية.
les autorités
حضرة
marocaines
الرئيس،
compétentes, en phase avec les
السلطات
engagements internationaux du
المغربية
Royaume,
تماشيا
œuvrent
والتزامات
constamment pour
المغرب
réduire les risques liés aux
تبذل
incidents
جهودا
causés par les
مستمرة
explosions de
للحد
mines posées de
من
manière anarchique par les milices
التداعيات
armées du Polisario, en
التي
déployant des
تسببها
modules de
الألغام
déminage en
المزروعة
permanence
من قبل
pour réaliser des
البوليساريو،
interventions urgentes, couvrir une
ونقوم
superficie
بتدخلات
importante et
طارئة عند
neutraliser
الحاجة
efficacement les mines terrestres et
وبتطهير
restes explosifs de guerre.
المناطق
Dans le cadre
من
du programme national de
المتفجرات
déminage, l'action du Maroc
من
est aussi
مخلفات
grandement axée sur
الحرب.
la sensibilisation sur
ونركز
les risques
كذلك على
à travers
التوعية
des séances
إزاء
d'éducation,
المخاطر من
notamment dans
خلال
les milieux scolaires,
التربية
et
خاصة
des journées
في
de travail en
المدارس
milieu rural,
وخلال
mais aussi à
تخصيص
l'assistance aux
أيام
victimes à
عمل
travers une prise en charge
في
complète des soins,
الريف،
des
وكذلك
opérations
التغطية
chirurgicales, la
الكاملة
rééducation, la pose de
للتدخل
prothèses, ainsi que
الطبي
le soutien
وكذلك
psychosocial.
وضع
Le
الأطراف
cadre législatif
الاصطناعية أو
national
إعادة التأهيل
prévoit également une
للضحايا
indemnisation à toutes les
الألغام.
victimes
وبالإضافة
d'immunité
إلى
personnelle et
ذلك
des
نوفر
restes
المساعدة
explosifs de guerre.
لضحايا
Sur ce point,
الألغام
mon pays fait montre d'un
والمتفجرات
engagement
والمخلفات
humaniste
الحرب.
sans
وفي
faille,
هذا المجال
l'indemnisation ne tenant
نبقي
aucunement compte de la source de
الإنسان
ces
في
mines,
محور
étant largement
جهودنا
admis qu'elles sont l'œuvre
والتزاماتنا،
de criminels, de séparatistes du Polisario. Je vous
ونجرب
remercie, Monsieur le Président.
هذه الأفعال التي يقوم بها البوليساريو. شكرا سيد الرئيس.
Je vous remercie, vous, Monsieur l'Ambassadeur. Thank you very much
سعادة
for
السفير.
this
شكرا
update.
على هذا التحيين.
I still have on the list
على
from the
قائمتي
states not
من بين
party,
البلدان
as I
غير
said,
الأطراف كما
Azerbaijan
قلت
and the
لكم
Republic of Korea,
أذربيجان
then
وجمهورية
followed by other
كوريا،
delegations, which
وبعدها
are United
وفود
Kingdom,
أخرى المملكة
European
المتحدة،
Union, Germany,
الاتحاد
Philippines,
الأوروبي، ألمانيا،
Canada, and
الفلبين،
ICBL.
كندا
Looking
و
at the clock,
ICBL.
and my promise to stick to the time
وأنا
schedule,
وعدتكم بأن ألتزم
we take a break here.
بالوقت. أقترح
But
عليكم أن
first, I
نأخذ
want to give the
استراحة
floor to the
هنا،
ISU
ولكن
for
أولاً
some
أود أن
updates.
أعطي
So,
الكلمة
Juan
لوحدة
Carlos,
دعم
you have the floor. Thank
التنفيذ.
you very much.
خوان كارلوس لك الكلمة لتتقدم بأية
Thank you very much,
معلومات
Ambassador.
عملية. شكرا جزيلا مع
I just
السفير.
wanted to say,
أريد فقط
mention some side
أن
events that are going to go
أشير
on. We
إلى بعض
will
الأحداث
have the side
الجانبية
events
التي
inside the breakout
تنظم
rooms in
في
Zoom,
غرف
which you will
الاجتماعات
find at the bottom of your
الجانبية في
screen.
زوم، هي
Today's side
موجودة
events
في أسفل
are hosted by Landmine Free 2025,
الشاشة.
as well as hosted by the International Committee of the Red Cross. So I would invite you to look at the breakout rooms at the bottom of your screen, and you will find the events. So the first one again is hosted by Landmine Free 2025. The title is How Can a Landmine Free 2025 Contribute to country and community priorities, including health, the environment, social inclusion, and international relations. The second one is hosted by the International Committee of the Red Cross, entitled Disability Inclusion, How Are We Doing as a Sector? We will see you then at 1300 this afternoon. Thank you very much.
استغلال الفرص. شكرا.
So, dear colleagues, welcome back to this session. As I promised before the break, I will now give the floor to states not party to the convention, and I have on my list Azerbaijan and the Republic of Korea. So I first give the floor to Azerbaijan. Azerbaijan, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Let me start by congratulating you on assumption as a president of the 19th meeting of state parties of the convention and assure Azerbaijan's full support to your mandate. Since its entry into force in 1999, the Ottawa Convention has made important contribution to addressing the humanitarian concerns caused by the anti-personnel landmines. Azerbaijan has always attached importance to the humanitarian concerns arising from the use of anti-personnel landmines and has supported global efforts to resolve these concerns. Although not a state party to the convention, Azerbaijan has consistently voted in favor of resolutions on implementation of the Ottawa Convention in the UN General Assembly, proceeding from its principal position toward the indiscriminate danger landmines daily pose to the people around the world, as well as the importance for promoting of international humanitarian law. Azerbaijan has established a solid national legislative basis and institutional mechanisms to manage and coordinate mine action activities in the country. Established in 1999 and restructured in 2021, the Azerbaijan National Mine Action Agency, ANAMA, has cleared 548 million square meters of lands, destroying almost 810,000 mines and other explosive ordinances in Azerbaijan over the past 20 years. The agency also enjoys strong international profile. It has played a key role in developing mine action capacity of several neighboring countries and assisted in transition of international operations to national management during the mine action program in Afghanistan. It should be particularly emphasized that Azerbaijan is not engaged either in transportation, or in production of anti-personnel mines. Azerbaijan has also provided transparency reports under Article 7 of the Convention. Thus, Azerbaijan is practically fulfilling the provisions of the Convention and supports the need for stable international legal framework to combat the production and use of mines. Mr. President, Azerbaijan is not state party to the convention for the obvious reasons arising from our assessment that the military posture of neighboring Armenia does not allow us to become a full-fledged party to the convention. As it's well known, the Azerbaijan restored its territorial integrity and sovereignty over its internationally recognized territories in 2020. The trilateral statement signed by Azerbaijan, Russia, and Armenia on 10th of November 2020 has put an end to almost 3 decades-long armed conflict between Armenia and Azerbaijan, and set agreed parameters for durable peace in the region. We attach vital importance to full implementation of the statement for normalization of interstate relations between Armenia and Azerbaijan. The government of Azerbaijan has already embarked upon practical steps to eliminate harsh consequences of military occupation of territories with a view to enable safe and dignified return of the displaced population to their places of origin. The case of the conflict have left those territories heavily contaminated by landmines and exploded ordinances, which is a serious obstacle for the ongoing national rehabilitation and reintegration efforts. Since signing of the trilateral statement, more than 140 people were killed and injured as a result of mine explosions in the liberated territories. Most recently, 2 Azerbaijani journalists and municipality officials have been killed in an anti-tank mine blast in the liberated Karbajar district of Azerbaijan. It's of particular importance to underline that the explosion took place in the area from where the armed forces of Armenia were to withdraw under the statement of 10th of November 2020. And there was no necessity to plant mines since the said area was not a military zone. The mine was planted by Armenia during its withdrawal from Karbajar, in particular during 10-day extension. It has asked on allegedly humanitarian considerations, but in reality it abused Azerbaijan's extension. Most of the liberated territories of Azerbaijan, including even cemeteries, historical sites, and other civilian objects, have been systematically and indiscriminately mined by Armenia, Since the demining operation has started in the liberated areas of Azerbaijan, Anama has cleared about 3,000 hectares of land, destroying 9,211 explosive ordnances, 8,256 anti-personnel, and 3,792 anti-tank mines. Refusal by Armenia to release mined areas maps further complicates the situation on the ground and risks to increase casualties among the population. It took 7 months after the trilateral statement that under pressure from the United States and the European Union and through the mediation of Georgia, Armenia has finally released maps of minefields containing information about 97,000 anti-personnel and anti-tank mines located just in one region out of 7 that were previously occupied. The immediate release of information by Armenia on the location of remaining minefields is an absolute necessity to avoid further loss of innocent life and to move forward towards a speedy post-conflict reconstruction and rehabilitation. Armenia's behavior constitutes a clear violation of its obligations under international law and goes contrary to the spirit and letter of the Ottawa Convention. Despite huge resources allocated by Azerbaijan, the mining operations still require more resources given the size of contaminated areas. Azerbaijan urgently seeks broad international donor support, both in terms of funds and provision of technical equipment required to continue its demining efforts. We highly appreciate the assistance provided by Turkey, Russia, and Pakistan, and thank the United Kingdom and the United States that have also expressed their readiness to join the international demining efforts in Azerbaijan. We believe that the United Nations and its specialist agencies, such as UNMAS, could also play a role in mobilizing international support for demining operations in Azerbaijan. Using this August platform, Mr. President, we would like to call on all state partners to support Azerbaijan's mining efforts. In conclusion, let me reiterate that Azerbaijan is committed to working towards a world free of anti-personnel mines by 2025 and stands ready to support international efforts contributing to the important goal. I thank you.
I'd like to thank Azerbaijan for this statement, and it's good to have you during these intersessional meetings as a non-state party to the convention. The next on my list is the Republic of Korea. So the Republic of Korea, I give you the floor. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, I thank you. I hope you can see me and hear me very clearly. Thank you, Mr. President. At the outset, I would like to join previous speakers in congratulating you for your assumption of the presidency of the 19th MSP this year. Republic of Korea is pleased to attend the intersessional meetings of the Anti-Personnel Mining Convention as an observer. Korea fully shares and sympathizes with the concerns over the severe challenges caused by the indiscriminate use of anti-personnel mines. While the Republic of Korea, in light of the Korean Peninsula's unique security situation, is unable to accede to the Ottawa Convention at this juncture, we nevertheless support the objectives and purposes of the Convention. In this regard, we would like to elaborate various efforts that we have been making to mitigate the suffering caused by the anti-personnel mines. Korea has been clearing anti-personnel mines where possible in a steady manner. In conducting these activities, we abide by the majority of the principles of the International Mine Action Standards. We are also exercising strict control over anti-personnel landmines and has been maintaining an indefinite extension of the moratorium on their exports since 1997. Indeed, the Republic of Korea has not installed any anti-personnel mines at all for several years. When it comes to the existing mines, we undertake all possible precautionary measures to protect civilians from the risks and effects of mines. As a party to the Convention on Certain Conventional Weapons, and its amended Protocol 2, the Republic of Korea is also taking an active part in a range of discussions and activities to ensure limited and responsible use of mines. Taking this opportunity, my delegation would like to draw your attention to our demining activities in line with the efforts to achieve lasting peace on the Korean Peninsula. Following the adoption of the Pyongyang Joint Declaration of September 2018, the two Koreas removed landmines in certain areas of the Korean demilitarized zone, which were selected as the site to conduct a joint pilot search for remains of the Korean War. At the 74th UN General Assembly in 2019, President Moon Jae-in set out his vision to transform the Korean demilitarized zone into an international peace zone, including demining the area with the support of the international community. Korea will continue the dialogue and explore further opportunities for cooperation in this regard. We also would like to ask for the continued support from the international community to help bringing lasting peace to the Korean Peninsula. Mr. President, Korea has been taking part in international cooperation efforts to support those affected by landmines through multilateral channels, including the UN Voluntary Trust Fund for Assistance in Mine Action and the International Trust Fund for Demining and Mine Victims Assistance. Korea International Cooperation Agency, KOICA, is also contributing to the capacity building programs of the affected population and communities in countries including the Lao People's Democratic Republic, the Socialist Republic of Vietnam, the Democratic Republic of Congo. Experts from the Republic of Korea Ministry of National Defense have also been participating in these efforts by providing technical assistance. Mr. President, the Republic of Korea would like to reiterate its support and commitment to the objectives and purposes of the Ottawa Convention. I thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Republic of Korea, for your intervention. And the next who wants to speak under this item as a state not party to the convention is Armenia. So Armenia, you have the floor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Mr. Chairperson, Armenia has not yet signed the Ottawa Convention. The pending decision is clearly linked to the security environment in our region and to the principle of reciprocity when it comes to such a sensitive issue. The Republic of Armenia highly values the Convention as an important step to respond in a credible and efficient manner to the humanitarian challenges posed by the certain investments of military technology and sometimes takes measures on voluntary implementation of certain provisions thereof. Mr. Chairperson, the allegations of Azerbaijan on the so-called refusal of Armenian side to provide maps of the minefields in the region that came under Azerbaijan's control after the Nagorno-Karabakh war unleashed by Azerbaijan are nothing but a blatant misinterpretation and propaganda, to say the least. As an expression of goodwill, Armenia and Nagorno-Karabakh have provided Azerbaijan with the information on the minefields. However, even without that information, it was clear that the line of contact between Nagorno-Karabakh and Azerbaijan, which was created after the war of 1990s, has been heavily mined throughout decades by all sides to the conflict. Mr. Chairperson, when it comes to the recent war, hardly the retreating Armenian forces would have enough time to implement a structured and planned mining of the area. As the post-war searches of corpses demonstrated, the Armenian side retrieved from the territories now controlled by Azerbaijan the bodies of more than 1,500 Armenian servicemen. if the Armenian servicemen did not have enough time to evacuate their comrades and their slain bodies, how they could find time to mine that area. The majority of the territory that came under Azerbaijan's control after the Second Nagorno-Karabakh War of 2020 had been under Azerbaijan's control in the beginning of 1990s. And Azerbaijan heavily mined those areas then to deter the advancement of armed forces of Nagorno-Karabakh. The local Armenian population has been suffering for years from the minefields planted by Azerbaijan both in Nagorno-Karabakh and the adjacent regions. By the UNDP estimates hundreds were killed and hundreds more injured by mine explosions. The Hello Trust, British-American non-profit organization that has been engaged in demining in Nagorno-Karabakh estimates that, and I quote, there have been more landmine accidents per capita in Karabakh than anywhere in the world, end of the quote. Those anti-personnel landmines were planted by Azerbaijan against the people of Nagorno-Karabakh. Nagorno-Karabakh did not have enough capacity to demine all areas under its control, so it concentrated on the densely populated areas. The territories that came under Azerbaijan's control in 2020 were mostly not populated, so Nagorno-Karabakh, as a rule, did not concentrate on cleaning the minefields there. Thus, most probably some of the mine-related incidents result from the ones Azerbaijan had itself planted while retreating in 1990s. Mr. Chairman, for years, Azerbaijan was hindering the access of any humanitarian mission, including on mine action to Nagorno-Karabakh. The Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe was conducting a very symbolic training program in Armenia on mine action. Azerbaijan vehemently criticized the INUT's program and eventually abused the consensus rule of the OSCE to close the field presence of that organization in Armenia in 2016. This fact alone speaks volumes about Azerbaijan's perception of the humanitarian demining and its sanctimonious attempts to stand as a wolf in sheep's clothing. The heavy bombardment conducted by Azerbaijan during the Second Karabakh War contaminated almost all territory of Nagorno-Karabakh with numerous unexploded ordnances of war. The Human Rights Watch, in particular, confirmed the use of cluster ammunition by Azerbaijan. The civilian population greatly suffers from this scourge. As in 1990s, now again, Azerbaijan continues to hinder any kind of international assistance for clearing of mines and unexploded ordnances of war in Nagorno-Karabakh. Azerbaijan abuses this purely humanitarian action for its political purposes. As a spokesperson of the UN Secretary General, has recently confirmed Azerbaijan hindered the access of international organizations to the Nagorno-Karabakh. Mr. Chairman, most probably Azerbaijan has brought up this issue of minefields specifically now in an attempt to mislead the international community and to whitewash its gross violation of international humanitarian law and human rights law, in particular the unlawful detention of Armenian combatants and civilians. I thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Armenia, for this important statement. I understand we have the request for reply, the rights of reply. As I said in the beginning, for every delegation, the right of reply, the rules are as follows. You can have twice a right of reply with a maximum of 3 minutes for each right of reply. So Azerbaijan, you can take the floor. Thank you very much.
نعطي الكلمة لأذربيجان. تفضلوا.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I'm compelled to take the floor to exercise my
اضطررت إلى أن آخذ الكلمة طالبا حق الرد لأرد على مندوب أرمينيا. حضرة الرئيس لا يمكن لأرمينيا أن تتهرب من مسؤوليتها بالنسبة إلى إزالة الألغام في المناطق الملوثة، ولكن أرمينيا ترفض ذلك ولا تساهم في جهود إعادة البناء في هذه المنطقة. 6 أعضاء من مجموعتين أرمينية تم إلقاء القبض عليهم وهم يحاولون أن يزرعوا ألغاما في الأراضي أذربيجان. وبعد بيانات متناقضة من وزارة الدفاع في أرمينيا مباشرة بعد هذه الحادثة، رئيس وزراء أرمينيا اعترف بأن القوات العسكرية الأرمينية شاركت في زرع الألغام. ومؤخرا اعترفت أرمينيا بزرع ألغام في أحد مناطق أذربيجان، وأشاروا إننا قمنا بزرع 70 لغما نير كربجان ونهاية الاقتباس. وبالتالي مهما كانت المحاولات التي تبذلها أرمينيا ومهما كان نفيها لعملية نزع الألغام بعد خاصة بعد الخسارة التي بعد خسارتها للحرب سنة 2020 واضطرارها إلى انسحاب من الأراضي. وهذا يتناقض أيضا لروح التعاون في إطار هذه الاتفاقية. أما بالنسبة إلى عالمية الاتفاقية يجب أن نفكر كيف يمكن لأرمينيا أن تلتزم بتعهداتها بموجب القانون الدولي تحقيقا لعالم خال من الألغام. جميع المداخلات التي قامت بها أرمينيا ستبقى الكلمات حبرا على ورق في حال لم تتخذ الإجراءات المطلوبة لإزالة الألغام عن أراضيها. ونحن ندعو جميع دول الأطراف إلى أن تأخذ على محمل الجد هذه المسألة، فهذا أساسي لضمان العدالة والمساءلة وحماية الأرواح وحماية من يعيش في هذه المناطق ويتعرض لخطر المتفجرات من مخلفات الحرب. شكرا لممارستك حق الرد وشكرا لالتزامك ب3 دقائق. هناك طلب رد من أرمينيا، تفضلوا.
Thank you, Mr. President.
شكرا سيد الرئيس.
I beg your pardon for requesting the right to reply.
طلبت
Mr. President,
الكلمة. هناك تداخل في الصوت للأسف. من الضروري أن نشير أن أرمينيا سبق والتزمت بجميع تعهداتها بدءا من الاتفاق الثلاثي ل2030 بيننا للأسف نسمع هناك تدخل في الصوت.
Sorry. There seems to be a technical problem.
عفوا يقول الرئيس، هناك عفوا لأنني أقطعك، ولكن هناك مشكلة تقنية. هناك ميكروفون شغال لدى أحد
So if somebody can close its microphone
كان شغالا.
and then we can continue. Apologies for that, so please go ahead.
عفوا لأنني قطعك.
Should I start from the beginning or I can continue?
هل لي أن أبدأ منذ البداية؟
I think you can continue. I think we have
بإمكانك أن
most of your
تتابع
interventions
سيدي.
so far. Just wasn't the end that wasn't interesting. Thank you very much.
في نهاية المداخلة لم نسمع النهاية.
As opposed to that, Azerbaijan has a clear obligation
أذربيجان أمامها واجب واضح لتحرير سجناء الحرب بعد رفع ووقف العمليات العسكرية. ولكن أذربيجان لم تعيدهم وتسلمهم، بل بدأت تلاحقهم ملاحقة قضائية، بينما هناك
They are never criminals and can never be treated as such.
بموجب الاتفاقيات لا يمكن التعامل مع سجناء الحرب على أنهم مجرمين ولا يمكن ملاحقتهم في حال استمر النزاع، وبالتالي ما من حق قانوني لأذربيجان لتعامل هؤلاء بأي طريقة أخرى غير سجناء حرب. وكما أشار زميلي بالنسبة لما أشاره زميلي لجهة ستة أشخاص كانوا يزرعون الألغام، اسمحوا لي أن أرد على هذه المعلومات. فهذا انتهاك
Azerbaijani armed forces are now dislocated on the territory of Armenia along the border, entering some areas up to 3.5 kilometers into that area, and that 6 people were detained on the sovereign territory of the Republic of Armenia. I thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
شكرا سيد الرئيس.
I thank you very much for this right of reply and understand that Azerbaijan want to make use of its second and last right of reply. So please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I'm sorry for taking the floor again. Just brief remarks from our side to what just has been said by the Armenian representative. So my simple question to the Armenian representative will be the following. If Armenia is so strict in its compliance with the anti-landmines deregulation, so can he inform us when the Armenia is going to hand over the maps of remaining minefields in the Nagorno-Karabakh? First. Second, with regard to the POWs, so let me state very clear. In further fulfillment of the provisions of the trilateral statement of last year, November last year, Azerbaijan has returned all Armenian prisoners of war to Armenia. Contrary to the ground and secretations of Armenia, Azerbaijan currently holds no detainees classified as a prisoners of war under international humanitarian law. We call on Armenia to abandon its futile approach of distorting facts and misrepresenting information with circumstances and reasons for the detention of members of the terrorism and other groups of the armed forces of Armenia captured in the liberated Khojaland region of Azerbaijan, who are not considered prisoners of war in accordance with the IHL, and moreover, most recently, and several days ago, European Court of Human Rights rejected Armenia's appeals to immediately release 11 Armenians or nationals currently detained in Azerbaijan. By rejecting the appeal lodged by Armenia, the European Court confirmed Azerbaijan's right and obligations under international law to investigate and detain as well as prosecute individuals suspecting of violating national and international law, including committing heinous war crimes. So this is our answer, so quite clear answer. As for those allegations on the 6 persons captured in the Kalbajar region of the sabotage group of the armed forces of Armenia. So I recommend the representative of Armenia to get acquainted with the statement of the Prime Minister of Armenia. So it will be very clear for him what's happened and how it is.
Thank you very much. And I understand Armenia also wants to make use of its second and last right of reply. So Armenia, you can take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson, and I beg your pardon for taking the floor for the second time. Just a small remark addressing that Armenia is not a member of the Ottawa Convention once again, and it has no legal obligations or any other obligations to share any type of map with anybody. Armenia considers it as a pure humanitarian issue
أرمينيا ترى
and will
المسألة
deal
مسألة
in compliance with
إنسانية
its
بحتة
humanitarian responsibilities.
وفي هذا
Thank you.
المجال ستلتزم بالمبادئ ذات الصلة. شكرا.
Thank you very much. And
شكرا
it is clear from
لك.
these
ومن
interventions
الواضح
how
من هذه
the challenges are in the regions, but it's my
بأن
belief
هناك
also
تحديات
has
في المنطقة
opportunities.
ولكن
Now we
إلى
are
جانب
running a bit
التحديات
late
هناك
in the
الفرص.
agenda.
تأخرنا
So the
قليلا
proposal
مع
is
جدول
that the
أعمالنا
other
وبالتالي أقترح
delegations wanted
عليكم
to speak on this agenda item.
وأقترح
We
على
will
الوفود
deal with
الأخرى
this
التي
tomorrow.
تريد أن تأخذ الكلمة
And
أن
I still
نعود
have on my
إليهم
list
غدا
Germany,
على
United Kingdom,
قائمة
European
ألمانيا،
Union,
المملكة
Philippines,
المتحدة، الاتحاد
Canada,
الأوروبي،
and
الفلبين،
ICBL,
كندا
and maybe others also
وICBL
want to take the floor.
وربما آخرون
So the
أيضا.
ISU will keep you informed
وبالتالي
when we can manage to schedule
سنبقيكم
this
على بينة
for
عن طريق وحدة
tomorrow.
الدعم
So now,
التنفيذ
Excellencies
ISU.
and friends,
بالنسبة
allow me
إلى
now to turn it over to the chair
وقت
of the
إعطائكم الكلمة.
Victim Assistance
والآن أود أن أعطي
Committee
الكلمة
for the
لرئيس لجنة
thematic session
المساعدة
on
مساعدة
victim
الضحايا
assistance,
لكي
establishing or strengthening a centralized database. So you're
يدير
most welcome.
الحلقة
Please take your seat. And
المواضيعية ذات صلة
with this,
بمساعدة
I'd like to
الضحايا.
hand over the floor to you for Thailand, and thank you very much for all your work in this, and good luck with this session. Thank you very much.
وأتمنى لكم الحظ في هذه الدورة.
Thank you, Mr. President.
شكرا سيد الرئيس.
I think we can start now. Welcome everyone to this session on victim assistance. My name is Warwood Smutdalin. I'm the Minister Counselor at the Permanent Mission of Thailand to the United Nations in Geneva. On behalf of the Committee on Victim Assistance, I have the honor of moderating this session. Allow me to begin by inviting His Excellency Rongwut Virabut, Ambassador, Deputy Permanent Representative of Thailand, and Chair of the Committee on Victim Assistance, to deliver his opening remarks. Please, Ambassador.
Thank you very much.
شكرا جزيلا.
So we have come a long way in meeting the needs and rights of my victims. Great progress has been made in implementing the anti-personal ban convention's victim assistance provisions. Victim assistance is considered as one of the core objectives of the conventions. The committee commends the state parties and stakeholders for their efforts and commitment in this regard. There are still challenges to be addressed to achieve the objective of the My Ban conventions, including
من بين الأهداف
those of the Oslo Action Plan. The committee observed that one of the assistance challenges reported by the state party with victim assistance responsibility is data collections and the absence of national centralized database, which have directly affected planning, coordination, implementation, and reporting on victim assistance activity at various levels. It's a well-known fact that without good data, it will be difficult to understand the needs and coordinate assistance to my survival and person with disability. In this regard, I'm very happy that today we are joined by many victim assistance experts, policymakers, service providers, and practitioners who have been directly involved with improving and overcoming challenges concerned with data collection, data analysis, plus how to sustain and optimize the performance of such database. In this connection, from the information the state parties provided, the committee note that the data collection has been performed by various government authorities such as My Action Center, Ministry of Health and Social Affairs, as well as by other stakeholders such as Survival Network, NGO, UN Agency, Red Cross and Red Crescent Society, among others which have their own criteria, methodologies, and priorities. For that reason, a framework and a system or set of guidelines to guide, unifying, and rationalize data collection to transform statistics into actionable information is needed. Creating or strengthening such a system is a commitment under the Oslo Action Plan, Action 35, requiring the state party with my survival in area under their jurisdiction or control to establish or strengthen a centralized database that include information on person with disability, on person killed by mine, as well as a person injured by mine, and their needs and challenges. This aggregated by gender, age, and disability, and make this information available to relevant stakeholders to ensure a comprehensive response to addressing the needs of my victims. It's the sincere hope of the committee that through the sharing of experiences, lessons learned, and discussion during the next 90 minutes, state party with victim assistance responsibility would be able to better understand the importance of establishing or strengthening national centralized database, the need for improved data collection efforts, and would be in a better position to successfully fulfill their Action 35 responsibility. Additionally, I would like to invite representatives of state party with victim assistance responsibility to provide an update on their national efforts with regard to Action 35 and to consider responding to the following questions. What are the key challenges encountered in data collections and in transforming data into information to support national decision-making? What are some of the key challenges to overcome in establishing or strengthening a national centralized database? Given the situation and competing priorities, what practical steps can be taken to address these challenges? What support is available to improve data collections, data analysis, and establishing or strengthening centralized database? In conclusion, I thank our speaker for accepting the committee invitation to contribute to this important session, and I look forward to hearing from all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. Before I invite our speakers to present, I would like to remind the participants that after the speakers have presented, we will invite the state parties to take the floor on their works on Action 35. If you wish to make an intervention, please inform us by email to isu@apmybankconvention.org to register your country in the list of speakers, or raise your virtual hand here on the platform. Kindly note that each intervention will be limited to 3 minutes. You are welcome to provide more information in writing. Participants are welcome to share comments or questions through the chat box. Thank you for keeping your comments and questions relevant to Action 35. Without further ado, I would like to introduce you to Mr. Lauren Percy, who is the Impact Research Team Leader for the Landmine and Cluster Munition Monitor of the ICBL-CMC. He has been conducting research with the monitor for more than 15 years and has worked on victim assistance and data collection since 2004. Today, he will tell us about ICBL Landmine Monitor's findings and perspectives with regards to Action 35. Lauren, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Thank you to the Victim Assistance Committee and Thailand as the chair. It's a privilege and a pleasure to be able to present on this important issue of Action 35. Excellencies, colleagues, friends, landmine monitor reporting indicates that now much more is known about how many mine casualties and victims there are compared to 10 or 20 years ago. This is especially true of casualties. We just go to the next slide, please. How many there are and where they are, the age and sex, and also the types of activities that should be implemented to address their needs are much better known. Furthermore, at least 2/3 of the state's parties have taken some kind of survey. Could we just go to the next slide, please? At least 2/3 of states parties have undertaken some kind of survey. And one question is, though, now, how is that data being used? Because it's not always clear.
Hold on a second. We're trying to work on the PowerPoint. Perhaps, Lawrence, if you, I'm not sure how long would it take, but if you can continue a bit, and then I'll see how if we can solve the problem, please.
Certainly. Thank you very much. A database begins as a vision of its greatest potential. The choice of format is relevant to its operation, but it's also an opportunity to join a wider knowledge community and share information with people who use similar systems. Any mine action information system, epidemiological database, healthcare system, or any other such data management mechanism has its own advantages and limitations. But it's too easy to focus on the limitations and to say that we cannot make decisions without data. Even without adequate data at hand, there is ample context to draw from on which we can build databases and systems. A database itself can be informed by data, but also by experience. Can we go to the next slide, please? We can start by asking ourselves what a database can provide. Actionable knowledge, transferability. For example, is there a user-centered design focus? Does it need to address every type of victim as a service user? Or could it inform summaries of the typical service user and the extreme needs of some service users? Must it produce expository descriptions of the technical results of victim data for policymakers, scientists, and statisticians? Or could it be used to make quick and simple and easily understood presentations to explain a pressing need to someone in a ministry of health or social welfare? In these endeavors, states can learn from each other, sometimes with the support of intermediaries and international organizations. There is a real lack of formal guidelines in this kind of putting data together and the challenges, but there are many good examples in practice of overcoming the challenges. And you can see several challenges here. When considering the challenges, we have to remember that existing data is on people who have been reached and recorded already. And those who remain isolated are still not in data systems. Different sources of data will reflect populations that have already been recorded. And this basic bias of the data is unavoidable. Sometimes we see that states don't have the luxury of having access to all possible data sources. And context counts. Gender and diversity is important. For example, socially constructed gender norms can mean that women's access to assistance services is limited by unaffordability or the inability to travel to and access services. Some institutions are not able to share data, and guarantees of confidentiality to victims and survivors are very important and must be respected. However, yet another challenge is that relevant bodies are often unnecessarily fearful of sharing data, and this is because of deeply entrenched risk adversity that can be overcome through dialogue. Next slide, please. So, in short, actually, when creating databases that are simple and easy to use, the terms simple and easy in themselves can seem to be a contradiction. But it's the practices in different countries that show us that these things are possible. And I'm going to just look at a few practices. Thank you. If we go to the next slide. So, for example, the application of design thinking in health and social sector concerns based on a thorough understanding of the particular challenges of the systems involved is highlighted by the work of Thailand in its first victim survey. as seen in this slide. This victim survey was contributing to the registration of survivors under an existing disability registration system and also the expansion of universal health coverage. The goals or the why of the project included to effectively maintain a survivors database and regularly assess the needs of survivors, to utilize survivor data for coordination tools amongst government agencies, and to empower local authorities to manage the assistance system for victims to provide prompt services. Next slide, please. An effective format for data collection can involve integrating multiple databases. And this is the case in Bosnia and Herzegovina, where there's several sources of data were developed, each uniquely addressing a specific need. In cooperation with the Red Cross and Red Crescent societies, the Mine Action Centre matched together this data and complemented it with survey with survivors and had survivors working on compiling the data so that it was taking an inclusive approach. The data was combined into a single database showing these results, and this is a good example of compiling multiple sources of data. Next slide, please. One of the things that can be extremely helpful in database is making the information very accessible to people who need to be able to use it right away, and that can involve summary reporting. An effective format can express database findings in a visual summary that is simple enough to be readily understood but contains all the vital information. It can be in a summary that can be easily quotable by others so that that information can be passed on to those who need to use it. And this is the case of the Cambodia Mine Victim System, SIMVIS, and its regular reporting, monthly reporting, which is available online, which you can be seen in this slide. Next slide, please. Another online system which demonstrates how useful this kind of presentation of data can be is presented in the case of Colombia, where separate centralized databases are created to improve efficiency and set priorities as part of broader strategic planning, both in terms of victim data and data for services. They do not necessarily need to be combined into one database, because it's reasonable if they are made openly available with adequate information on how to access them and use them. And these separate databases are available online through these systems, and as you might have seen in this slide, both in terms of mapping and in raw data. Next slide, please. So we should realize that there's been a marked increase in data literacy since the COVID-19 pandemic. We are not just looking at averages or the place of individuals in the data, but ideas like modeling have become part of the public consciousness. There are potentials to apply inference and to make predictions. We can consider that indicators like these indicators of the ICBL CMC victim assistance guiding principles and can see and begin to wonder what the implications will be of using predictive approaches from centralized databases in order to address these kind of indicators, which match very closely with those of the Oslo Action Plan. And last slide, thanks. So, in conclusion, we can say that empathy is an essential element for a successful centralized database. We need to consider, though, that the greatest extent of victim assistance might not be fulfilled even with the enormity of effort to create excellent and adequate or the best possible databases. The more that data is available and the more that it's used, the more that victims will expect to see access to services and systems improve. Quite rightly, because the right to the highest available standard of health and rehabilitation is a human right, and states will need to respond to the expectations of these rights to be fulfilled. The fulfillment of these rights is part of the vital promise of the treaty. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Lauren, for pointing out to a lot of important aspects of that data collections, including key challenges and a need to improve national coordination to unify data on my victims. Now I have the pleasure to invite Mr. Riyad Nasser Mohana to tell us about Iraq's experience in working to create a national centralized database on my victims and persons with disabilities. Mr. Mohana works for the Victim Assistance Department of the Directorate of My Action at the Ministry of Health and Environment of Iraq. He is also the Victim Assistant Focal Point and led departments of my risk education and sports for persons with disabilities. Sir, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, sir, for giving me this opportunity to talk about the provision 35 of Oslo Action Plan and the details of the victim assistance data collection in Iraq. Okay, you know, our DMA, Directorate for Mine Action in Iraq, one of the Directorate in Minister of Health and Environment. According to the Oslo Action Plan, the provision 35 of we recommend number one, according to the strategic plan for victim assistance in Iraq that held in Baghdad. It's an international workshop held with the support of European Union and sponsored by ISU of Ottawa Convention. One of the recommendation of this and the conclusion of this workshop to establish a national unified database with participation of the other relevant participants, Minister of Health, Minister of Labor and Social Affairs, and participate of the Commission of Disabilities and Special Needs. This body is responsible for present medical services and social integrity to the victims in Iraq. Based on the what I have said, that, and of course we are keen to implement the recommendations. We of course promote our work with relevance and with participants to support this and to fulfill our commitment. That the first step that we have taken to establish a cable between the Minister of Communication and the Commission to install a server that collects all the national data into one unified server that, of course, and allocate and assign a cadre, a special cadre.
وكذلك قمنا بإعداد وتكليف كادر متخصص وانقطع صوت المتحدث لم يعد مسموعا.
I think there's a connection problem.
يبدو أن الخط انقطع.
Okay. Our staff is working on resolving the problem. So please bear with us a bit. Thank you.
نرجوكم أن تتحلوا بالصبر.
So we will try to reconnect with Mr. Mohana now, if we can get back to him.
and another some agencies that work in Iraq to collect and send.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes. We just lost you a bit, but please continue.
You hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now. But we don't see you on the screen, but we can hear you.
I will continue.
Yes, please continue.
Yes, we form teams special to collect information and especially in the rural areas that to facilitate collecting data because you know the families on the borders can't came to the central of the cities to record their information. And ICRC also participate in this in the mission of collecting data in some areas, especially in the liberated area. Of course, we have some lessons that we learned from the data collection. That is the data disaggregation in the most contaminated areas according to age, sex, type of work, and the kind of assisted devices and the cause of injury or death. And the form collect all or assigned all these information into a specific form and to facilitate it to data entry into ANISMA of DMA. And also we separate the awareness among victims and their families and to encourage them to record the data, to encourage them to have the knowing their rights and the to encourage them because most of them hesitate in the past because of the stigma and the ritual tradition, especially in the rural areas. Of course, this data disseminate with the relevant authorities, local and international agencies who responsible to present medical and social integrity services and facilitate access to the information to present medical and social integrity services. Of course, another thing, follow up and updating the data and analyze it with support of IMAP, which present technical support of data entry to reach a reliable database. The obstacles that we have faced, of course, the COVID-19 pandemic and its influence on the general situation of present, but we take some measures to facilitate the victims when they went to or they go to medical centers and to allocate some words that they when they need for medicament, for example, or any other medical situation they expose. And another obstacle, the delay of finance budget, of course, that delay the issue of unification of database. Till now, we have stopped and some points that we can't continue about the technical, due to technical problems because of the financial budget. The security situation in a liberated area from ISIS also prohibited and delay to reach the families that are victims, and especially in the remote areas and rural areas, because some hesitated situation, security, we can't reach it easily for these allocations. So we try our best to contact them, but you know, the security situation is an obstacle to reach those people. And you know, we till now have some measures that we deal with most unified database that according to the national plan for victim assistance by assisting of course ICRC and handicap to facilitate fulfill our missions. And of course now we are working especially in the liberated areas and in the south of Iraq to collect most of our data and to encourage the authority to comprehend the suffering of those people who are suffering too much and to highlight their situation to the decision maker to you know, to allocate the budget and to facilitate access to the services. And we have, of course, many survey, the statistic survey in the most polluted governorate. This we data entry of all information about those places, but you know, the increasing after ISIS occupied some terrain of Iraq, increased the situation of the victims and increased the disabilities which need to assistance of the international community and the other agencies in Iraq. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Muhanna, and apologies for some hiccups earlier. But what we learned from you is quite evident that developing a centralized system in Iraq is not without a challenge. But we think you have done some good work and look forward to hearing more from Iraq when the centralized database is put into full use. So next on my list is Ms. Roberta Sassano to tell us about the ICRC experience and suggestions in relation to supporting Iraq's effort to consolidate data. Roberta is the ICRC's weapon contamination coordinator in Iraq. She's been working in the field of risk awareness, safe behavior, victim assistance, and capacity developing in Africa, Middle East, and Eurasia for more than 10 years. So Roberta, you have the floor, please.
Thank you. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. There is a common ground between the various legal instruments available to protect explosive ordnance casualties and the integration of survival in all spheres of the society is that common ground. Significant global progresses have been made in addressing the other pillars of mine action, for example, by promoting non-technical survey and area reduction, but victim assistance remain a difficult topic to tackle, because to meet the needs and to protect the rights of all explosive ordnance casualties, a long-term, multidisciplinary and very well-coordinated commitment is needed. Iraq is defined as one of the most contaminated country in the world by extension of weapons contamination. To give you an idea about the size of the problem in Iraq from open sources, the extension of weapons contamination in Iraq is described as massive. The country has allegedly been contaminated with 3 million tons of explosive remnants, 25 million of landmines, and 30 million and plus of cluster munitions. This heavy presence of explosive remnants leads inevitably to human casualties. In Iraq, to ensure the rights of mine survivors and their inclusion in relevant policies and legal framework, various ministries have adopted their policies to meet needs of persons with disability. The ICRC in Iraq has accreditation for mine action-related activities only in federal Iraq. For this reason, the Directorate of Mine Action, who is the leading authorities for federal Iraq, is the only national authorities mentioned. The Directorate of Mine Action National Casualties Data Collection and Relating Database started in 2012, and to date it reports 34,000 casualties. Assuming that most of the casualties from the past have been registered, the Directorate of Mine Action is now asking to partner organizations to focus data collection effort on areas formerly controlled by the Islamic State group. This task has been taken very seriously by the ICRC, and it is at the center of the ICRC data collection project. In line with its mandate, the ICRC implements a holistic, multidisciplinary, and needs-based approach to helping protect the life and dignity of people affected by armed conflict or other situations of violence, and providing them with assistance. The ICRC recognized that such situations affect different groups of people in different ways. Factors relating to gender, age, disability, and cultural or ethnic diversity can influence people's vulnerability and affect their access to protection and assistance programs. In Iraq, in 2019, the ICRC, in partnership with the Iraqi Red Crescent Society and in coordination with the Director of Mine Action, initiated a data collection program aiming at creating a network of data collectors composed by the Iraqi Red Crescent Society volunteers. Given the complexity of the environment and the nature of this task, 1 year pilot phase was settled. The pilot phase ensured a solid experience from where drawing lessons, learning them, and transforming lessons into new directions, able to ensure sustainability, effectiveness, and efficiency. The full project has been monitored and evaluated by the Director of Mine Action, and all their remarks have been taken into account. The ICRC Weapons Contamination Unit in Iraq used the COVID-19 operational standby to elaborate ways to overcome challenges in data collection. Data collection is now about to restart, and from lessons learned during the pilot phase, and in order to overcome challenges in the reporting mechanism, a surveillance system where key local actors are aware of what to do when an explosive incident happens has to be strengthened and grounded into the society. A briefing to Muqtars and health facilities, for example, on data collection and victim assistance principle needs to be systematically conducted. Also, to make the difference, data gathering needs to be associated as soon as possible with referral. Mine survivors and other persons with disability have a unique perspective of their own situation and needs. Due to the complexity of the caseload management in Iraq, too many casualties and too many needs to cover, the ICRC is redefining its assistance criteria with the findings from a study who aims at drawing a comprehensive picture of explosive ordnance casualty needs and vulnerabilities. This said, to overcome challenges, data dissemination remains a pillar to improve. Without a unified and centralized database, compiling available information on casualties and the type of support already provided, the capacity to assist is reduced. Yet this concern has been recognized as priority during the recently written and under finalization National Mine Action Strategy for 2022-2028, piloted by the Geneva International Center for Humanitarian Demining, and it will be addressed as priority in 2022. Amongst the competing priorities, not all data gathered by partners is reported to the DMA. There is a need to standardize data collection. Currently, for example, new victims of explosive hazard should be reported by hospital using a specific form form, which then should be sent to the Ministry of Health. But this step seems lost in most of the cases. There might be a need to review the form in use and to find a compromise between the official IMSMA and the form used by the different organizations. Last but not least, amongst the competing priorities, standardize the victim assistance normative framework is the priority number one for the Directorate of Mine Action Victim Assistance Department. And the ICRC, together with Humanitarian and Inclusion, has committed to support the creation of victim assistance national mine action standards. For several reasons, we haven't been moving forward much, but now with the readopted IMAS on victim assistance, these tasks will be back to our agenda. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Roberta, for your contribution. I understand that you're on vacation, so thanks a lot for taking time to join us. So last but not least, I have the pleasure to invite Dr. Tabassum Aksif to share her experience from leading a disability survey in Afghanistan. Tabassum is the director of the Policy Research Department at the Asia Foundation's Office, Afghanistan. Since 2017, Tabassum department had overseen a number of national surveys, including the latest model disability survey of Afghanistan. So you have the floor, Dr. Aksif.
Thank you. Good morning, Excellencies and colleagues. As we all know, Afghanistan continues to be one of the most insecure and challenging environments for a number of reasons, including data collection and fieldwork. Beyond security, there's accessibility issues that are brought on by weather, climate changes, cultural constraints, suspicions among key gatekeepers at the local level, contested population estimates, numerator capacity, and so on. Drawing on experiences from our implementation of the Model Disability Survey of Afghanistan, MDSA, which was launched in 2020, I'll highlight some of the challenges that the Asia Foundation experienced in our implementation, and also share the strategies that we relied upon to ensure that the project was not only implemented successfully and within a reasonable time frame, but also to ensure that the data remains rigorous and credible. And finally, I'll share some of the challenges, or I'll address some of the challenges in promoting the use of data for informed policy making in Afghanistan. So the Asia Foundation in Afghanistan remains committed to closing the data gaps by providing empirical surveys and research to inform public policy and development programs to improve Afghans' lives. The MDSA is a complex, multi-stage sampling administered to adults and children. Nearly over 14,000 households were interviewed with the MDSA, with over 111,000 Afghans across the country represented in the data. Implemented with technical support from the WHO and with funding from USAID, the MDSA provides invaluable and timely data that demonstrates the scope of the problem in Afghanistan, with almost 80% of Afghans having some form of physical, functional, sensorial, or other disability. Among children aged 2 to 17, the figure is 17%. So some of the implementation challenges and lessons that we've learned follow. When it comes to planning and coordination, we didn't face too many challenges. We sought relevant permissions from the government, from the Ministry of Public Health, the National Statistics Information Authority, and we also sought their support in seeking formal consent for the WHO to engage with us. One of the most important strategies that we employed to ensure that we had buy-in from stakeholders and engagement from stakeholders was to work with a number of organizations, including Handicap International, also the Ministry of Public Health, the Ministry of Labor and Disabilities at the time, to work with them at multiple stages of the project implementation. We ensured that their opinions were taken into consideration. Feedback from the 2005 Disability Survey was also taken into consideration, and we addressed that when we planned the 2020 survey. The challenges really started when we started looking at the tools. When we designed the MDS, the standardized tool, we had to ensure that it was sensitive to local context, and this is usually the case when you're using an international tool. So we removed some of the questions that may have been deemed offensive, so questions on partner intimacy or even certain words that in 2005 our stakeholders told us were considered offensive or just kind of dated. One of the bigger issues that we also noticed was given the low literacy rates in Afghanistan, a lot of the terminology that was used in this standardized tool was unique to Afghans. So we addressed this by using flashcards with images and then the local language study and Pashto translations. Another issue that exists in a number of post-conflict countries is a lack of or challenges with the sampling frame. So given the lack of verified population estimations at the settlement level in Afghanistan, this can affect sampling and it can also affect weights. We couldn't really do a full census with the time constraints and budget constraints that we had, but we did continue to rely on government-endorsed statistics with the caveat that we know that there might be issues with this. We also noted challenges when we were implementing fieldwork. One of the biggest issues to get around was enumerator capacity. The MDS it's a household survey, but it's very focused on health. Because our over 1,000 enumerators are not medical practitioners, we spent quite a bit of time in training them on implementing this project for us. We used training guides that were designed by the WHO and translated them to local languages to ensure that enumerators understood what the project's aim was, and also to ensure that this aim and understanding was in line with WHO standards. The other sort of elephant in the room that we had to somehow address was inaccessibility in Afghanistan. There are certain places in the country that you simply have no access to. When we initially drew our sampling frame, we only had access to about 67% of the country. When we are in the field and a district becomes inaccessible, there's a lot of bias that goes into selection of replacement districts. So to mitigate this bias, we ensured that we had at least 3 replacements. So if District A became inaccessible, the enumerator knew where to go to at least 2 or 3 times. Accessibility happened for a number of reasons. Of course, there's security in Taliban, there's also weather. Given the dated population estimations, certain villages can no longer be found. We also had village level refusal. This was interesting because once we were inside the village, we worked with local leaders. The other challenge before we even got into the village was getting inside the district. And to get inside the district, we had a letter from the Ministry of Interior giving us permission to conduct the fieldwork. So at any point, if our enumerators were stopped by the police or by the Afghan National Defense and Security Forces, we just shared this letter with them. However, at the district level, when we didn't have that access, even if we used the local leaders or the local elders, if that didn't happen, we simply had to skip the village and move on to the next village. The other constraint that we faced were just cultural challenges. Afghanistan continues to be a very conservative environment, or very conservative country. So for enumerators to go inside a house and speak to a complete stranger, in most houses we had up to 3 different interviews with the head of household, randomly selected adult, and for a child. It's very difficult for them to gain consent and the trust of respondents, especially if the respondent that we select through the Kish grid is of the opposite gender. So to mitigate this to the extent possible, we relied on local enumerators. So enumerators from the areas that they survey. This also helps them gain trust and rapport with respondents. We also used pairs, male-female pairs of enumerators. So in every sampling point, there were either a husband and wife team or a brother and sister team. And each house that we interviewed, regardless of whether the respondent that we selected through the Kish grid was male or female, we had someone to interview them. Another challenge with fieldwork in Afghanistan is in making sure the fieldwork actually happens. This isn't only a challenge in Afghanistan, but it's all over the world. So in ensuring that fieldwork actually happens and that the enumerators are going to where we've asked them to go to, we relied on a set of independent third-party monitors. The independent third-party monitors randomly show up at any of the sampling points, and they sort of follow the enumerators around. And They ensure or report back to us and tell us whether the enumerators are following our sampling frame, if they're asking the questions or showing the flashcards when they're requested to, and any enumerator who's not following what we've kind of prescribed for them to do is removed from the project. On top of that, we also send field staff. The field staff or the staff from our office follow the third-party monitors who are following the enumerators around. On top of that, we also use GPS coordinates. So anytime an enumerator conducts an interview, he records a GPS coordinate. Overall, across the 14,000 interviews that we conducted, we have GPS coordinates for almost 99% of each sampling point. We also use direct observation, return visits by supervisors, and back checks to ensure that the interviews were conducted. With the 14,000 interviews, they were all conducted on pen and paper. There are issues when in an environment like Afghanistan, when you go into somebody's home and you have a phone or a tablet and you're asking them questions and recording it out. There's issues of suspicion, or it can even compromise on the reporting developed by the respondent and the enumerator. So to alleviate that to the extent possible, we only use pen and paper. So the logistic challenge with that is bringing the pen and paper interviews over 14,000 back to Afghanistan, back to Kabul, and entering that. So to ensure that the data enterers were paying attention and not getting too tired, we double entered a random 20% of randomly selected interviews. This way, we ensured that the data enterers were were kind of paying attention and not getting too tired, and any data entry errors were just removed completely or cross-checked with the hard copy of the interview. Across all stages of the implementation, we always had a backup. We always had a mitigation strategy. One of the most critical challenges, however, that continues in Afghanistan is data literacy. So even though we have this very rigorous data set and across all stages of the collection, we work very closely with the World Health Organization. We even worked with them to conduct some of the analysis. But data literacy is an issue. I know some of the speakers before me spoke a little bit about this, but the issue in Afghanistan is even more unique. What do you do when a report that you've developed or a data set that you've spent all this effort in creating or collecting is not being used? The problem in Afghanistan is it's data literacy. So one of the strategies that we use to address this is we have a data training program for government, for grad students, for local NGOs. It's a 6-week intensive data training program where we train Afghans on introductory and advanced level data analysis. Another challenge with this is the training materials are often in Farsi or they're in English. So there's issues in Afghans actually understanding what it is that we're learning. Our way to address this is develop our own curriculum materials. So all of the materials are in the local languages, and Afghans have so far been able to use these tools and also share them with their other colleagues. Another barrier for data literacy is the software is often expensive. Our way of addressing this is providing free software licenses for STATA to government. We also work very closely with government in coaching and in training them. So even if they're not interested in using our data set, we'll work with them on understanding their own data sets and helping them come up with different ways of analysis for their own data sets. So finally, what are some of the lessons that we've learned? When you're implementing a household or a nationally representative survey in Afghanistan, time frame is always an issue. Certain things are very time consuming in this environment. Working with multiple stakeholders has a plethora of benefits. Stakeholders are always going to be there to support you. They can help you in obtaining relevant permissions from the government, which usually does take time. There's also value added in ensuring that the standardized tools are adapted to the local contexts and ensuring that they are well understood by enumerators, and that if the enumerators are Understanding this and comfortable with this, it helps them in developing or establishing a better and stronger rapport with participants, which in turn helps improve the refusal rate, the non-response rate, and drop rate, and so on. We also employed the use of gender matching interviews, men and men, women and women. This is especially helpful when you're trying to get into areas that might be inaccessible. Using a brother and sister team or husband and wife team, especially if they're from that area, helps you get access that you might not necessarily have. To ensure that the field work's being done in the way that you've prescribed your partners to, the use of third-party monitors is always essential. Sending out your own field team to monitor your own staff, to monitor the monitors who are monitoring the field team is also very helpful. We did experience some setbacks with our dissemination. The report was launched in May 2020, which was right at not at the onset, but that's sort of when the pandemic started taking full steam and everyone had to pivot from in-person launches to virtual launches. This is now the new normal for us, but at the time it was very, the uncertainty did pose some challenges. We did manage to address this by, it's Kabul traffic, which is helicopters. And finally, data literacy in Afghanistan. This is a long-term project, but it's quite essential in ensuring that key stakeholders are understanding the data that you're collecting for them and that they're able to use it in a policy-forward manner. So thank you once again, ladies and gentlemen, for your time. We appreciate the opportunity to share some of our feedback and share our experiences with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Asif, for sharing your work on model disability survey in Afghanistan. I think it's quite interesting. So now, ladies and gentlemen, I think it's time to turn the floor to you. I have the list of speakers who would like to take the floor, and I would like to remind you to be short and precise because I think we're running out of time, but we try our best to manage for everyone to speak. And also, I also would like to welcome anyone who would like to pose questions to speakers to use the chat floor, and the speaker feel free to answer using that channel to answer questions as well. So it will be helpful. So now I would like to invite Chile to take the floor, followed by Uganda and Cambodia. So Chile, please.
Muchas gracias, señor coordinador. Como ustedes saben, la celebración del periodo interseccional de reuniones constituye una oportunidad para los Estados partes de la Convención para compartir información sobre el estado de implementación nacional de la Convención, al mismo tiempo de los desafíos que nos queda por delante. Como ustedes saben, el año 2020 marcó un hito importante para mi país. Luego de casi 20 años concluyó el proceso de desminado humanitario en territorio nacional. A nivel interno, el proceso nos dejó con un acervo de experiencias y lecciones aprendidas, las cuales estamos dispuestos a compartir y transmitir. Asimismo, nos dejó la satisfacción de poder estar contribuyendo con el fortalecimiento de la Convención como instrumento de desarme humanitario y una potencial herramienta para el desarrollo sostenible y la consecución de las metas SDG en muchos estados afectados. Sin perjuicio de lo anterior, sabemos que nuestra tarea nacional aún no termina. La asistencia para el cuidado y rehabilitación de víctimas de minas y su reintegración social y económica es una tarea pendiente. En tal sentido, permítame formular los siguientes breves comentarios preliminares. En relación al número de víctimas de minas antipersonales, a la fecha no se tiene información sobre la existencia de nuevas víctimas, a las informadas el año pasado que totalizaban 201. Esta información está sujeta a ser actualizada por nuestro Ministerio de Defensa, así como a la información desagregada según sexo, edad y discapacidad. En relación a la acción de asistencia a víctimas en cumplimiento de las obligaciones que Chile asumió con la Convención sobre Prohibición de Minas Antipersonales, se encuentra la adopción de la legislación nacional interna, que sirva como marco para la realización de actividades en materia de asistencia a víctimas. En tal sentido, la Ley 2021 tiene por objeto proporcionar la reparación y asistencia en rehabilitación e inclusión social y laboral a las víctimas de accidentes ocasionados por minas u otros artefactos explosivos militares abandonados o sin estallar. Posteriormente se aprobó el reglamento para hacer efectivos los beneficios contemplados en la ley. Conforme a la normativa legal, corresponde al Ministerio de Defensa, a través de la Subsecretaría de las Fuerzas Armadas, gestionar las actividades relacionadas con asistencia a víctimas, contempladas en la Convención de Ottawa y que fueron desarrolladas por la Secretaría Ejecutiva de la Comisión Nacional de Desminado. La Ley 21.021 se contempla toda la normativa y leyes nacionales referidas a la discapacidad, en particular la Ley 20.422, que establece normas sobre igualdad de oportunidades e inclusión social de personas con discapacidad, con ejecución de políticas y programas en este sentido. Respecto al progreso en la realización de esfuerzos multisectoriales para asegurar que la necesidad y derechos de las víctimas de minas se aborden de manera efectiva, el Servicio Social SECNAD ha elaborado acciones para otorgar asistencia integral y cumplir con los objetivos de que las víctimas de minas accedan a la atención integral de salud a través de diversas prestaciones médicas, facilitando su incorporación al sistema de protección social y a los beneficios estatales vigentes. Lo que se materializa a través de las siguientes acciones: coordinar el traslado, alojamiento y alimentación de las víctimas que viajen a evaluación médica y controles. Of course. También tenemos actuación respecto al compromiso financiero hecho por Chile en la implementación del compromiso de asistencia a víctimas. En este sentido, podemos decir que adicionalmente los beneficiados referidos al inciso anterior, a los beneficios que requieran prótesis o ortrosis, tendrán derecho a acceder a estas y al recambio que corresponde en conformidad al periodo útil. Para finalizar, señor presidente, reiteramos nuestro compromiso con la Convención, tanto a nivel nacional como internacional. Estos breves comentarios preliminares que tuve que acortar serán complementados con la información que nos remitan nuestras autoridades sectoriales competentes una vez recibamos la solicitud oficial de actualización. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Ambassador. So next is Uganda, please. Uganda, you have the floor. I don't hear it, right? In that case, if you can I pass it to Cambodia first? If I don't mind, Cambodia, you have the floor, please. I saw Uganda. I'm sorry. Uganda, no. Okay, Cambodia, please. You start now. Thank you.
Cambodia. Thank you so much, sir. First of all, on behalf of Cambodian delegation, I would like to express my sincere thanks for inviting us to share the progress made by Cambodia. And in terms of data collection, it's an effective way to identify challenge, problem, needs, source, and problem of any new victim and person with disability. In terms of data collection, Cambodian mine victim information system has recorded 65 mine user sorted in 2020. Moreover, with the expanding quality of life survey, 3,626 persons with disability in the country participate by using the new platform as a tablet to collect the data and send those to make QA/QC before publication as official national database and sharing to all stakeholders for seeking any support and necessary use. As One Physical Rehabilitation Center also contribute more than 18,000 autistic and autistic products, include more than 9,000 existing devices and 2,000 working apps. For conduct this data also has some challenge. Cambodia still faces many challenges such as emergency support and ongoing medical care, rehabilitation service, physical vocational training, community service, and also limitation of the data collection. And for Cambodian also, now we are updating so many forms of data collection. We transform from the use of computer and also now move to the tablet, and also be easy to record and share any information for data collection. And take this opportunity, I would like to thank so much to donor, especially to ISU, UNDP, and also UNICEF that always support us. Thank you.
على دعمنا. شكرا جزيلا. والصوت كان رديء جدا.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mao. Can I move on to Tajikistan, followed by Peru and Sudan? So Tajikistan, please.
Yes, Chairman, let me share the information on the status of implementation of Action 35 of Oslo Action Plan and share our experience and challenges we were facing in achieving the objective on this action. When the Tajikistan Mine Action Program was just initiated, only limited information on mine casualty was available through Tajikistan Red Cross Society and its local branches. IMSMA forms did not include victims' needs assessment part. IMSMA casualty form just included very general information about mine casualty. We were in great needs of victims' death, specifically needs and challenges facing by landmine survivors and families of victims in order to access situation and have a foundation of which we could set priorities, develop plans and service based on identification needs. Taking into account that the different types of data were necessary to address not only the immediate needs of casualty, but also the long-term rights and needs of survivors and affected families. Therefore, at the VA Technical Working Group meeting, we discussed with VA stakeholders on the type of data that is to be collected, how it will be collected and updated, and most importantly, what it will be used for. In 2012, TNMAC started a close cooperation with RCRC and Tajik Red Cross Society for data collection. A data set with number of questions to recorded landmine ERW casualties and to access and monitoring the needs of survivors was created as part of Tajikistan IMSMA. TNMAC's cooperation with RCRC developed victim data and needs assessment questionnaire in Tajik language based on existing questionnaire by their adaptation to the Tajikistan reality. To ensure confidentiality and respect for privacy, couple of additional questions were included if survivors agreed that their data will be shared with victim assistant, IPs, government, etc. Then data collectors among Red Cross, Tajik Red Cross Society volunteers living close to the casualty place were chosen. Remembering that data, if it's not just about statistics, but it's about the people, thus we conducted 3 days training on the data collection for Tajik Red Cross Society volunteers. Training agenda also included information about rights, needs, and capacities of survivors, sensitivity to possibility psychological trauma caused by landmine or ERW explosion. All obtained information after review and validation by TNMAC, VA officer was entered into IMSMA core database. That TNMAC has developed a centralized database IMSMA core that includes information on person killed by mines, as well on the person injured by mines or their needs and challenges designated by gender, age, of types of disability. Since 1992, the total number of casualties resulting from accident with mines and explosive remnants of war is 884 landmine ERW victims, 534 survivors, 350 fatalities. In 2021, 2 casualties were registered. One shipman was injured and other man was killed in the result of ERW explosion.
Director, can you wrap it up, please?
Making this information available to all relevant stakeholders, local departments, social protection, Tajik Red Cross Society, etc. Upon the request to ensure a comprehensive response to addressing the needs of mine victims, especially during pandemic period. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Peru, please.
Señor presidente, muy buenas tardes. ¿Me escucha bien?
Yes, I can hear you and see you clearly.
Gracias. Señor presidente, en concordancia con la acción 33 del Plan de Acción de Oslo, el Centro Peruano de Acción contra Minas Antipersonal es el ente encargado de proponer la política de Estado en materia de acción integral contra las minas antipersonal en el Perú, así como de supervisar el cumplimiento de los objetivos de la Convención de Ottawa. En este marco, Contraminas coordina con diversos sectores la incorporación de las víctimas de minas antipersonal en las políticas y programas del Estado peruano en materia de salud, educación y trabajo, destinados a su reinserción social y reintegración económica. A junio de 2021, la base de datos de Contraminas registra 348 víctimas de minas antipersonal, 150 de procedencia civil, 120 de las Fuerzas Armadas y 78 de la Policía Nacional. El 60% de las víctimas son menores de 50 años y la última víctima de minas antipersonal se reportó en septiembre de 2017. Se tiene registro de 15 víctimas civiles de sexo femenino, a las cuales el Estado peruano les brinda las mismas oportunidades de inclusión económica y protección social que las de sexo masculino, consistente ello con la medida 33 del Plan de Acción. Esta base de datos contiene información que ha sido puesta a disposición de las entidades pertinentes para garantizar una respuesta integral a las necesidades de las víctimas de minas antipersonal, tal y como se establece en la medida 35 del Plan de Acción. En el Perú existe un marco jurídico que asegura la inclusión y participación plena de las víctimas en la sociedad, habiendo sido registradas en el Consejo Nacional para el Desarrollo y la Inclusión de las Personas con Discapacidad, CONADI, institución que tiene como objetivo establecer la política pública para las personas con discapacidad, así como promover sus derechos humanos, plena inclusión y participación en todos los ámbitos de la vida. Las víctimas civiles son beneficiarias del Seguro Integral de Salud o del Seguro Social, a cuyos servicios acceden en los hospitales de sus respectivas regiones, de acuerdo con lo establecido en la Ley 29973, Ley General de la Persona con Discapacidad, siendo ello de conformidad con la medida 36 del Plan de Acción. Finalmente, señor presidente, Contraminas continúa coordinando con el Instituto Nacional de Rehabilitación, el Instituto Nacional de Oftalmología, el Hospital Daniel Alcides Carrión de Huancayo y otras entidades públicas y privadas, la atención en materia de rehabilitación integral y ayuda psicológica, con especial atención en las víctimas civiles que constituye el sector más vulnerable. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Peru. So now I would like to invite Sudan and then followed by Uganda and Colombia. Sudan, please.
سيد الرئيس، الحضور الكريم، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته. يظل السودان ملتزما بضمان المشاركة الكاملة والمتساوية والفعالة للضحايا الإلغام في المجتمع على أساس احترام حقوق الإنسان والمساواة بين الجنسين وعدم التميز. ولكي تكون مساعدة الضحايا فعالة ومستدامة تم دمجها في السياسات والخطط والأطر القانونية الوطنية الأوسع نطاقا المتعلقة بحقوق الأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة. منذ العام 2002 وحتى مايو من العام 2021 تم التبليغ عن 2351 ضحية، منهم 1720 مصاب و631 قتيل، مسجلين بقاعدة البيانات بقسم المعلومات بالمركز القومي لمكافحة الألغام. آلية جمع البيانات لضحايا الألغام ومخلفات الحرب في السودان تتم عبر المكاتب الفرعية للمركز القومي لمكافحة الألغام والمنظمات العاملة في مجال مكافحة الألغام والجهات المختصة مثل الأطراف الصناعية واتحادات المعاقين. تجمع البيانات وتنقح ويتم تسجيلها في قاعدة بيانات قسم المعلومات بالمركز القومي لمكافحة الألغام، ولضمان تقديم الحقوق اللازمة لضحايا الألغام ومخلفات الحرب ومواجهة التحديات التي تواجه تقديم المساعدة لهم. كان لابد من مراعاة تحديث البيانات باستمرار وضمان دقتها من حيث التفاصيل المطلوبة للجنس والعمر حول الوفيات والناجين والضحايا غير المباشرين. لضمان المواكبة ودقة المعلومات تم إعادة مسح عدد من الولايات الأكثر تأثراً بالألغام ومخلفات الحرب: جنوب كردفان والنيل الأزرق وولاية شمال وجنوب دارفور، عبر المكاتب الفرعية والمنظمات الوطنية العاملة في مجال مكافحة الألغام. لم يكتمل حتى الآن العمل في مسح جميع المحليات بهذه الولايات نسبة للعديد من التحديات الآتية: ضعف التمويل المالي المخصص للمسح بالمقارنة مع حجم العمل المطلوب، الموقف الأمني في بعض أجزاء ولايتي النيل الأزرق وجنوب كردفان، العادات والتقاليد المحلية التي تؤثر أحياناً بشكل عكسي على تحقيق الأهداف، بعد أماكن وجود بعض الضحايا وتنقلهم من مكان لآخر، ووعورة الطرق والظروف المناخية. تأثر السودان بمثل ما تأثرت به معظم دول العالم بجائحة كورونا، دخول بعض المناطق حيز السلام من المتوقع وجود العديد من الضحايا فيها. نسبة للتنسيق العالي والتعاون المشترك بين المركز القومي لمكافحة الألغام ومكتب الأمم المتحدة لخدمات الألغام، زاد حجم التمويل المقدم من المانحين لبرنامج مكافحة الألغام بالسودان، وكان الدعم مقدم من دولة اليابان والولايات المتحدة الأمريكية، إيطاليا، صندوق الأمم المتحدة الاستنمائي للأمن الإنساني وحكومة السودان. إنما ظل يطلع به برنامج السوداني لمكافحة الألغام للأغراض الإنسانية بالتنسيق والتعاون مع مكتب الأمم المتحدة لخدمات الألغام والشركاء تجاه ضحايا الألغام ومخلفات الحرب، التزام تقره وتدعمه الحكومة السودانية وتتجابه معه منظمات المجتمع المدني، ويشهد مجاله العديد من المبادرات التي يدفعها دعم الدولة والتزامها تجاه هذا البرنامج لتحسين وضع الضحايا الاقتصادي وإعادة دمجهم في المجتمع مع التأهيل النفسي والجسدي ورفع الوعي والمناصرة لحقوقهم.
Thank you, Sudan. So next is Uganda, followed by Colombia and Thailand. Uganda, please.
وبعدها كولومبيا.
Hello, Uganda?
Hello,
yes, please.
Thank you.
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Chairperson, Your Excellencies, members present. Thank you for giving Uganda an opportunity to present in this meeting about the land victim assistance and the data. I would like to tell you that currently Uganda does not have actual statistics on the number of all persons with disabilities. We just estimate that it is 12.4% of the total population of Uganda, and so we also don't have data on landmine survivors. But we still estimate that the number is over 2,500 persons, and therefore, because of lack of data, the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development is in the process of developing a disability management information system, which is going to have conclusive data on all persons with disabilities in Uganda, including the landmine survivors. The disability information management system is aimed at ensuring that information on all persons with disabilities is available to all those that would like to use it. And this will, among others, include the age, the gender, the sex, the type of impairment, and the cause, to help the government and partners to inform planning and delivery of services to the persons with disabilities. This is going to be rolled out in step by step, beginning with the beneficiaries of what we call the National Special Grant. Uganda has a National Special Grant that is an income-generating grant for groups of persons with disabilities, including the landmine survivors or their caregivers. So this information management system is going to be first rolled out in steps, but first it is going to capture the beneficiaries, and eventually the information will be captured for all that need it. We used to have the Ministry of Health of Uganda used to collect data on the casualties when Uganda was still contaminated, but this stopped in 2012. So currently, even when there is a casualty that happens, we don't have information. And therefore, as I conclude, I would like to say that Uganda would still like to conduct a survey on landmine survivors and victims to identify their unique challenges and also to try and find ways of addressing these challenges. However, conducting this survey would require funding for human resources and financial resources, which we don't have currently. Human resources is actually present, but we don't have the financial resources. So if we could get funding, we could carry out this study and get this crucial information, which is very, very vital for ensuring that the needs of landmine victims are included in the relevant national policies, programs, and plans. I thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. So next is Colombia, please. Yes, Colombia.
Gracias. Agradezco la oportunidad para compartir la experiencia de Colombia. La acción integral contra las minas antipersonal es una competencia de la Oficina del Alto Comisionado para la Paz, entidad que es fuente oficial de información en materia para Colombia. La información estadística de la acción integral contra minas antipersonal es información pública que se actualiza mensualmente con información desagregada por condición, género, estado, rango de edad, pertenencia a grupos étnicos, entre otras variables. Sobre el fortalecimiento de la base de datos nacional, me gustaría hacer referencia a 3 elementos principales. En primer lugar, en Colombia existe un marco normativo orientado a promover la atención a las víctimas en conflicto armado. La Ley de Víctimas del año 2011 fijó medidas de atención de asistencia a reparación integral y estableció 13 hechos victimizantes, entre ellos accidentes por minas antipersonal. Colombia actualmente tiene un registro histórico de 12.051 víctimas de mina antipersonal. En segundo lugar, una buena práctica desarrollada por Colombia corresponde al fortalecimiento de la gestión de información con autoridades locales y los sobrevivientes en zonas de riesgo. Se trabaja con las autoridades locales para certificar los accidentes y las personas afectadas por las minas antipersonal. Las autoridades locales validan y verifican la información a través de consejos de seguridad, y esto es un insumo necesario para la planificación de las tareas de prevención y posteriores operaciones de desminado humanitario. En el 2015, iniciamos un proceso de fortalecimiento de las capacidades de asociación de víctimas de mina antipersonal con ejercicios de contratación directa. En el 2020, este trabajo permitió la cobertura de más de 4.000 personas capacitadas en educación en el riesgo de minas, más de 2.800 personas capacitadas en la ruta de asistencia integral a víctimas y 17 municipios intervenidos con la política de acción integral contra las minas para Colombia. Para este año se ha dispuesto más de alrededor de $200.000 para continuar el trabajo de fortalecimiento de las asociaciones. En tercer lugar, se han establecido procesos de intercambio de información con entidades y organizaciones del sector a fin de complementar los registros y ponerlos a disposición de las partes interesadas. Es así como la Oficina del Alto Comisionado para la Paz hace parte del subcomité técnico de sistema de información creado por la Ley de Víctimas. Con el Ministerio de Salud Se comparte y contrasta la información con el Sistema de Vigilancia Epidemiológica Vigila del Instituto Nacional de Salud. Esto facilita el acceso a los registros administrativos del Ministerio de Salud en materia de servicios médicos y afiliaciones al Sistema General de Seguridad Social en Colombia, que cubre los servicios de salud, pensiones, riesgos laborales y subsidio familiar. Asimismo, según las competencias de cada entidad con el Comité Internacional de la Cruz Roja, se contrasta la información de víctimas por mina antipersonal y municiones usadas sin explosionar. De igual forma, se notifica al Instituto Colombiano de Bienestar Familiar de los accidentes de los menores de edad con el fin de generar progresos de restablecimiento de derechos a las niñas, niños y adolescentes víctimas del conflicto. Para finalizar, Colombia expresa su disponibilidad para compartir esta experiencia a las herramientas de gestión de información con las cuales contamos a fin de fortalecer el trabajo que adelantan los Estados partes en esta materia. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. I think we are a bit running out of time, and I think I have to cut it short. And since next in line is Thailand, my own country, so I have to I probably have to be the one who just asked Thailand, and the rest we will find time for your intervention, for your statement later on. I guess because we have another session coming up, I would like to ask my Ambassador Rongwood to say a few words to conclude our session. Please, Ambassador.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, for moderating this discussions. I also thank you very much for the panelists and the experts from the State Committee to sharing your knowledge and experience in the area of the victim assistance. Listening carefully to what we have listened in this discussion today, you will see that data collections for the victim assistance work is quite a challenging task for all of us. You will see that the problems or the obstacles start from the physical things, which is how can we access to the area with has security problems, data privacy, how can people who give the information can keep this private or something, and also the financial resources, as well as the expertise, or how can we make the data easy and simple, and we can analyze it in a more appropriate way. So I think that this data collections things be challenging work for all of us, and I can assure you that the data collection action number 35 is not finished here in this discussion, but we continue to have the dialogue on these issues in the victim assistance expert meeting, which is going to be held in the margin of the 19 MSP in November as well. So we can discuss this in detail a bit to find the way that we can make progress on the issue of the data collections. And this brings me to the conclusion of this panel discussion, and I would like to thank all the speakers and representatives of the state party that took the floor. And thanks everyone for your participation, which made today's panel discussion very successful. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador. So I would like to invite, I think it's the next to the thematic session, integrating gender and the diverse needs of affected community in operational planning and prioritization. So I would like to pass the floor to the president, to the ISU, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Yeah, there are two side events in the next 45 minutes or so. As you will soon see it on your screen, the first side event that will appear soon on the screen is organized by the Latin American Survivors of Mines ERW and persons with disabilities. They will discuss the good practice in victim assistance in armed violence in the Latin American region. That will be in the main room because there will be translation provided into English. So if you like to participate in this side event, you will stay in the main room. The second side event is called Best Practice in Survey. That's organized by MAC. If you click on the breakout rooms, you will see the name of this side event. If you like to join this side event, just click on the breakout rooms and click join and you are in that side event. Thank you.
انقروا على join أي الانضمام إلى هذا الحدث الجانبي للمشاركة فيه. شكرا.
Buenas tardes a todos los asistentes a este evento paralelo. La red latinoamericana de asociaciones de sobrevivientes de minas antipersonales, restos explosivos de guerra y otras personas con discapacidad presentará a ustedes el bloque titulado Análisis y retos regionales en la asistencia integral a las víctimas. El objetivo del evento es presentar a la red y los análisis y reflexiones desde los estudios sobre buenas prácticas en asistencia a víctimas y la reducción de la violencia armada en la región de América Latina. Mi nombre es Sergio Aníbar, soy de Chile, sobreviviente de UXO y miembro del Comité de Coordinación Transitorio de la red y seré el moderador de este evento. Solicitamos por favor mantener los micrófonos apagados. Al final de las presentaciones habrá una ronda de preguntas y respuestas entre asistentes y panelistas. En primer lugar, dejaré con ustedes a cargo de la presentación de la red a nuestro compañero Luis Raimundo, quien es de Guatemala, sobreviviente de munición de guerra y miembro del Comité de Coordinación Transitorio de la red.
Bueno, creo que hoy sí. Muchas gracias. Bueno, buenos días a todos y todas. Muchas gracias por el espacio. Mi nombre es Luis Beltrán Diego Raimundo Pérez, presidente de la Asociación Guatemalteca de Personas con Discapacidad, AGP de Manuel Tot. Yo soy una persona lisiado de guerra. Después de la firma de los acuerdos de paz se crea la asociación nuestra. Nuestro punto principal en este momento es la presentación de la red, donde formo parte como miembro de la comisión coordinadora de transitoria. La red pues tiene su historial. Desde el año 2014, Humanity Inclusion, que antes se llamaba Handicap Internacional, empieza a trabajar con las organizaciones de sobrevivientes en el territorio colombiano, con el objetivo de apoyar las iniciativas de las organizaciones y líderes colombianos, latinoamericanos y también a nivel mundial. En los años 2015 a 2019 se realizan 5 seminarios con el objetivo de apoyar a las organizaciones de sobrevivientes de minas para el fortalecimiento de los temas laborales, apoyo psicosocial, participación ciudadana, incidencia política y derechos humanos. Esto se fue consolidando con el tiempo y se fue involucrando a más organizaciones y logramos entonces contar con el acompañamiento de ICBL, que es la Compañía Internacional contra las Minas. Así también la incorporación de donantes que fueron apoyando los diferentes temas, como la cooperación suiza y el Ministerio de Relaciones Exteriores de Noruega, y al mismo tiempo a diferentes grupos de trabajo de la región. En el año 2019 se lleva a cabo el 5º seminario con un grupo más amplio de las organizaciones víctimas y sobrevivientes de minas, de los países de Colombia, Ecuador, Chile, Perú, Nicaragua, El Salvador, Honduras y por supuesto Guatemala. Y se consolida la propuesta de la creación de la red de sobrevivientes de minas y la creación de un grupo entonces transitorio, que bueno, es donde estamos nosotros, el grupo coordinador. La llegada de la pandemia nos afectó a todos. Sin embargo, con mucho esfuerzo logramos establecer las coordinaciones para el seguimiento del trabajo a nivel latinoamericano. Actualmente la red cuenta con 17 organizaciones sobrevivientes miembros, 10 organizaciones específicamente en el país de Colombia y también, perdón, la incorporación de los otros 7 países miembros que ya mencioné con anterioridad. Con la creación del grupo coordinador, pues se busca visibilizar las necesidades de los sobrevivientes de minas antipersonales a nivel latinoamericano y también mundial. Hasta la fecha, como comisión o como comité coordinador transitorio, hemos logrado realizar las siguientes actividades y estudios. Como primero, tenemos el estudio de buenas prácticas en asistencia a víctimas. También como segundo trabajo es el estudio de reducción de la violencia armada en Latinoamérica. También se estableció o se creó el sitio web de la red, que pronto va a estar al público. Y como cuarto punto tenemos también el plan de acción de la red del año 2021 a 2022. Esto sería a grandes rasgos nuestra presentación y el historial de la creación de la red de sobrevivientes de mina. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, Luis Raimundo. A continuación hará la presentación de los resultados del estudio de buenas prácticas en asistencia a víctimas implementado por las organizaciones de la red. Wanda Muñoz, quien es consultora en asistencia a víctimas y miembro de la Red de Seguridad Humana de Latinoamérica y el Caribe, CELAC.
Buenas tardes. Bueno, pues buenos días y buenas tardes. Muchas gracias a todos. Quisiera empezar con un agradecimiento muy sincero a la red por la invitación a estar aquí con ustedes el día de hoy. Me siento muy honrada. Voy a compartir los resultados de la investigación que tuve el gusto de facilitar para la Red Latinoamericana IHI en 2019. Y digo facilitar porque más que ser autora, lo que hice fue reflejar el aprendizaje y el gran trabajo que ya están haciendo estas asociaciones en la región. Y se contó también con contribuciones de ICBL, de READIS y de la Cooperación Suiza y Noruega. Hoy quisiera darles solo una probadita para que se animen a leer este texto y conocer más del maravilloso trabajo que están realizando las asociaciones y sus propuestas. Empiezo con un elemento de contexto. En América Latina calculamos que hay alrededor de 20,000 víctimas, pero este número es probablemente mayor, pues en algunos países no hay registros oficiales ni completos o que se sigan actualizando, ni mecanismos de monitoreo que nos permitan identificar cuál es la situación de cada uno y cada uno de los sobrevivientes. En cuanto al trabajo de las asociaciones, por una parte realizan incidencia a diferentes niveles, pero también implementan y otorgan algunos servicios en particular para responder a ciertos vacíos del Estado. Entre ellos, apoyo entre pares, acompañamiento de las y los sobrevivientes, personas con discapacidad y sus familias en acceso a derechos y servicios y fortalecimiento asociativo. Quisiera detenerme en algunos temas emergentes que las organizaciones están trabajando. Y que me han parecido fascinantes por su precisión, su relevancia y su innovación. Además, porque crean realmente sinergias, que es un término que escuchamos mucho, realmente crean sinergias en la práctica con otros marcos. Estos son temas que si bien todavía no se abordan sistemáticamente como asistencia a víctimas a nivel internacional, deberíamos empezar a considerar porque realmente tienen un impacto en su calidad de vida. Y entre estos se encuentran salud sexual y reproductiva, respuesta a la violencia basada en género, gestión de riesgo de desastres, trabajo desde población indígena y afrodescendiente, respeto del medio ambiente y formas tradicionales de agricultura, asistencia a víctimas en situaciones de violencia armada e incidencia en los derechos de personas con discapacidad como un eje que puede facilitar la reconciliación entre diferentes actores de un conflicto armado. Ahora voy a presentar las recomendaciones brevemente en respuesta a los desafíos que no enumero por cuestiones de tiempo. Subrayo que algunas de estas recomendaciones ya se encuentran en el Plan de Acción de Oslo, por lo cual pues ya se consideran unas prioridades a nivel internacional. En primer lugar, y vinculando con la sesión anterior, establecer o actualizar un registro oficial para identificar y localizar a los sobrevivientes de minas y restos explosivos de guerra, con información desglosada por sexo, edad, discapacidad y otras características e identidades que nos permitan conocer su situación y realmente poder constatar cómo va evolucionando su calidad de vida. ¿Y qué medidas se están tomando para responder a ello? Realmente necesitamos ir a ese nivel individual y no quedarnos en informes macro, porque esos no nos permiten realmente evaluar qué está pasando con la vida de los sobrevivientes. 2. Establecer o fortalecer mecanismos de acompañamiento y rutas de atención claras y completas que permitan derivar a sobrevivientes de mina y personas con discapacidad a toda la gama de servicios que requieren. 3, fortalecer los sistemas de salud para que sean accesibles, incluyendo aquellos servicios de salud sexual y reproductiva y respuesta a la violencia basada en género. 4, formalizar el apoyo entre pares, que es fundamental en los programas y en las rutas de atención y otorgar apoyo técnico y financiero para las asociaciones que lo están implementando. 5, tomar medidas prontas para mejorar el acceso de las sobrevivientes, los sobrevivientes y personas con discapacidad a los servicios que contribuyen a que tengan un empleo y un ingreso digno. Y esto no entro en el detalle de los diferentes servicios que son necesarios para ello, pero lo pueden consultar en la acción 39 del Plan de Acción de Oslo. 6, apoyar y fortalecer los proyectos asociativos de las organizaciones. 7, si bien es de felicitar que haya de los países de nuestra región la mayoría que han ratificado la Convención de los Derechos de las Personas con Discapacidad, para demostrar que a través de este marco cumplen con las obligaciones de asistencia a víctimas, es necesario establecer o fortalecer un monitoreo específico de las y los sobrevivientes para garantizar o evaluar si realmente están teniendo acceso a sus derechos. No es suficiente deducir o extrapolar que los sobrevivientes se están beneficiando, pues su experiencia demuestra que no necesariamente es el caso. Es realmente obligación de cada país evaluarlo y demostrarlo con la participación de los sobrevivientes e incluirlo en sus informes anuales. Y finalmente, en América Latina hay menos sobrevivientes que en otras regiones y es por ello que a veces tal vez se considera un poco menos prioritario tanto para los estados como para la cooperación internacional. Pero queremos recordar que los derechos humanos no dependen de un mayor o un menor número de personas. Todas y todos los sobrevivientes y personas con discapacidad deben ejercer sus derechos en cualquier país del mundo y los estados y las instituciones deben implementarlos y rendir cuentas al respecto. Para concluir, invito a quienes nos están escuchando a leer esta publicación. Voy a pegar el link al documento en el chat y al resumen ejecutivo en inglés y sobre todo acercarse a la red para dialogar. Yo felicito afectuosamente a la Red LAD por su gran trabajo, por este evento paralelo, que sea el primero de muchos otros por venir, porque su voz debe estar escuchada. Muchas gracias nuevamente.
Gracias, Wanda. Excelente exposición del primer estudio realizado por la red el año 2019. Para continuar a la presentación de los resultados del estudio sobre la reducción de la violencia armada en la región de América Latina, Miriam Santos de Colombia, miembro del Comité de Coordinación Transitorio de la red.
Hello, may I ask to... Okay, is there someone speaking?
Adelante, Camila. Sí.
Thank you. I'm looking for Miriam Santos to unmute her. So if she could raise her hand, that would be probably easier. Miriam, can you please talk? You should be unmuted.
Hola, ¿me escuchan? Hola.
Correcto. ¿Se escucha?
Hola.
¿Se escucha, Miriam?
Sí, me escuchan. Hola. Sí. Bueno, muy buenos días y buenas tardes. A mí me correspondió el resultado de los estudios sobre la reducción de la violencia armada. Uno de los objetivos de nosotros era realizar un estudio que permitiera movilizar el conocimiento situado sobre la violencia armada en las reales latinoamericanas asociaciones, desorientes de personas y otras personas con discapacidad. En miras de reflexionar en una agenda pública regional a la reducción y violencia y atención de víctimas. La red necesita fortalecerse no solo en capacidad, también de logística y financiera, sino también la capacidad argumentativa para el incidente en 3 líneas. 1. Frente a la asistencia integral de víctimas de violencia y personas y restos explosivos de guerra. El fortalecimiento asociativo e inclusión integral, socioeconómico y acompañamiento psicosocial, asistencia jurídica y rehabilitación, como propone el artículo 6 del numeral 3 de la Convención de Ottawa. Segundo, reflexionar sobre una agenda pública regional directa para la implementación de la Convención de Ottawa y la Convención de los Derechos de las Personas con Discapacidad, como se plantea en el artículo 11, especialmente la garantía de los derechos de las personas con discapacidad. En contextos de violencia armada y conflicto. La tercera sería visibilizar el uso de la discapacidad como arma útil de guerra. Ejemplo, como la fabricación del uso de armas de miras antipersonas, pero también sobre la tendencia porte y uso de armas pequeñas y armas ligeras en América Latina y el Caribe. En el cruce entre discapacidad y conflicto armado internos y guerra entre países se asocian las personas con discapacidad, víctimas de miras antipersonas, pero también existen casos de ejecuciones extrajudiciales, violencia sexual y tortura. Bueno, ¿cómo desarrollamos este estudio? Lo realizamos sobrevivientes de miras antipersonas, restos explosivos de guerra y personas con discapacidad afectadas por la violencia. También participaron como coinvestigadores alrededor de 3. Se utilizaron 3 estrategias metodológicas: entrevistas virtuales, revisión de documentos en español e inglés y grupos de discusión focales que participaron de varios países. Participaron 15 personas de 7 países: Chile, Colombia, Ecuador, El Salvador, Guatemala, Perú, Honduras. Tuvimos la asesoría de México, Honduras. Fue un proyecto financiado por los donantes de la cooperación suiza y coordinado por Humanita e Inclusión de Colombia. Bueno, este estudio lo diseñamos, trabajamos como co-investigadores. Trabajamos de manera virtual en medio de esta pandemia. Fue bastante difícil la situación porque estamos en pleno pico. Participaron organizaciones de la sociedad civil, tanto de personas con discapacidad como de sobrevivientes de minas antipersonas. Participaron ONGs del sector que relaciona la discapacidad con los conflictos armados internos y las guerras entre países. Unas conclusiones y recomendaciones. La fabricación y el uso de minas antipersonas es parte de las múltiples formas de violencia que afectan la región latinoamericana. Las violencias identificadas son producto de contextos sociales, económicos, políticos y culturales. La incidencia hay que hacerla en doble vía y en 2 sentidos. A nivel de los parlamentos o congresos, donde se toman las decisiones políticas y se asignan recursos para la inversión social. Con la sociedad en su conjunto con responsabilidad, la cual puede estar encaminada a la cultura de paz y a la educación para la paz. La incidencia de la red LAB en ámbitos como el aumento de la cobertura y la calidad de la asistencia integral a víctimas. O sea, tenemos enfocado la rehabilitación, el acompañamiento psicosocial, inclusión socioeconómica, asistencia jurídica, fortalecimiento de las organizaciones sociales de personas con discapacidad y sobrevivientes de minas antipersonas. Visibilizar los enfoques interseccionales y diferenciales como los del género, mujeres con discapacidad, sobrevivientes de minas antipersonas, niñez, origen étnico y la relación entre discapacidad, conflicto armado y violencia. Incrementar la difusión y la apropiación de tratados internacionales como la Convención de Ottawa, la Convención Internacional sobre los Derechos de las Personas con Discapacidad y el Tratado sobre el Comercio de Armas. Para más información, nos podemos dirigir a la página web de la red www.relat.org. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, Miriam. La red ha estado activamente participando a pesar de esta pandemia y de las dificultades que hemos enfrentado todos en diferentes estudios, como ustedes ven, sobre buenas prácticas en asistencia a víctimas y sobre reducción de violencia armada en América Latina. Eso es lo que se ha presentado hasta este momento. Ahora hará la presentación del segmento titulado Necesidad de los sobrevivientes de minas antipersonales con enfoque en el conflicto armado colombiano, nuestro compañero Cristian Melo, quien es de Colombia, es sobreviviente de mina antipersonal y es miembro del Comité de Coordinación Transitorio de la Red.
Un cordial saludo a todos y todas las personas que nos acompañan de manera virtual. Para mí es un gusto, un placer poder estar en este importantísimo panel. Mi nombre es Cristian Melo, persona en condición de discapacidad a causa de una mina antipersonal. Con el trabajo que hemos realizado con el equipo de coordinación de la red transitorio, se ha identificado algunas necesidades de los compañeros, compañeras sobrevivientes y sus familiares, que una de ellas es que hace falta aún más trabajar el tema de la caracterización, que sea cifras como mucho más actualizadas, que sea de fácil manejo, y en los países que no se ha creado esta base de datos, pues se pueda crear para conocer al detalle en qué condiciones está el sobreviviente de mina antipersonal o qué tipo o grado de discapacidad puede tener o qué tipo de apoyo ha recibido por parte de los gobiernos y de cooperación internacional. Otra de las necesidades fundamentales es el tema de la inclusión social y económica de los sobrevivientes. Falta que por parte de pronto de los mismos gobiernos o de cooperación internacional se pueda incluir a los sobrevivientes de minas antipersonal en la parte social y económica, a donde se pueda evidenciar, se puede decir que los sobrevivientes han sido incluidos social y económicamente para mejorar la calidad de vida de los sobrevivientes. La tercera necesidad es poder fortalecer en terreno o campo los diferentes institutos de los diferentes niveles de educación para la formación de los sobrevivientes y sus familiares o personas en condición de discapacidad a causa de las minas antipersonal, para poderse preparar, fundamentar y poder en práctica como la estrategia de apoyo entre pares, poderla adoptar en un marco normativo y sostenible en los países de la región. También se ve necesario fortalecer aún más la rehabilitación integral con el apoyo de órtesis, pero de calidad hacia los mismos compañeros, compañeras sobrevivientes de minas antipersonal y se brinde un acompañamiento psicosocial a sus familias y a los mismos sobrevivientes para mejorar la calidad de vida de ellos. La siguiente necesidad se puede decir que es poder abrir espacios aún más de incidencia para que los sobrevivientes de minas, asociaciones, redes, comunidad en general pueda hacer las respectivas incidencias y se pueda evaluar o hacer un seguimiento o un monitoreo a las acciones del AIMA en terreno o en campo y se tenga en cuenta las recomendaciones que se hagan. Y por último, se ve necesario articular el marco normativo, la Convención de Ottawa con la Convención de los Derechos de las Personas en Condición de Discapacidad para poder ser mucho más inclusivos y brindar un acompañamiento más integral y completo en terreno a los sobrevivientes y sus familias y a las diferentes comunidades. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, Cristian. Sin duda, interesantes recomendaciones que se pueden generalizar en el ámbito internacional. Las realidades son similares en todo el mundo y en todos los países donde existen sobrevivientes de minas y de restos explosivos de guerra y todo otro tipo de municiones. Y para finalizar, hará la presentación de la metodología con la que Humanity and Inclusion ha acompañado a la Red Lab para conseguir sus objetivos. Anderson Genao, especialista en incidencia de Humanity and Inclusion Colombia, hará la siguiente exposición.
Gracias, Sergio. Un saludo afectuoso para todos y todas desde Bogotá, Colombia. Es un gusto estar con ustedes y agradecemos la oportunidad no solamente para Humanity and Inclusion, sino para la Red Latinoamericana de Sobrevivientes, para hablar un poco de esta experiencia que, como lo señalaban antes los colegas, tiene una historia de más de 7 años de trabajo gracias a la cooperación internacional. Humanity and Inclusion Colombia y sus diferentes asesores pues ha venido desarrollando un trabajo de formación, de fortalecimiento, de generación de capacidades en las mujeres y hombres con discapacidad y sobrevivientes de minas antipersonal para que puedan asumir los retos del trabajo en red, asumir los retos del trabajo asociativo y organizativo, que no ha sido fácil y que evidentemente todavía sigue siendo necesario fortalecer las capacidades de un trabajo que tiene perspectivas no solamente locales, regionales, sino a nivel de los diferentes continentes. La red latinoamericana se ha planteado también como retos establecer vínculos con otras redes continentales, Asia, África, etcétera. Y en ese sentido, seguimos considerando desde Humanity and Inclusion que sigue siendo necesario, insistimos, en generar recursos, en generar capacidades, en apropiar conocimientos y en producir nuevos saberes en torno a la incidencia de las organizaciones de sobrevivientes de minas antipersonal a nivel de sus países, a nivel regional y a nivel internacional. Lo han dicho las personas sobrevivientes que ustedes han escuchado, es fundamental el vínculo entre tratados internacionales como la Convención de Ottawa, como la Convención sobre los Derechos de las Personas con Discapacidad, pensando precisamente en, por un lado, mejorar las condiciones de vida en torno a la asistencia integral a víctimas, la rehabilitación, los procesos de incidencia, la asistencia jurídica, el acompañamiento psicosocial, la reparación económica también. Y para, evidentemente, fortalecer la implementación de los derechos y la garantía de los derechos de las personas con discapacidad que se derivan de los conflictos armados. En ese sentido, de nuevo, como Humanity and Inclusion, agradecemos a la cooperación internacional que ha posibilitado desarrollar este trabajo por más de 7 años y especialmente a la cooperación noruega y a la cooperación suiza. Y además felicitamos a los hombres y mujeres líderes que ustedes han conocido hoy, que representan, como lo señaló Cristian hace un momento y Luis, más de 17 organizaciones de la región latinoamericana que sigue sumando personas, líderes y víctimas de minas antipersonal. Muchísimas gracias por el espacio, muchísimas gracias por el trabajo que felizmente hemos desarrollado con las personas sobrevivientes y las organizaciones de sobrevivientes de minas antipersonal. Esto constituye un reto no solamente para la red latinoamericana, sino también para Humanity and Inclusion y por supuesto para la cooperación internacional. Esto es un llamado, como ustedes lo han visto hoy, a continuar con los esfuerzos para mejorar las condiciones de vida, la visibilidad y la capacidad de incidencia de estas organizaciones. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, Anderson. Sin duda valiosas declaraciones. La red debe agradecer, sí, infinitamente el apoyo que ha dado HI en la región latinoamericana y que a la que después se han ido sumando otras organizaciones como RIADIS, como CELAC, como la ICBL, que han prestado su apoyo fundamental para poder ir formando y empoderando a las víctimas en la región latinoamericana, que es fundamental, es una cosa esencial para poder restablecer derechos, el conocer tus derechos, el empoderarte de tus derechos y el generar acciones, incidencia, dentro y fuera de tu organización. Ha sido algo fundamental el apoyo de las cooperaciones, como bien lo decía Anderson, en este sentido también, porque sin cooperación es difícil poder funcionar. Se agradece enormemente la cooperación y la entrega del respaldo que hacen otras organizaciones a nivel internacional. Ahora damos paso a la ronda de preguntas, si es que alguno de los presentes desea realizar alguna pregunta a los panelistas. ¿Ya?
Hola, ¿qué tal? Buenos días,
Hola,
buenas tardes.
Buenos días.
Muchísimas gracias por las presentaciones, gracias a Cristian, a Miriam, a Wanda, Luisa, a vos también, Sergio, por presentar a la red en esta reunión. Y lo que yo les quería preguntar, que en realidad es una pregunta para todos los integrantes de la red, es ¿cuáles ven ustedes que son las prioridades para la región? ¿Cuáles serían las prioridades para los estados de la región de la red? Muchas gracias.
Gracias, Wanda. ¿Alguno de los compañeros desea responder?
Registro. Pues si quieren yo.
Se te escucha, Wanda. Adelante.
Gracias. Miren, sí, yo puedo mencionar algunos elementos, pero creo que sería bueno también que que ustedes pudieran comentar. Pues hay muchos elementos que pueden consultar en la publicación, pero yo creo que uno de ellos es el registro oficial, porque sabemos que hay sobrevivientes que todavía no han sido identificados y por otro lado también mejorar el monitoreo, porque realmente hoy la mayor parte de los informes siguen estando en niveles muy macro y qué ministerio se encarga de tal cosa y qué ley se ha pasado, pero concretamente todavía no sabemos cómo ha cambiado la vida de las y los sobrevivientes y eso me parece fundamental. Si no vamos en ese detalle, realmente no podemos saber si se están cumpliendo con las obligaciones del tratado o no. Y en tercer lugar termino con fortalecer la participación de los sobrevivientes y las sobrevivientes en todos los procesos, porque eso es fundamental y ese diálogo no está. Y hay países de nuestra región que ya dejaron de enviar informes sobre la asistencia a víctimas, siendo que todavía hay sobrevivientes ahí. Entonces yo creo que esas son las prioridades que yo quisiera resaltar por el momento. Gracias.
Sí, correcto. Apoyo lo dicho por Wanda. Es fundamental conocer la cantidad de sobrevivientes que tenemos a nivel, yo creo que eso debe ser global. No sabemos en qué condiciones están, no sabemos quiénes son, no sabemos dónde están. Muchos países desconocen este tipo de información que es fundamental para poder entregar beneficios. Apoyar a las organizaciones, los estados, este es un llamado a los estados a apoyar a sus organizaciones de manera tal de que ellos puedan ser un nexo, establecer una conexión, redes, asociaciones civiles, Estado, que muchos de ellos tienen sus propios registros, empoderarlos e ingresarlos a esa posibilidad de participar organización civil, Estado, y poder entregar ayuda a los sobrevivientes civiles, ya que el Estado permanentemente tiene funciones diversas y no tiene la llegada que tiene a lo mejor una organización civil que puede, digamos, establecer ese vínculo de una mejor manera al ser los mismos sobrevivientes quienes han hecho estas organizaciones y ahí hay una cosa que es fundamental, que es el apoyo entre pares y poder establecer ese vínculo y obtener esa información y poder entregarla. Es fundamental por parte de los estados empoderar a las organizaciones civiles. No sé si quieres... Sí, dime, Cristian.
Estoy yo como para responder algo pequeñito a lo de Kia. Pues me uno a las palabras de ustedes, que se ve necesario como el apoyo de cooperación internacional, pero también un compromiso de pronto por los gobiernos que se pueda articular el tema del marco normativo entre las dos convenciones, la discapacidad y la Convención de Ottawa, para poder ser mucho más inclusivos en terreno, poder ser, se puede decir, ese marco normativo entre la discapacidad y el hecho victimizante de minas antipersonal, porque pues tiene mucha relación. Las minas antipersonal pues causan discapacidad y entonces se ve pues como esa necesidad y poderla de pronto trabajar más en terreno o en campo bajo un normativo. Gracias.
Ok, gracias. Anderson, ¿tienes la palabra?
Sergio, sí, solamente reiterar, digamos, dentro de los retos que tiene la red, yo creo que la capacidad, digamos, de apropiar nuevos saberes. Por eso es que dentro de el trabajo que ha hecho Humanity and Inclusion, digamos, en los últimos 7 años han sido en torno a seminarios, es decir, un trabajo en torno a la formación de líderes, en torno a la formación y procesos, digamos, de formación en torno a la planeación, al diseño de proyectos, a la evaluación de proyectos, a la gestión de recursos de la cooperación internacional. O sea, lo que quiero decir es, parte de esos retos, además de todo el trabajo de incidencia que hace la red de diálogo con las personas sobrevivientes de minas y con personas con discapacidad, pues hay un trabajo de formación, hay un trabajo de fortalecimiento de capacidades internas. Insisto, en el escenario del diseño de la planeación estratégica, en el escenario de las estrategias de incidencia ante los parlamentos, como lo han dicho, y ante la sociedad en general. Y por último, la capacidad, digamos, de poder hacer gestión para la consecución de nuevos recursos. Creo que ese es uno de los grandes retos que desde Humanity and Inclusion identificamos para la red latinoamericana y por eso nuestra insistencia en este tipo de contextos, hacer mención a ellos.
Gracias, Anderson. Debido al tiempo ya debemos finalizar nuestro evento paralelo. Queremos dar las gracias a la Convención de contra Minas Antipersonales por permitirnos el espacio para comunicar las necesidades de los sobrevivientes y lo que está ejecutando la red. En uno de los encuentros se dijo, una vez fue un sueño hacer una red latinoamericana, ya la tenemos, queremos una red global, es necesario para que las víctimas estemos en conocimiento unas de otras y podamos incidir ante los gobiernos y restablecer esos derechos vulnerados en el momento de nuestros accidentes. Muchísimas gracias a la convención y por permitirnos este espacio. Nos despedimos. No sé si alguien quiera decir algo más. Ok, muchas gracias entonces por el espacio.
Buenas tardes, buenos días y buenas noches para los que nos siguen desde otros puntos del planeta. Distinguidos delegados, queridos colegas, bienvenidos todos a esta sesión temática sobre integración del género y las diversidades y las necesidades diversas de las comunidades afectadas en la planificación operativa y la priorización. Me complace enormemente moderar este panel que va a contar con diferentes expertos que trabajan desde distintas perspectivas con el objetivo de fortalecer el género y la diversidad en la acción contra las minas. Creo que hablo en nombre de todos los panelistas que nos van a acompañar hoy si afirmo que todos nuestros esfuerzos en materia de género y diversidad en la acción contra las minas van más allá del ámbito de la Convención de Ottawa y ayudan sin duda a conseguir una sociedad mejor y una sociedad más inclusiva. Por eso, en la conferencia de examen de Oslo, decidimos integrar el género y la diversidad en el trabajo de los distintos comités de la Convención y por ello nombramos un punto focal de género en cada uno de ellos. España es el punto focal de género en el Comité de Cumplimiento Cooperativo y por eso me encuentro hoy moderando este panel, pero tengo que decir que lo hago no solo en nombre de España, en el mío propio, lo cual es un gran honor, sino que también me encuentro hoy moderando este panel en nombre de los otros 3 puntos focales de género de la Convención, que son Alemania, Noruega y Suecia, a los que aprovecho la oportunidad que me brinda esta tribuna para agradecerles el excelente trabajo en equipo y su siempre constructiva colaboración en los últimos meses. Señor presidente, el tiempo apremia y por ello vamos a empezar a dar la palabra a los distintos panelistas que nos acompañan hoy. En primer lugar, voy a dar la palabra a Jesús Martínez, que es una cara bien conocida por muchos de nosotros. El señor Martínez es el fundador de la Red de Supervivientes y Personas con Discapacidad de El Salvador y además es miembro de la CELAC, la Red de Seguridad Humana para América Latina y el Caribe. El señor Martínez nos va a hablar hoy de lo importante que es integrar el género y las necesidades diversas de las comunidades afectadas en la programación de la acción contra las minas, haciendo un particular énfasis en las personas supervivientes con discapacidad. Señor Martínez, bienvenido a este panel. Le cedo la palabra.
Silenciaron. Muy buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Jesús Martínez de El Salvador. No sé si me escuchan bien. ¿Se me escucha?
Aquí en la sala le estamos escuchando, sí.
Muchas gracias. Bueno, me dirijo a ustedes en mi calidad de sobreviviente de una mina antipersonal. Esta conferencia, a pesar de su modalidad virtual, su esencia radica en la participación de los estados del Tratado de Ottawa, los cuales estoy seguro no solo van a reportar sus progresos sobre el cumplimiento de este instrumento legal, sino también es una oportunidad para asumir compromisos para avanzar en aquellos asuntos pendientes. Particularmente me refiero a la asistencia a la víctima. Y es que los sobrevivientes coincidimos en que la mayoría de estados deben realizar mayores esfuerzos para concretar cambios sustanciales en la vida de los sobrevivientes y sus comunidades. Es por ello que quiero centrarme en lo que nos aporta una perspectiva de género en la asistencia a la víctima, las principales brechas y cómo podemos responder a ellas. Las barreras que enfrentan las niñas y mujeres sobrevivientes son aún mayores. Es por ello que en esta oportunidad de la perspectiva de género en todas las acciones estatales llevadas a cabo para el cumplimiento del tratado. Si bien los estados han avanzado en su compromiso relativo a la limpieza de las zonas contaminadas, la destrucción de los almacenes, entre otros. No obstante, tal como los sobrevivientes lo han venido señalando en las distintas conferencias, y quiero reiterarlo en esta oportunidad, que los asuntos relacionados con la asistencia a las víctimas, las acciones realizadas por los estados han sido incipientes para lograr la plena inclusión de esta población en los ámbitos como la salud, la educación, la accesibilidad, el empleo, monitoreo, la recopilación de datos, entre otros compromisos. Situación que se vuelve mucho más compleja para las mujeres y niñas y quienes viven en las zonas rurales, donde los servicios públicos siguen siendo escasos y a veces inexistentes. Las niñas y mujeres, además de enfrentar barreras a los servicios públicos, además deben enfrentarse al sexismo en todas las sociedades. Por lo anterior, los estados deben trabajar en dos vías. Por un lado, tienen que hacer mayores esfuerzos para garantizar que las mujeres y niñas sean plenamente visibilizadas en los planes, en los programas, políticas públicas orientadas a la inclusión de las mujeres y niñas sobrevivientes de minas, con un enfoque de interseccionalidad, es decir, poner énfasis en su condición de mujer, condición de niña, si es afrodescendiente, si es indígena, si es mujer adulta mayor, si vive en condición de pobreza, si pertenece a la comunidad LGTBI. En otras palabras, los estados deben eliminar todas aquellas prácticas o costumbres políticas excluyentes que pone a mujeres y niñas con discapacidad en una condición de mayor vulnerabilidad ante el resto de la población. Me refiero a que los estados deben de tomar medidas específicas para que las niñas y mujeres con discapacidad participen y se beneficien de todos los programas y políticas públicas en igualdad de condiciones. Para garantizar la igualdad de derechos, los estados también deben responder a las necesidades específicas de las niñas y mujeres con discapacidad y a situaciones y barreras que enfrentan por ser mujeres en sociedades donde el machismo sigue estando arraigado. Por ejemplo, en la mayoría de estados se cree que las mujeres y niñas con discapacidad o mayormente están expuestas a los diferentes tipos de violencia. Y lo más lamentable es que en los informes oficiales sobre la violencia de género no visibiliza claramente a esa población. Sin embargo, existen estudios de caso y los testimonios propios de las mujeres que demuestran que las mujeres y niñas con discapacidad enfrentan mayores formas de violencia física, psicológica y sexual. De acuerdo con el Fondo de Población de Naciones Unidas, las personas con discapacidad de manera general enfrentan por lo menos 3 veces más situaciones de violencia, mientras que las mujeres con discapacidad enfrentan hasta 10 veces más violencia sexual que las mujeres sin discapacidad. Muchas veces se cree erróneamente que las mujeres están destinadas solo para los quehaceres de la casa, para tener hijos, para atender al esposo, y por lo tanto se les priva de su derecho de hacer con su vida lo que desean, al igual que los hombres. Las mujeres con discapacidad enfrentan mayores obstáculos para cumplir sus expectativas de vida. Se les viola psicológicamente e inclusive se les abandona. Tales comportamientos también son violencia en contra de la mujer, aun cuando esto no esté reconocida en la mayoría de las legislaciones. Muchas veces se cree que la violencia de género se limita a la violencia física, sexual, verbal y psicológica, pero no es así. Hay muchas formas de violencia. Por ejemplo, en mi país, El Salvador, cuenta con la Ley Especial Integral para una vida libre de violencia para las mujeres, la cual visibiliza a las mujeres con discapacidad. La referida ley, además de establecer 7 tipos de violencia, también establece 3 modalidades de violencia, entre ellas la violencia institucional, que se refiere a toda acción u omisión abusiva de cualquier servidor público que discrimine o tenga como fin dilatar, obstaculizar o impedir el goce y disfrute. Entonces, el hecho de que los estados no dispongan de datos precisos sobre mujeres y niñas víctimas o sobrevivientes de minas no den una respuesta inclusiva a la violencia de género contra niñas y mujeres con discapacidad, así como que no estén plenamente visibilizadas en las políticas públicas e incluidas medidas y acciones para asegurar el disfrute pleno de sus derechos, entonces podemos decir que se está cometiendo violencia institucional en contra de las mujeres y niñas con discapacidad. Creo firmemente que las mujeres, la niñez, los hombres con discapacidad no son personas vulnerables por su condición de discapacidad, sino son los entornos hostiles, las omisiones estatales en implementar medidas concretas para el ejercicio de derechos, las conductas y prácticas discriminatorias. Esas son las causas que ponen a la población en condición de vulnerabilidad. Dejemos de decir que las personas con discapacidad son vulnerables, cuando en realidad nos referimos es que el Estado vulnera derechos cuando no realiza esfuerzos para eliminar barreras que impiden el disfrute de los derechos de esta población, argumentando la falta de presupuesto. El Salvador, a pesar de ser un país en desarrollo, con limitados recursos, con desigualdades sociales, pero debo decir que desde hace 28 años cuenta con una institución nacional con presupuesto propio para garantizar los derechos de la población sin excepción que resultó afectada por el conflicto armado. Lo anterior como una forma de reparación a los sobrevivientes de la guerra civil que vivimos durante 12 años. Aunque debo decir también que el resto de la población con discapacidad ajena al conflicto armado desafortunadamente no recibe los mismos beneficios. En consecuencia, esa población enfrenta mayores dificultades para el acceso a los servicios públicos. Sin embargo, se espera que tal situación vaya cambiando con la nueva ley especial para la inclusión de las personas con discapacidad que entró en vigencia en enero del presente año. Menciono lo anterior porque creo que sí es posible que los estados cuenten con instituciones nacionales, con presupuestos propios para cumplir los derechos de los sobrevivientes y no estén supeditados a la cooperación internacional, la cual hemos dicho que es sumamente importante. Pero creemos que es cuestión de voluntad y priorizar a los grupos más excluidos en las políticas públicas y presupuestos. De lo contrario, seguiremos manteniendo un vacío muy grande y una deuda específica hacia los sobrevivientes y particularmente hacia las niñas y mujeres con discapacidad. Muchas gracias por permitirme expresarme en esta conferencia.
Muchas gracias, señor Martínez, por su presentación. Es un auténtico privilegio poder conocer su experiencia de primera mano trabajando con redes de supervivientes sobre el terreno, que es precisamente donde estas redes juegan un papel esencial a la hora de programar la acción contra minas y a la hora de programar otras políticas, como por ejemplo en materia de derechos humanos, como bien ha señalado. Muchas gracias, señor Martínez. A continuación, y como ya he dicho antes, en la conferencia de examen de Oslo, decidimos otorgar al género y a la diversidad la importancia y la prioridad que merecen. De hecho, creo que en ninguna otra reunión de la Convención de Ottawa el género y la diversidad han tenido un papel tan relevante. Y eso es algo que tenemos que agradecer a nuestros colegas noruegos, que hicieron un excelente trabajo presidiendo la Convención en el año 2019. Por eso me complace enormemente dar la palabra ahora a su excelencia Tine Mors Smith, embajadora representante permanente de Noruega ante las Naciones Unidas en Ginebra, para que nos ofrezca precisamente la perspectiva de quienes fueron nuestros generosos anfitriones en la cuarta conferencia de examen. Excelencia, le cedo la palabra.
Gracias and buenas tardes. I will then move on to English, if that is okay. So thank you and good afternoon to all. It's a pleasure for me to take part in this panel. Promoting gender sensitivity and gender inclusivity has long been a foreign policy priority for Norway, and it is now one of our 4 core priorities for the current membership in the UN Security Council, and it was also a top priority from day one of our presidency of the 4th Review Conference in 2019. Constant attention to the issue of gender shaped our presidency and also the Oslo Action Plan itself. We did, of course, not do that alone. The operators and civil society were our partners in arms. Without their strong and long-standing advocacy, we would not have been where we are today. And in the run-up to the review conference, the gender working group was immensely helpful for us. Attention to gender and diversity in mine action is not new, but the level of attention and the quality of attention has progressed over time. We have seen the trend of increasing ownership to the issue among state parties. In the Nairobi Action Plan for the period of 2005 to 2009, gender was mentioned twice. Diversity was not mentioned at all. In the Cartagena Action Plan for the period 2010 to 2014, gender was mentioned 7 times. The plan also specifies that women and men must be involved in the acceptance process related to land release. In the Maputo Action Plan, gender is also mentioned 7 times in relation to risk education, victim assistance, and international cooperation and assistance. The Maputo Action Plan specifies that not only women and men, but women, girls, boys, and men must be included in the development of the land release methodologies. Diversity was still not mentioned. The Oslo Action Plan and the revised mandates of the convention's committees at the 4th Review Conference took things a significant step further. The integration and mainstreaming of gender is now recognized as best practice and has its very own action point, action number 3. This is a groundbreaking commitment from the state parties, and it is encouraging to see that civil society and the expert community have taken the action to heart as well, using it to hold us accountable. For example, the Mine Action Review has since 2019 featured a gender score, and as a member of the Article 5 Committee, Norway regularly benefits from expert input that now also relates to gender and diversity. In addition to action number 3, the Oslo Action Plan has retained the gender references in the chapters on risk education, victim assistance, and international cooperation and assistance, with gender mentioned 13 times throughout the document, and twice with the clarification that consultation should be had with women, girls, boys, and men. As you all know, the mandates of the committees have been revised to include a gender focal point in each. Action number 3 also promotes attention to the diverse needs of the affected population, with diverse needs mentioned 8 times in the plan. What we have undertaken to do is to make mine action inclusive by ensuring that the needs and perspectives of women, girls, boys, and men are considered and inform all areas of convention implementation. It can't be much clearer than that. I want to make 2 points in this regard. First, gender sensitivity is not just about women. In many situations, it's actually the boys and men that are at the highest risk. In order to be effective, mine action must take into account the particularities of the communities they serve. This is a long-standing realization of the mine action community that we as a presidency wanted to take into the convention. That is why action number 3 reads the way it does: women, girls, boys, and men. And second, I wanted also to make the point that relates to action number 3 and the donors. The UNMA's gender guidelines recognizes that gender mainstreaming might, in some cases, incur short-term cost increases. Generally, this is not the case. To the extent that there are additional expenses, we are in fact talking about an investment in a better product, not cost. This is an important perspective for us as donors when reviewing program proposals that are sensitive to gender and diversity. So to conclude, a mine action that is sensitive to gender and diverse needs will provide the best results over time. Thank you so much.
Muchas gracias. Tusen takk, embajadora. Y muchas gracias también a su equipo y que forma parte también del grupo de puntos focales de género de la convención. Ahora llega el turno de escuchar a Frosan Darwish, a quien agradecemos en primer lugar que nos acompañe hoy, sobre todo teniendo en cuenta que nos va a hablar desde desde Afganistán, donde ahora ya es un poco tarde. Frozan Darwish es licenciada en Derecho Internacional y, si no me equivoco, lleva 14 años involucrada en el activismo a favor de los derechos de la mujer, participando en foros nacionales e internacionales en materia de derechos humanos y en materia de empoderamiento de la mujer. Y actualmente es la gestora o manager para la transversalización del género y la diversidad en la Autoridad Nacional Afgana de Gestión de Desastres, dentro de la Dirección para la Coordinación de la Acción contra Minas de Afganistán. Señora Darwish, muchísimas gracias por acompañarnos hoy. Tiene la palabra.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I am Frozan Darwish, Gender and Diversity Mainstreaming Manager and Directorate of Mine Action Coordination, which is one of the Afghanistan National Disaster Management Directorates. Thanks for the organizer of this intersessional meeting, and thanks for making this opportunity for me to represent Afghanistan on ensuring consideration of gender and diverse needs of mine-affected communities in strategic plans and mechanisms. Afghanistan, as a state member of Anti-Personal Mine Ban Convention, Convention on Cluster Munition, Convention of Rights of Persons with Disability, Convention of Elimination of all kinds of discrimination against women, Universal Declaration of Human Rights and its core Human Rights Convention has a strong commitment to fulfill the principles and value of this convention to its national law regulation. Since 2001, after the collapse of the Taliban, consequent to the joint effort of the government of Afghanistan, the international community and civil society, there has been progress toward women's empowerment and gender equality. The recent statistics shows that women now constitute 29.6% of the civil service, with a significant presence in leadership level of the government. Despite improvement, there is still a long way to reduce the gender disparity. In Afghanistan, like many other countries, unfortunately, developing countries, women suffer from gender discrimination and violence against women. The Directorate of Mine Action Coordination and Gender Diversity Department, as a leading authority, manages, coordinates, and oversees the Mine Action Program of Afghanistan from gender and diversity perspective. A technical working group as an umbrella network is established by membership of all implementing partners and donors, some donors, gender focal points, and is led by DMAC and Gender and Diversity Manager. Regularly, monthly meeting is organized for being an effective coordination mechanism among all gender focal points. Recently, National Mine Action Strategic Plan for 2021 to 2026 is developed by technical and financial support of GICHD. The strategy seeks to support Afghanistan in achieving its international convention obligations and national law. Furthermore, Afghanistan is compliant with the United Nations Security Council Resolution 1325, and National Action Plan is developed based on this 1325 United Nations Security Council Resolution on peace, women, and security. And as well as this strategy is developed based on gender and diversity aspects of Oslo Action Plan. National Mine Action Strategic Plan incorporates gender and diversity throughout this document. Vision, mission, strategic goals, objectives, and indicators are gender and diversity sensitive. We are fortunate to be accompanied to the process of development of the strategy with national and international experts in this area of implementation. Fortunately, one of the persons who assist us while developing this strategy is Dominic, which is here, one of the panelists. To note Afghanistan's commitment to mainstreaming gender and diversity, a standalone goal has been set to include an empowerment of women in other marginalized groups in mine action sector. By ensuring gender and diversity, support the implementation of Oslo Action Plan and Sustainable Development Goals. My Action Program of Afghanistan seeks to address both gender inequality and inequalities experienced by other marginalized groups along the lines of age, disability, ethnicity, and displacement. We must remember that our efforts are not only to ensure the strengthening of gender consideration, but also the most vulnerable population that may not have a voice. Currently, the Mine Action Program of Afghanistan employs around 5,023 Afghans across the country, of which 220 are women and 21 are persons with disability. Based on first objective of this newly developed strategic plan, gender and diversity and disability people are targeted to the employment of these people being increased. We aim to increase the employment of women by 15% and persons with disability by 6% in the next 5 years. Half of the population cannot be excluded employment in this sector, which can have a significant effect on economic empowerment and sustainable development. Vacancy advertisement in Mine Action always encourage women and persons with disability to apply. In recruitments, 5 extra score for female candidates is considered based on Afghanistan's civil service law, labor law. DMAC and all international and national implementing partners HR manuals and recruitment mechanisms are gender and diversity sensitive. The ongoing conflict, political issue, and uncertain peace process in Afghanistan has major implications on women's workforce participation in different areas of Afghanistan. Unfortunately, persons with disability in women's employment remains low, despite recent increase around 1% with disability and only 4% women for the Mine Action Program as a whole, against a global average, which is around 20%, and national figure, which is more than 29%. We request if donors can support us in attaining this aim by promoting gender and diversity in proposals, and they can choose to support programs that ensure the job opportunities are provided to all, regardless of their gender, disability, and ethnicity. UNMAS Afghanistan has deployed gender focal points recently, and they are working with national implementing partners as gender officers to ensure women's opinion in different stages of Mine Action projects such as planning, implementation, and monitoring is considered. For sustainability, I would suggest all the implementing partners and donors to include the gender officers in organizations structure as a permanent and core staff, and to consider the financial resource for this purpose. This is extremely important and would allow certainly that the issue will be addressed and considered in every stage of implementation. The gender marker as a tool for comprehensive gender and diversity mainstreaming in project management cycle is in place at DMAC. Humanitarian Mine Action projects are designed to ensure that women, men, boys, and girls are of all ages will benefit equally from the project, and that it will contribute to increase gender equality. I would kindly ask the donors that gender focal points should be part of project proposal review team, as it's already experienced in DMAC, and at DMAC, gender diversity manager always review the proposals and provide the necessary inputs for gender and equality promotion. Gender and diversity is mainstream to other mechanisms as well. For example, we have checklist on EORI, clearance, and victim assistance, that all the balanced scorecard process are gender and diversity sensitive. A comprehensive mine action-related data management system is in place at DMAC. All the data, including casualty data, beneficiaries from victim assistance, EORI, and workforce figure, are collected systematically by using 6 and 8. And from now on, disability factor is added in data management as well. Data is analyzed from a gender and diversity perspective and for promoting the full, equal, and meaningful participation of women and other marginalized groups in mine action. The analysis of the segregated data is the base of planning of DMAC activities. Lack of financial resource to support mainstreaming cost of for gender diversity mainstreaming, such as mahram cost, and there is no budget allocation for gender-related matters, limits women's contribution to the project effectively. I would kindly ask the donors and implementing partners to the gender-responsive budget, which is a good mechanism and around the world, and it would be better to apply this GRB in Afghanistan as well. The successful deployment of female deminer in Bamyan with the support of UNMAS is example of progress, with this team released more than 51,520 square meters of mine in ERW. The deminers are inspiration for women around the world, and based on a survey which was conducted by UNMAS Afghanistan, perception of the female deminers and their families, their contribution to resource management and decision-making at family and community level is improved significantly. Based on findings of this survey, which is very encouraging, and on the extent of which that the recruitment of female deminer can influence perception change in societies by conservation gender norms. Positive changes were recorded among the female deminer, their male colleagues, their family members in the community which they belong, their perception has been changed. Once the clearance of this area is completed in Bamyan, these women will also be able to disseminate risk education in the affected areas, and if needed, respond to ERW spot clearance tasks. And as well as we have planned to conduct some English language, computer, and project management skills course to this team. And our plan is that this team will be encouraged to find a job opportunity in mine action program of Afghanistan on that day, that this inequality will be a bit changed. Mine action program of Afghanistan organizations have widely adopted mixed gender team for clearance, EURE, community liaison, and victim assistance, improving access to women for delivering of activities and collection of data in many areas of the country. Deployment of couple deminers team in Balkh during 2021 is another example of progress. One team with 10 members, 5 female and 5 male, is deployed in Balkh from March 2021, and they have received the required trainings, and they have already started their work as deminers. And we will try to expand this approach in the future. And EORI CAPAL team provided context-specific EORI to the all affected population, including the refugees and displaced people. Non-technical survey teams are currently all male, and efforts will be made to deploy mixed gender team entails. Local gender norms meant that male staff cannot meet the local women in Afghanistan. It's a bit difficult from conservative communities. And at the same time, female staff cannot travel throughout the country without the male chaperone. This team can travel in many parts of the country and are effective and necessary for reaching female beneficiaries. DMAC is working to develop a safeguard anti-harassment protection from sexual exploitation, abuse, and grievance mechanism based on international instruments, national law, and good practices. This will support the success of this effort. And DMAC continued to highlight the media campaign, social events, and radio drama to bring change the community perception regarding gender equality and working of women and persons with disability, which is a stigma and discrimination against the women with disability that is very in a huge manner in Afghanistan, unfortunately. And they face the double discrimination for being a woman and for being a disabled person. Based on the core principles of Oslo Action Plan, gender and diversity is integrated into mine action programming, and efforts have been made that different needs of and perception of women, girls, boys, and men and other diverse groups of the community being considered and inform planning at all areas of convention implementation. It's clear that DMAC is committed to promoting an accessible and discrimination-free working environment for all diverse groups and to promote gender and diversity inclusion. And DMAC has a strong commitment to this, but it's a bit difficult. It's not possible to stand alone. This should be seen as a national issue where the change should happen at the policy level to community level. Donors emphasizes significantly important. We strongly follow these universal principles: equality, non-discrimination, and no one left behind. Many thanks to you for having me, and I will take the floor to you. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, señora Darwish, por su presentación muy clara y llena de buenos consejos para todos, tanto para los estados donantes como para también aquellos estados parte que todavía tienen algunas obligaciones pendientes de cumplimiento. Como bien ha dicho la señora Darwish, todos tenemos un importante papel que jugar a la hora de apoyar los esfuerzos en materia de género y diversidad. Por eso ahora me complace dar la palabra a Celine Chen, quien trabaja como especialista en educación sobre riesgos derivados de explosivos para la organización Humanity and Inclusion. Celine Chen ha trabajado, ha acumulado experiencia en este ámbito en lugares como la República Centroafricana o como Irak y nos acompaña hoy para compartir con todos nosotros una serie de lecciones aprendidas acerca de la importancia de trabajar directamente con las comunidades afectadas para asegurar y lograr una programación efectiva de las estrategias y de las políticas de género y diversidad en la acción contra las minas. Señora Chen, tiene la palabra.
Thank you and good afternoon, everyone. When it comes to programming, HI is committed to making sure we contribute to the 21st vision of leaving no one behind. To do this, HI aims to identify as early as possible people most in need so that we can prioritize our interventions accordingly. This includes an understanding of the diverse factors of people present in the intervention area and how these factors, such as sex, age, and disability, intersect with one another in the context that they live in. For example, a person is never just a woman, but may also be an elderly person or a youth, and perhaps also be living with a disability. HI notes that when these factors intersect, they add compounding layers of vulnerability and exclusion that HI needs to be aware of to be truly accountable, inclusive, and participatory. HI's Disability, Gender, and Age Policy, or for short, our DGA policy, alongside our quality management framework
إلى
provides
جانب
guidance in this
إطار
regard.
العمل نوفر كذلك المشورة في
At an
هذا
operational level,
المجال. أما على
HI's policy
المستوى
and quality management
العملي
framework calls for our projects to conduct complex
نعمل
analysis at community,
على
local, and
وضع
national level
تحاليل
that
على
ensures that our
المستوى
projects are
المحلي
conflict sensitive and therefore
والوطني
most beneficial
لكي
to people
تأخذ
most vulnerable
مشاريعنا
and at risk. Importantly for HI,
بالخصائص
we don't believe that an
الوطنية.
analysis is something that is done
ونحن
only
لا
at the start of a
نعتبر
project,
بأن
but it is a
التحاليل
continuous
هي
exercise that is monitored throughout the
هي
entire project
مجرد
cycle.
مشروع لديه أجل معين،
A good
بل
analysis
يجب
is
أن
built on
يأتي
good data,
باستمرارية،
and HI's project
أي
staff are
تحليل
trained in the
جيد
collection and
يأتي
analysis of
ببيانات
sex,
جيدة،
disability, and age disaggregated data.
ولهذا السبب
Again,
الكثير من
this for
الاهتمام
us is not a one-off
بالبيانات
activity in our
المختلفة.
projects, but it is a
وهذا النشاط
continuous
ليس
process so that
نشاطا
we ensure our work
محددا،
continues to be
بل
prioritized based on an
نحاول أن
understanding of
نضمن
the changing context
استمراريته
and
من
remains
أجل الأخذ
relevant to the requirements of our
بالظروف
target
بما في ذلك
population.
الظروف المتغيرة لكي نتكيف
I'd now like to turn to
ونكيف
one of our
البرامج
country
على
programs,
أساسه. والآن
Iraq,
أود أن
and
أشرح
use the
لكم ما
example of
فعلناه
community
في
liaisons to
العراق
demonstrate how we put
بالنسبة
our
إلى العمل
DGA policy and
المجتمعي
quality
ليبين
management framework
لكم
into action.
مدى أهمية تحويل هذه
So, in
البيانات
Iraq,
لاحقا
prior to
في
delivering its
الأفعال.
residence risk education activities, or
في العراق
EORE,
مثلا
our teams are
بالنسبة
trained to
إلى
undertake individual surveys to make our EORE projects
الأنشطة
most impactful for the affected communities. The
حاولنا أن
individual
نأخذ
surveys are conducted with
بالاحتياجات
teams going
المختلفة
door to door
وقمنا
in
بمسح
targeted locations.
وطني
And
في
although the
إطاره
participants of
زرنا
the surveys are
الأسر
selected at
بيتا
random,
بعد بيت،
teams are asked to have a
وبعد
50-50 gender
ذلك
balance, and amongst
حاولنا
other
أن نطلب
socioeconomic
من
data,
فرق
to collect and
العمل أن
record whether the
يجمعوا
interviewed person
بيانات
has a disability
تكون
according to the
مقسمة
Washington Group short set of
50-50 بين
questions.
الرجال والنساء، وأن
This
يتم
data is
تقسيم
analyzed
البيانات حسب
daily so
العمر
we can adjust
والجنس،
our interviews
ونقوم
and ensure the
بتحليل هذه
50-50 gender
البيانات
balance.
يوميا لنتأكد أن هناك
More globally,
توازن
we analyze the
جنساني.
data
على
to improve
المستوى
our
أوسع
understanding of how
نطاقا
explosive ordnance
نحلل
contamination
البيانات لكي
affects
نفهم
people through
كيف
an
تؤثر
intersectional lens,
المناطق
so as to
الملوثة
determine which
على
group is
وضع
most impacted
المجتمعات
and what kind
المحلية
of
لكي نحدد ما هي
intervention we need to
المجتمعات الأكثر
prioritize
تأثرا
to
وما
enable
هي
adaptive and
الأولويات
impactful
المطلوبة
programming that is conflict
لنتمكن من
sensitive and
تكييف
accessible to all.
البرامج تأخذ بهذه
These surveys have been
الخصوصيات
essential to help us obtain feedback from the
وتكون
different
البرامج
diversities
قابلة للنفاذ
and
من قبل
representatives of
الجميع
the
مع الأخذ
community and to
بالتنوع
foster
وتمثيل
participation,
المجتمعات
inclusion, and
وتعزيز
accountability.
المشاركة والتضمينية
In my
والمساءلة.
second example, I'm
في
going to focus
مثلي
on
الثاني
inclusion and empowerment
سأركز
of women
أيضا
in our
على
community safety
إشراك
committees or
المرأة
CSC.
في
The purpose of
الشركات أو
CSCs
في
is to
اللجان
engage
عفوا
local
السلامة
communities to find
المجتمعية.
safer solutions against the threat of
هذه
explosive
اللجان
ordnance
المفترض أن
via what we
تجد
call quick
حلولا
impact safety projects.
لضمان السلامة
HI has
في
made special
المناطق
efforts to ensure that the
الملوثة
CRCs are
بالإلغام
represented with both males and female
ولتوفير
members.
حماية للضحايا.
So a
وهذه
specific
الخدمات
example
نقدمها
is during the
للرجال كما
COVID-19
للنساء.
pandemic,
خلال فترة
the community
جائحة
liaison work to
كوفيد-19
establish the CSCs had
هذه
to be done using
اللجنة
phone calls.
لجنة نقطة
In the
الاتصال
communities where HI were working, most of the
كانت
people owning phones were men,
عززت
and this meant that our
اتصالاتها
access to women was
لكي
challenged.
تنفذ إلى
To
المجتمع
overcome
المحلي،
this,
ولكن
our
النفاذ إلى
EORE
النساء كان
agents worked in
أصعب من
pairs,
الرجال.
one male
ولهذا
and one
السبب
female agent.
عمل
And when a male agent reached a male caller, he would ask if it were possible for a female agent to speak with a female
كزوج
member of
أي
the
امرأة
household.
ورجل عند
And when this was
زيارة
permitted,
الأسر
the female EORE agent would encourage
لطرح
the female
الأسئلة
to
على
apply to be a
النساء،
CSC
حيث
member
كانت تطرح
and also
النساء
collect
الأسئلة على
additional
النساء
numbers of
لجمع
other
المزيد من
females that could
البيانات
be reached out
بشأن
to
المرأة أو
participate
نساء
as a
أخرى يمكن
CSC member.
اللجوء إليهن
In
لإجراء
another
المسحة.
example,
في مثل
still
آخر
related to CSC,
يرتبط
all members of the
بهذه
CSC need to be
اللجنة،
voted
لجنة
on
السلامة
by the community.
المجتمعية. إذن
So from past experiences, HI has found that generally only
عملنا
men would be
بطريقة
nominated as
أخرى أيضا
community
لكي
representatives.
نعزز
To
مشاركة
encounter this,
المجتمع
EORE
المحلي،
agents ask community members to vote
حيث
for one
طلب
female member and
الوكلاء
one
من
male member.
المجتمع المحلي أن
Then the
يختاروا
top male and
رجلا
females would be selected to be a
وامرأة
part of the CSC.
ليكونوا ليكونوا عضواً في لجنة سلام المجتمعي. وجميع اللجان هذه اليوم تتألف من رجال ونساء، وبالتالي المشاريع التي تعتمد لاحقاً تعكس آراء النساء والرجال. أما على المستوى الطويل وكلاؤنا الذين عملوا مباشرة مع اللجان الCSC أعربوا
One of
عن
our agents
ثقتهم
who
أيضا
provided input into this
بالممثلين من النساء
presentation,
أيضا.
he reported at
أحد
first
الشهادات
the female members of
التي
the CSC were not
جمعناها
as talkative as
أشارت
their male
إلى التالي: في
counterparts.
البداية
As a result, HI
النساء
staff were trained
لم
to
يكن على
facilitate
المستوى
discussions
ذاته،
to ensure
ولكن
that
بعد
women had
التدريب
their voices heard
لتيسير
and were part of the
المناقشات
CSC
ولمساعدة
decision-making
المرأة
process.
على استماع
Over
صوتها
time, the
تحسن
female
الوضع،
members of the
ومع
CSC gained
الوقت
confidence and started contributing more, so that now they
اكتسبت
are on an equal
المرأة
footing
في هذه
as their
اللجان
male
مزيد من
counterparts.
الثقة، وبدأت تعمل على قدم مساواة كما الرجل.
You can move on to the next slide now, please.
الشريحة
These are only
التالية.
a few examples of how
هذه
HI is
مجرد
promoting an
أمثلة
intersectional and
بسيطة
conflict-sensitive
إزاء
approach to online
كيفية
action interventions
تعزيز
with the aim of leaving no one behind.
العمل
We are also
لكي
committed
لا
to
يهمش
continuous learning and
أحدهم
improvement.
ولا يتخلف
Together with
أحدهم عن
MAG,
الركب.
NPA, and HALO,
مع
we are developing a concept
وكالات
that, if put
مختلفة
in practice,
نحاول
would
أن
greatly
نرسي
maximize the impact of
مفهوما
humanitarian mind action activities on people most excluded and at risk of being left behind.
يسمح بمساعدة
Moving forward, HI will
الأشخاص
continue their
من
focus on
دون أي
improving
تمييز،
disability
وفي هذا
responsive
الإطار
programs.
نركز
This will include
على
improving our knowledge on the
برامج
impact of
تعزيز
exposing orders on people with
المسؤولية أيضا
disabilities and how to respond to specific disabilities identified.
برامج الأخذ
HI also
بالإعاقات
notes that there is an
وأنواع
absence of
الإعاقات
disability
المختلفة،
disaggregated casualty data, which prevents us from analyzing vulnerability
وأي
through
بيانات لا
intersecting factors
تأخذ
of
بأنواع
disability,
الإعاقات
gender,
المختلفة لا
age,
تسمح
and
لنا
other
باعتماد
diversities,
سياسات
thus
تأخذ
potentially
بهذا
leaving more people
التنوع،
in need behind.
وأي
HI is committed
نقص
to improving this so
يجب
that we can
أن
provide more impactful
يحظى
programming in the future.
بالمزيد
Thank
من
you.
الجهود لإغناء
Muchas
البيانات.
gracias,
شكرا.
señora
شكرا
Chen. Siempre es
لك
importante y útil
سيدتي،
conocer,
أشرت إلى نقاط
reconocer y
هامة
apreciar
جدا بالفعل.
la labor y la perspectiva de los
من
operadores sobre el
الهام
terreno.
أن
Su visión es
نعترف
crucial para que
بأهمية
todos podamos valorar y
هكذا
comprender
عمل،
la efectividad de nuestros esfuerzos ahí
ورأيكم
donde
هام
están las
جدا وقيم
comunidades
بالنسبة
afectadas.
إلينا
Muchas
لأنه
gracias,
يسمح لنا
señora Chen.
بتحسين
Y
جهودنا
pasamos
وزيادة
ahora a
الأثر على
escuchar
المستوى
a Eric
المجتمعي.
Peterson, que es
والآن
gestor senior
سننتقل إلى
de proyectos
الاستماع
de la Agencia
إلى
Sueca de
إريك
Cooperación
بيتسون،
Internacional para el
وهو
Desarrollo,
مدير
SIDA.
كبار
Eric
المدراء
Peterson
في
trabaja desde hace 4 años en temas de paz,
التعاون
seguridad,
الدولي.
acción contra minas y
كان
consolidación de la paz, y
يعمل
previamente acumuló
لسنوات
experiencia
طويلة
durante
في مجال
5 años en el Cuerno de
السلام
África, más
وتعزيز
concretamente en
السلام،
Kenia y en Somalia.
وسابقا
El señor Peterson
عمل في
nos acompaña hoy,
أفريقيا
por supuesto, para hablar
والصومال.
del género y la
السيد
diversidad en la acción
بيتسون
contra las
معنا
minas, pero lo va a
اليوم.
hacer desde una perspectiva muy
إريك
importante, que es la
بيترسون عفوا
perspectiva
هو
del Estado
معنا
donante. Y estoy
وسيخبرنا
seguro que nos va a
عن
ofrecer
بعض
muchos
هام،
consejos
وهو
interesantes
منظار
para
البلد
asegurarnos que
المانح.
los
وأنا على
partenariados que se
ثقة بأنه
establecen en el
لديكم ما
ámbito de la acción contra
تقولونه
las minas
بالنسبة إلى هذا الموضوع،
contribuyen de verdad y
وبالنسبة
de
إلى
manera efectiva
الشراكات
a
التي ترسى
conseguir
في
los
مجال
objetivos que el Plan de Acción de Oslo marca en materia de
مكافحة
género y
الألغام
diversidad. Señor
وإزالتها،
Peterson, tiene la palabra.
يساهم في تعزيز خطة عمل أوسلو
Thank you, Chair,
وإرسائها
and
الاتفاقية.
thank you
شكرا
for
لك
giving me the
وشكرا
opportunity
على
to speak on
إعطائي
this
الكلمة
important topic.
لأعلق على
To
هذا
start with,
الموضوع الهام.
I think the horrendous attack against the Halo Trust in Afghanistan recently, where ethnic and religious minorities were deliberately attacked, is a clear reminder that the fight for inclusivity and acceptance of diversity is far from over. And our thoughts are with the families and colleagues of the affected. So for Swedish International Development Cooperation Agency, SIDA, and Swedish Development Aid in general, gender equality has been and continues to be our top priority. With a feminist foreign policy and a women, peace and security agenda and clear instructions to promote gender equality in all development programs, this is a priority for all our staff. In terms of mine action, SIDA has in the last few years been able to increase our funding to mine action. And as part of this increase, gender equality has been a key priority. Partly due to our increased and multi-annual funding to the Geneva International Center for Humanitarian preparing demining, GICHT, the integration of the Gender and Mine Action Program into the organization was possible. This provides an opportunity for raising the ambition on gender for the center and indeed for the sector. More in general, gender is one of the key criteria SIDA looks at when we are reviewing applications from partner organizations. And for us, it's never that gender priorities can be seen as an added cost, as my Norwegian colleague said, that this is a key priority, so we need to allocate resources for it. So it's not only to require it on paper in the application, but also to ensure that there are sufficient resources allocated for to make gender analysis possible and also to employ gender expertise. And I also think it's important to have an active dialogue with our partner organizations to understand the challenges and opportunities in the various contexts where the partners are working. As an example, as part of our current 4-year program with the Danish Refugee Council and Mines Advisory Group, SIDA has allocated specific funding that allows the organizations to carry out gender and diversity reviews, which will allow them to draw lessons from their work, but also to outline even more ambitious plans on gender and diversity in the future. Another topic relation to gender issues is, of course, that since mine clearance operations are such a labor-intensive endeavor, it creates many job opportunities for people in conflict-affected communities. And to promote employment opportunities for both women and men is not only the right thing to do. Recent studies by, for example, GICHT in Sri Lanka and UNMAS in Iraq clearly demonstrate the benefits to women being employed in mine action. In Sri Lanka, for example, more than 1 in 3 of the female deminers did not earn an income before their employment in mine action, while the same figure for men was 1 in 20. And because poverty alleviation is a main goal for a development agency like SIDA, these direct contributions to fighting poverty are important. Of course, it's equally important to have both men and women employed in the organizations to enable access to all parts of the community as part of the community liaison and non-technical service and other aspects of mine action. As we all know, still mine action is male-dominated in most contexts. It is therefore positive to see that our partners organizations that has prioritized gender and diversity for a long time, that they are also taking new steps when it comes to deploying female deminers in several contexts where female deminers has not been deployed before. As my colleague from Afghanistan already has mentioned, the first female demining team in Afghanistan was deployed a few years ago. And also recently the mixed gendered demining team that was mentioned, SIDA and Sweden has provided the funding for that enable that deployment together with the Danish Refugee Council. I think it's important in that sense to mention that in that mixed gender team that the DRC has recruited spouses or people that are related to each other, so that it allows both the men and the women to participate in these teams in a sustainable and comfortable way. And I can also mention Minds Advisory Group has done similar work in, for example, Iraq, where they currently has the largest number of female operation staff of any mine action actor. And I think one key factor that enabled to take these steps on employing more women in contexts where women have not been employed before in these functions is to have this long-term funding from the donors, which allows for the long-term planning and to navigate the challenges this work entail. Another aspect that I would like to highlight is that you often hear that explosive ordinances by themselves, they don't discriminate. But according to the data we had on the number of victims, according to the Landmine Monitor, 85% are men and boys, and the level has remained on the similar level for many years. And one of our key responses to preventing such accidents is our explosive ordnance risk education. And when I review and read the reports from our partners, I can see that we get very good gender and age disaggregated data, which shows that in our programming at least, we reach almost equal numbers of women and men in our ERE work. But perhaps there is a dilemma there between the rights perspective in the sense that all people should be informed about the risks of explosive hazards in their community. But we also see that we have a particular group of people that perhaps is of higher risk. So is there perhaps opportunities to do more of a targeted approach in some of our ERE work? And therefore, I would like to highlight the working paper on gender mainstreaming introduced at the Oslo Review Conference in 2019. And it actually includes a recommendation on tailored ERE to the most at risk based on a detailed gender, age and diversity analysis, even if this means that not achieving gender balance in beneficiary numbers. Targeted ERE for the most high-risk group is probably not the only solution, but I think we can do more to make this recommendation more concrete. Are there perhaps already lessons learned that organizations can share on this? Is there more to be done in community liaison to identify the high-risk groups? And are there ways for donors, national authorities and operators to work on even more developed results indicator that take the gendered nature of the mine problem better into account? These are some of the questions I think the sector can do more to explore. And finally, I would like to thank UNMAS for bringing up the issue of race in mine action in such an honest and open manner at the last National Directors meeting. I think that is a discussion that needs to be taken further in various ways. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak.
Muchas gracias, señor Peterson, por sus interesantes comentarios. Y llega el momento, distinguidos delegados, de dar la palabra al último de nuestros panelistas, Dominic Wolsey, asesor en materia de género y diversidad del programa de género y diversidad del GICHD. Como muchos de ustedes ya saben, Dominic tiene un amplio historial trabajando en asuntos de género y acción contra las minas, y su trayectoria le ha llevado a trabajar en lugares como Afganistán, Tayikistán o Irak, siempre en estrecho contacto con las autoridades locales y familiarizándose con los programas nacionales. Por eso hoy Dominic nos va a explicar algunas de las herramientas que se encuentran a disposición de los Estados parte para ayudarles a transversalizar el género y la diversidad a la hora de definir, establecer e implementar sus programas nacionales de acción contra las minas. Señor Wolsey, tiene la palabra.
Thank you very much, Juan, and thank you to you and to the ISU for organizing this interesting discussion and inviting me in. And thanks as well for your work as a gender focal point on the Mind-Ban Treaty. It's really a privilege to present on this important topic together with the other panelists today, and I would say that we can all take a great deal of encouragement from today's presentations, as well as the side events on disability inclusion and survey approaches that we had earlier today, as there's been lots of examples of inclusive approaches to Mind Action highlighted, so I certainly take a lot of encouragement from that. The topic identified for this panel is very broad, so I wanted to focus specifically on prioritization in clearance, where here I refer to the gathering of information on contamination, on land use, and on preferences from affected communities in order to determine how available resources should be used to prioritize specific clearance tasks. This has been referred to sometimes in the past as priority setting with a small p, but at this community level priority setting, diversity considerations become highly important in gathering information and preferences. This data can be drawn from survey data such as non-technical survey, or pre-clearance socioeconomic and land use surveys, or indeed some of the data collection approaches highlighted in the last side event hosted by MAG, which was very interesting. So with this in mind, I briefly want to present, first of all, on why, in our view, gender and diversity matter for priority setting, the principles for how programs can understand and respond to these different diverse needs, quickly on some inclusive approaches to data gathering, and then indeed present some resources on these topics that are available to states and other stakeholders. So next slide, please. So why should diversity matter for priority setting? I think the answer will be clear to many already, but you know, we've got a large group here, and I think it's worth saying that cultural norms, including gender norms, mean that different groups typically perform different activities, different livelihoods, have different mobility patterns, and are affected by contamination in different ways. Next slide, please. Not least because they face different risks, as was just highlighted by Eric. And it's an interesting question, the targeting versus overall right to information question. So happy to pick that up in the conversation at the end. But therefore, people have different priorities and different needs as a result of these different norms and roles in society. The point I want to make is that these are not always understood or fully understood or represented or necessarily shared by those in local power structures through which we work in Mind Action. The people within those power structures often come from particular groups. They might be older, perhaps not necessarily direct land users. They might be wealthier, likely to be from the majority religious or ethnic group, and most likely male in most cases. So the question is, do these people have a full picture of what a community's true priorities are? In additional to that, marginalized groups face different barriers to communicate their priorities and needs, and that's context dependent. So what I want to say is that in order to be most effective in, especially in situations of conflict and displacement, we need to hear and respond to all voices, including those of marginalized and disempowered people. And this demands our active efforts towards greater inclusion in community engagement and in priority setting. If we go to the third slide, that would be great. So how can we do this? I want to highlight some of our observations on general principles for prioritization through working with a wide range of stakeholders across countries. It's vital, first of all, to understand the different diversity considerations in the area of operations, including the cultural norms, gender norms, and intersectional perspectives of people living there. And we really recommend that this is systematized in some form of context analysis, which is at least gender and diversity sensitive. Secondly, the quality of decision making around priority setting will depend on the accuracy and comprehensiveness of the data collected. And for that, we really recommend adopting an inclusive approach to data collection, data gathering, just the kind that Celine was highlighting in her presentation earlier, where we want to encourage broad participation, really think deeply about what are the access requirements of the people participating in the data collection, and also recognize the power structures that I was just talking about. And I'll talk a little bit in the next slide about those the inclusive approach to data gathering as well. On the third and final bullet point here, I want to say that we also recommend a systematic approach to having a priority setting process which values both social goods as well as economic impact, which is, as in the past, some donors have tended to focus on economic impact, which has a skew in terms of power dynamics in the community in terms of who benefits, but to also think about social goods as a result of clearance. This can be through the instatement of a kind of formal consultative process, for example, in Cambodia, work of the CMA and the Mine Action Planning Units, together with the rest of the program there, which formalizes community input. But at the very least to kind of mainstream gender and diversity considerations in national standards SOPs around prioritization and priority setting mechanisms. I'll talk now a little bit more about the inclusive approach to data collection. So next slide. So I want to refer a little bit to the Oslo Action Plan Action number 3, just to highlight that one of the aims of this is to deliver an inclusive approach. I wanted to just talk a little bit about what we mean by an inclusive approach, which is written in the Oslo Action Plan, is to strive to remove barriers to full, equal and gender balanced participation in mine action. First of all, in order to do that, we need to think about the context we're working in and recognize that we have patriarchal power structures in play which can either intentionally or unintentionally exclude those in less powerful positions. For example, in the context of displacement, displaced persons might not be well represented by local power structures in the area that they're living. In order to get around this, these biases in the power structures that exist, we need to really widen the circle of information gathering, allowing us to triangulate data both on the contamination itself and on community priorities and current and future land use. Of course, it's important to say that community leadership remain key and probably the most important interlocutors and contacts regardless of this, but the approach we're encouraging is to expand to a wider group of interlocutors. And to do this, we need to think about access. I don't want to go into too much detail here. I think Celine already mentioned it quite a bit, but it's questions like who's on your team, We need to consider gender, age, language, ethnic identity. We need to consider the needs that people have in terms of access. So we're thinking about literacy, education, impairments, disability, also just contextual factors like the location, the time, and also our approach. And we recommend participatory approaches, which are quite widespread and commonplace in community-facing activities in other humanitarian sectors. And I noticed in the contamination baseline assessments that were highlighted by MAG in Myanmar in the side event that they are using focus group discussions, which is an example of such an approach. And considerable resources are available on the application of these participatory approaches. And really our aim throughout this is to encourage meaningful participation from all groups to the degree that's reasonable with the resources that we have. And finally, we need to think about placing equal importance on priorities identified by community leaders and marginalized people. As part of this, as I said, we should consider social impact as well as economic impact. Sometimes donors can be tempted to request impact data more in dollar terms over things like access to safe areas to play or easier access to water, which are not necessarily income generating. So we need to look at impact across economic and social terms and across the SDGs. So next slide, please. I want to just highlight a few resources finally before we move on to the discussion. The first of which is are the UN Gender Guidelines for Mine Action Programs, the 3rd edition, which are available in Arabic, English, French, and Spanish, I believe. And they set out recommendations and checklists for access. The next resource I'd like to identify would be the next slide, please. Our very own training, which I'll plug, the GICHD online training on Introduction to Gender Diversity in Mine Action, which is free to access and it's available in Arabic, English, Spanish, and Ukrainian, with a French version on the way. And you can access it at this address here, training.gichd.org. And then finally, I want to talk just about the other GICHD resources that we have available. I won't go through the whole list, but we have a policy brief on priority setting in mine action, which you can access through our website as well. And I would say more broadly, we're here in the GMAP team in GICHD to support the sector on gender equality and inclusion in mine action. And so if you have any further requests for information, then please don't hesitate to reach out and we're happy to answer any questions. So I will hand the floor back to the chair. Thank you very much.
Gracias, Dominic, por tu intervención. Estoy seguro que muchos estados parte han tomado muy buena nota del gran apoyo y de los recursos que el GICHD ofrece a los estados parte para incorporar el género y la diversidad, la perspectiva de género en sus programas nacionales. Cerramos ahora el turno de intervenciones de los panelistas, a los que agradecemos enormemente por sus intervenciones, todas muy interesantes y de las que estoy seguro podemos extraer interesantes e importantes y útiles conclusiones. Y llega el momento de ceder la palabra a las delegaciones. Estamos impacientes por conocer la experiencia y los esfuerzos de los distintos estados parte y de las distintas organizaciones de la sociedad civil a la hora de implementar el Plan de Acción de Oslo en materia de género y diversidad. Pero también vamos a dar la palabra a aquellas delegaciones que quieran formular preguntas a nuestros distintos panelistas. Voy a empezar dando la palabra a aquellas delegaciones que ya están inscritas en la lista de oradores, pero invito y animo a cualquier delegación, a cualquiera de los más de 200 participantes que tenemos conectados que quieran tomar la palabra, a que levanten la mano virtual a través de la plataforma para tomar la palabra. Vamos a comenzar dando la palabra a la delegación de Irlanda, seguida de Filipinas. Irlanda tiene la palabra.
Thank you, Juan. Thank you for giving me the floor. It is our sincere hope that we will be in a position to meet in person for the meeting of states parties. Let me take this opportunity to state that we condemn in the strongest possible terms the attack on the 8th of June in Afghanistan on staff of the Halo Trust. This was a cowardly attack on workers carrying out essential demining operations to clear land contaminated by mines and other unexploded devices, so that local communities can live in a safe environment with improved quality of life and opportunities. Ireland aligns itself with the forthcoming EU statement and would like to add the following remarks in a national capacity on this specific agenda item. We'd like to thank the gender focal points for their continued efforts and advocacy on this vitally important issue. Ireland considers the integration of gender perspectives into disarmament as a priority issue. Including gender perspectives into demining programs is integral to their success. This is reflected across the range of humanitarian demining programs funded by Irish Aid, which seek to remove the barriers to full, equal, and gender-balanced participation in meetings and facilitate the shared benefits from mine action. Ireland's implementing partners are required, to the greatest extent possible, to promote gender equality in all aspects of the programmes and to facilitate the representation of women staff members in both operational and support roles, including in senior positions in the field. Community outreach risk education teams should be gender balanced, ensuring access to all social groups, regardless of age and gender, in survey and explosive ordnance risk education processes. In Ireland's view, community liaison teams should be mixed gender to aid the implementation of gender-sensitive community liaison programs. Irish Aid monitors how this priority area is implemented when conducting monitoring visits. We continue to see positive evidence in this regard when visiting the Irish Aid-funded humanitarian demining program. We will continue to advocate for gender-sensitive approaches to demining programs and would be very happy to engage with other states interested in learning more about implementation of this action. We very much appreciate the information shared by the panel, and we thank you, Juan, for facilitating this session.
Muchas gracias, Elizabeth. Damos la palabra a Filipinas.
شكرا جزيلا لك، والآن أعطي الكلمة للفلبين.
Thank you, Juan.
شكرا جزيلا.
Can you hear me?
Juan، هل تسمعني؟
Loud and clear, Ambassador.
نعم.
Thank you. We requested the floor to speak on thematic session number 1, particularly on universalization. So I hope I can speak when we reconsider this agenda, this session again.
Thank you, Ambassador. But we will open the floor for the universalization item once we finish with the gender and diversity panel. So you will be given the floor in some minutes.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome, Ambassador. Thank you.
شكرا لك يقول الرئيس.
So now we give the floor. Damos la palabra
أعطي
a Turquía.
الكلمة لتركيا.
Thank you for giving me the floor. Can you hear me?
شكرا على إعطاء الكلمة. هل تسمعني؟ نعم.
I would also like to thank the panelists for their insightful and informative presentations. Turkey aligned itself with the EU statement, which will be given, and I will briefly talk about the approach of Tormak to this important matter. Gender balance is taken into consideration in all mine activities in Turkey. 45% of Tormak's person is female and 3 of them are branches. There is yet no female person in the military demining units. However, the civilian contractors are encouraged and advised to operate with female personnel. to illustrate all medics and one NTS
ما
personnel of
من
the mining
موظفين من
contractor in
النساء
Eastern Border
في
Mine Clearance
وحدات
Project
إزالة
Phase 3 will
الألغام
be female.
العسكرية
In
وإن
collaboration with UNDP
نشجعهم على
13
التعاون
specific
مع
gender
النساء
mainstreaming awareness raising
وبالتعاون
training
مع
has been
UNDP
scheduled to be
التقنية
delivered in
والخبراء في هذا
2021 aimed
المجال
at more
تم إجراء
personnel.
تدريب
The mining
لتوجيه
and
المسارات
border
نحو
management
المساواة بين
projects are
الجنسين
designed to
وزيادة
promote
التوعية في هذا
equality and
المجال
combating
سنة
discrimination.
2021
Project documents define
لموظفي
activities with
دورماك
specific indicators
والمشاريع
which
يتم
enable equitable
إعدادها
gender
حاليا
participation.
لتعزيز
All
المساواة بين
reports provide
الجنسين
segregated
والتشجيع
data by
على
age and gender.
مكافحة
As
التمييز
an example, the upcoming
والمشاريع
EBMCP Phase 3 and NTS
الوثائق
project
تحدد
covers a
الأنشطة
dedicated
المختلفة
section
مع
of activities
المؤشرات التي
aiming
تأخذ
this
بالبعد
topic. I
الجنساني
thank you, Mr.
أما
President.
التقارير فتركز أيضا على البيانات المقسمة بحسب
Muchas
الجنس
gracias al
والعمر
distinguido delegado de
في
Turquía.
المشاريع
Damos la
غير
palabra
التقنية. شكرا
al
والآن
UN
أعطي
Interagency
الكلمة
Coordination Group.
للوكالة المجموعة المشتركة بين الوكالات التابعة للأمم المتحدة.
Mr. Chair, thank you for giving me the floor. On behalf of the United Nations Interagency Coordination Group on Mine Action, let me begin by congratulating both Spain for its chairmanship of this session on gender and diversity, and also the presidency of the Netherlands on its leadership in convening these intersessionals under unusual and difficult circumstances. Since it is the first time we are taking the floor, allow me to echo the words of the Secretary General of the United Nations to convey once more our deepest condolences to the victims of the recent and outrageous attack on our Afghan colleagues of the Halo Trust that occurred in Afghanistan. The United Nations condemns yet again in the strongest possible terms those who target members of the humanitarian organization seeking to support mine-affected communities. Our thoughts are with the injured deminers and their loved ones and the families of the deceased. Mr. Chair, because of the time constraints, I shall read only a portion of the statement and will send a full copy to the ISU. And I take this opportunity to thank several of the panelists who have highlighted some of the work of the United Nations on diversity and inclusion. And also I convey our gratitude to Sweden, who also mentioned the session on inclusion and diversity, racial equity in mine action. Mr. Chair, like the Oslo Action Plan, the United Nations Mine Action Strategy 2019-23 calls for the mainstreaming of the specific needs of women, girls, men, and boys from diverse groups in the planning and implementation of mine action programs, while facilitating their empowerment and inclusion in all aspects of mine action programs. Aligned with the United Nations Mine Action Strategy, the joint UNMAS-UNOPS Gender and Diversity Strategy includes gender diversity, empowerment, equality, and inclusion, as well as non-discrimination in employment, decision-making, and opportunities. Some 19 mine action program work plans are guided by gender and diversity frameworks adapted to local contexts. In terms of a few examples, not to repeat what our colleague Ms. Frozan Darwish said, in Afghanistan, dedicated gender mainstreaming officers have implemented technical workshops with the National Mine Action Program and undertaken perception studies with female deminers in Bamyan, developed operational toolkits for partners to ensure gender and diversity mainstreaming in operations. In Iraq, women and men from multiple religious groups within communities have been hired and trained as deminers within mixed-gender teams, promoting social reconstruction and more. Mr. Chair, to conclude, the United Nations invites states to consult the United Nations gender guidelines for mine action programs. They illustrate how gender and diversity considerations can be included in different stages of mine action programming from a very practical perspective. Only if mine action actors are equipped to apply lenses of gender, age, diversity as part of a comprehensive and inclusive approach to planning, can we assure that no one is left behind? And this is our duty. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Muchas gracias, señor Donat, por su intervención. Tiene la palabra ahora Mine Action Review.
والآن أعطي الكلمة لماين أكشن ريفيو.
Thank you for a very interesting panel session and presentation on this important topic. In 2019, Mine Action Review introduced a separate criterion on gender and diversity as part of our assessment of the performance of the National Survey and Clearance Programs of state parties in our annual Clearing the Mines report. We identified 3 areas to consider with regards to gender and diversity and Article 5 implementation. First, the need for clear policies, strategies and standards. Second, action in relation to survey and clearance. And third, employment opportunities and the gender split of staff, including in managerial and operations positions. This year's research will be published ahead of 19 MSP, but last year's Clearing the Mines report found that of the 29 state parties assessed by Mine Action Review on gender and diversity, only 2 state parties' performance was assessed to be very good, 1 was assessed as good, 15 as average, 4 as poor, and 7 as very poor. We were, however, pleased to see an improvement in the availability and quality of information on gender provided by national authorities and their implementing partners compared to the previous year when we started to ask questions about gender for the first time. Mine Action Review also conducted parallel civil society monitoring of the Oslo Action Plan actions and indicators related to survey and clearance based on all available data. With respect to gender and diversity, we found that for Action 3, which requires the needs and perspectives of women, girls, boys and men are considered and inform all areas of the Convention and Mine Action programmes, 48% of state parties assessed had either a work plan or a strategy that integrates gender and takes into account diverse needs. And for Action 18, which calls for the establishment of evidence-based accurate baselines of contamination, the same percentage of state parties, 48%, were assessed to have established their baseline for inclusive consultations with women, girls, boys and men. Both our country report assessments and our action plan monitoring reveal plenty of scope for improvement. We hope to see the scores rise year on year as state parties improve their understanding of what is required and are further encouraged to mainstream gender and diversity through implementation of the Oslo Action Plan. In doing so, they will enjoy the support of the gender focal points within the Convention's committees, from GICHG's Gender and Mine Action Programme, and through Gender and Diversity Working Group, for which Mine Action Review currently co-chairs. Finally, it is also pertinent to note that we continue to see, based on information on measures national authorities are taking, that diversity in mine action programming lags considerably behind action on gender. It is essential that diversity considerations are understood and mainstreamed alongside gender within mine action programs. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Lucy. Damos ahora la palabra al Norwegian People's Aid.
والآن أعطي الكلمة
Thank you, Mr. President. Mainstreaming gender and diverse needs of affected communities in operational planning and prioritization is not an option, but a precondition for the successful mine action response and the successful convention. Effective and efficient clearance can only be achieved if the sector response is designed and implemented in a gender and diversity sensitive and responsive manner. If we want to finish the job, we must think about how we do it from start to end and across all aspects of our work. We invite all state parties, operators, civil society, and donors to improve gender and diversity mainstreaming within our sector. States parties should revise and develop national strategies and standards so as to mainstream gender and diversity. Standard operating procedures must also reflect gender and diversity considerations. Donors should demand stricter gender and diversity implementation plans and monitoring and evaluation. And we, as civil society and operators, have a responsibility to advocate for and ensure to the maximum extent possible that gender and diversity are fully integrated into our operational planning and prioritization. States parties must establish needs-based, transparent prioritization systems as a precondition for the Convention's success and full implementation of the Oslo Action Plan. This also entails re-establishing already set baselines as per Action 18 of the Oslo Action Plan, as well as adequate reporting by the state parties. Without ensuring everyone's needs are accounted for and appropriately responded to, one could not claim all reasonable efforts were employed, and thus the mine action response is compromised and incomplete. Conducting a gender and diversity baseline analysis, a gender and diversity needs assessment before any intervention, collecting gender, age, and disabilities disaggregated data, increasing percentage of women in operations and leadership positions, setting, monitoring, and evaluating gender and diversity indicators are some of the key concrete measures states parties, operators, and our sector must fully take on without further delay if we want to fulfill the Convention obligations timely and meaningfully. Some state parties have already taken steps in the right directions. MPA commends Mauritania, Nigeria, Somalia, and Turkey for including sex and age disaggregated data in their extension requests. We encourage state parties, operators, and the donor community to share best practices, challenges, and lessons learned to ensure improved and effective gender and diversity mainstreaming across the sector. MPA also wishes to align ourselves with the statement of the Mine Action Review and the statement of the Gender and Diversity Group, of which we are a member. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Damos ahora la palabra a Humanity and Inclusion, ICBL. Camila, tiene la palabra.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you to the panelists for these interesting remarks. I am pleased to take the floor on behalf of the Gender and Diversity Working Group. We acknowledge that the presidency has included gender and diversity as a priority by including it on the agenda of these intersessional meetings, and we welcome it. However, gender diversity and the voices of survivors were missing from today's panel. We encourage the Mine Ban Treaty community to ensure meaningful participation of representatives of all who are concerned and affected during upcoming events, including the 19th MSP. The working group has examined how gender and diversity considerations have been mainstreamed in the Article 5 extension requests submitted so far this year, and we would like to share some reflections. The working group welcomes the inclusion of sex and age disaggregated data for casualties and for EORE beneficiaries in the extension request submitted by Turkey, Somalia, Nigeria, and Mauritania. Disaggregated data is an essential first step in designing gender and diversity sensitive mine action programs, but not the only one. We encourage all states to establish and revise already established contamination baselines through inclusive consultation with women, girls, boys, and men, as stated by Oslo Action Plan number 18, and its associated indicators, and also to report on it. Many of the extension requests reference work towards ensuring compliance of national standards with IMAS. States should also ensure their standards are fully compliant with the gender and diversity provisions of IMAS and provide details on how gender considerations are included in national standards, as well as national mine action strategies and action plans, and how they are monitored. States submitting extension requests should outline the national legal framework and how it affects equal opportunities in employment, as we know that in some states there are legal barriers to inclusive hiring. All national policies and plans inclusive of APMBC victim assistance obligations should be also inclusive of survivors and indirect victims and take not only gender but also age and disability and other diverse needs into account in planning, implementation, monitoring and evaluation of all victim assistance programs and policies in line with Oslo Action Plan, Action number 33. Chair, integrating gender and diversity considerations in mine action will not only support the implementation of the Oslo Action Plan, but also of other international commitments that many APMBC states parties have made to establish links with other conventions and policy frameworks, maximize their efforts, and promote cross-sector advancement. With 2025 fast approaching, it is crucially important that we work as inclusively as possible to ensure efficiency and meet our shared goals. The Gender and Diversity Working Group remains available to support this work and will submit the longer version of this statement later. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Camila. Es muy importante lo que has apuntado acerca de la importancia de contar con las personas con discapacidad en todos los niveles, en todas las capacidades. Y no podemos estar más de acuerdo, y es por eso que hemos contado y tenemos la suerte de haber contado hoy con Jesús Martínez como panelista. Señor presidente, con los comentarios de Humanity and Inclusion y el ICBL terminamos el turno de intervenciones de las delegaciones y por tanto finalizamos esta sesión temática. Quiero dar las gracias en mi nombre y en nombre de los otros 3 puntos focales de género de la Convención a los distinguidos panelistas que nos han acompañado hoy y que nos han enseñado oportunas lecciones con unas intervenciones muy interesantes. Me gustaría reiterar que los puntos focales de género agradecemos enormemente todos los esfuerzos que los Estados parte y que las organizaciones de la sociedad civil realizan en materia de género y diversidad. Y también me gustaría recordar que los puntos focales de género de la Convención estamos disponibles y deseosos de continuar esforzándonos para apoyar los esfuerzos de todos. Antes de dar la palabra al presidente, me gustaría recordar que el próximo jueves a las 12 del mediodía, el jueves 24 a las 12 del mediodía, tendrá lugar un side event que trata precisamente sobre género, diversidad y el plan de acción de Oslo. Y estoy convencido de que este side event va a completar y a complementar de una manera muy adecuada lo que hemos discutido esta tarde, y por ello invito a todas las delegaciones a participar en ese evento paralelo. Esto es todo por mi parte y ahora voy a dar la palabra al presidente de la Convención, a quien le agradezco cómo nos guía en el comité, no solo en el comité de coordinación, sino también en el comité de cumplimiento cooperativo, para que retome las discusiones sobre universalización que han quedado pendientes esta mañana. Muchas gracias a todos.
Thank you very much, Jose. Much appreciated. Juan, sorry. Juan. Apologies. So I repeat it again. Juan. Thank you very much for your well steering this panel and the discussion, but also as a committee member and as in your role as gender focal point. We still have a few more minutes left, so we want to use this also because some of the delegates who haven't spoken on universalization are still online and like to take the floor. So if there is time, I'd like to invite the UK, Philippines and ICBL for the intervention on universalization. We know there are more speakers who want to take the floor on this item, and I think we can find the time tomorrow for this. So can I invite the UK first, followed by the Philippines and ICPL. So UK, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. As this is the first time my delegation has taken the floor, please allow me to thank you and your team for your steadfast commitment to making progress within the convention this year. Allow me also to extend my thanks for the efforts of the implementation support unit, interpreters, conference and technical staff for their incredible hard work facilitating these important meetings in a challenging circumstance. The United Kingdom would like to offer our sincere condolences to our friends and colleagues in the Halo Trust. We are deeply saddened by the appalling attack on the Halo Trust's demining camp in Baghlan, Afghanistan. This attack is a sharp reminder of the countless risks that our demining teams across the world take on a daily basis. But in no way does this diminish our determination to rid Afghanistan and the rest of the world of landmines. We will not be cowed into removing support from communities that need it. The UK stands with the people of Afghanistan and condemns all senseless acts of violence against aid workers, deminers and civilians. Moving to the mandate of the President, the United Kingdom remains committed to promoting the Convention's humanitarian objectives with a view to achieving full universalization. As part of this, we continue to reach out to states that remain outside of the Convention to improve understanding and to lower the barriers to joining. Of note, we have held constructive discussions separately with Azerbaijan and Armenia to promote adherence to and observance of the Convention's norms and have encouraged both countries to ratify the Convention. We welcome non-state parties to this meeting and look forward to further discussions. We continue to believe that full implementation of the Convention and its adoption by a greater number of states will have a positive and lasting humanitarian benefit. The UK calls on all states not already party to accede without delay, and on existing states to state parties to uphold their mine clearance, stockpile destruction, national implementation measures and annual reporting obligations. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, and thank you also for your patience. The next on my list is the Ambassador of Philippines. Madam, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Philippines is pleased to see you at the helm of the APMBC process and assures you of our full support in your stewardship of this convention leading to the 19th MSP in November. We are fully committed to the convention's aims and principles and to the implementation of the Oslo Action Plan. We appreciate your work towards the formal universalization of the convention, and we believe that much more work needs to be done to universalize the convention's norms. Our overarching vision is to create a world free of all mines by 2025. This vision requires the full and effective implementation not only of the letter of the convention, but also its spirit. The aims of the convention go beyond its specific provisions. In the Philippines, the terrorist New People's Army, the NPA, has continued to use mines without remorse, leading to the senseless deaths of many civilians. Recent incidents have again attested to the use of mines of an improvised nature that are triggered upon contact by their victims. They offer no apologies for this, claiming that the use of mines is a legitimate form of violence. It is regrettable, Mr. President, that these terrorists claim exemption from the Convention's provision by stating that the Convention is binding only upon states and that the Convention's definition of anti-personal mines exempt them from accountability from the use of improvised explosive devices functioning as mines. Mr. President, there is no lack of clarity in our mission. No amount of semantic obfuscation should distract us from it. You have affirmed several times this morning our driving goal to save lives and safeguard communities that continue to be threatened by all kinds of mines. The Philippine experience demonstrates that while states work in good faith towards the realization of the principles of international humanitarian law, armed non-state actors wantedly discard such principles, threatening people's lives, livelihood, and safety, and obstructing all efforts to achieve conditions supporting the SDG agenda. Our experience convinces us that technical gaps in the letter of the Convention must be addressed to leave not even the slightest doubt on our collective will to realize a world free of all mines. Mr. President, our efforts to universalizing the Convention should go beyond encouraging states, not parties, to accede. State parties under your direction must also reaffirm global norms against the use of mines by any actor at any time and in any circumstances. The Philippines calls on you to lead the way by condemning the use of all mines, including those of an improvised nature, by all armed non-state actors, including terrorist groups such as the NPA. We call on states, parties, and civil society partners to issue the same condemnation and to call on all actors to respect international humanitarian law. Such condemnation and call are in line with Action 11 of the Oslo Action Plan and the preambular provisions of the Convention itself. We encourage you, Mr. President, to continue to energize our vision for achieving the letter and spirit of the Convention, and in this regard to act decisively at every instance to reinforce in a manner that leaves no ambiguity whatsoever, to reinforce the normative framework on the use of mines by armed state actors, non-state actors, including terrorist groups such as the New People's Army. The Philippines stands ready to work with all parties in this regard. On a final note, Mr. President, we convey our condolences on the killing of mine clearance personnel in Afghanistan and takes this opportunity to pay tribute to them and also our colleagues across the world whose daily duties on the ground manifest our unwavering desire to make our world safer from mines. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Ambassador, for this intervention. And the last speaker for today on my list is ICBL. So ICBL, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. We remain alarmed by the ongoing casualties and suffering caused by the use of anti-personnel mines, including of those of improvised nature by Myanmar and non-state armed groups in Afghanistan, Colombia, Tunisia, Myanmar, and Pakistan. We are still verifying whether any anti-personnel mines have been used and on what scale during the recent conflict between Azerbaijan and Armenia. To follow up on what the Philippines just pointed out, states must strongly condemn all use by anyone and do everything they can to put an end to all use. Mr. President, there are still 33 countries remaining outside of the treaty. We know that most of them comply with its key provisions. While this is a clear demonstration of their support to the vision of a mine-free world and the purposes of the treaty, it is not enough. We urge all states to accede to the treaty without further delay, and we call on the Marshall Islands, the only signatory, to ratify the Man-Ban Treaty as soon as possible. We welcome the updates shared today by states not party, Armenia, Azerbaijan, Morocco, and the Republic of Korea on their accession process, and we encourage them to join the treaty without delay. We welcome also actions taken by a state party, the UK, on universalization. We appreciate your efforts, Mr. President, in bringing universalization back as a priority by including it on the agenda of the Coordination Committee and conducting meaningful and bilateral meetings with several states not party. This year, the ICBL and its members continued their efforts to promote universalization in Azerbaijan, India, Kazakhstan, Laos PDR, Lebanon, Libya, Nepal, Pakistan, Singapore, and the United States. We have also started promoting universalization through the Universal Periodic Review Mechanism at the Human Rights Council, and 5 states not party, Georgia, Lebanon, Libya, Myanmar, and Nepal, have received recommendations on accessions to the Mind-Bank Treaty so far, and we hope they accept them. We encourage other states parties to keep the treaty vibrant and to interpret and implement actions 11 and 12 of the Oslo Action Plan in the most ambitious way. In the last mile towards the treaty full universalization, we need to be bold and coordinated. We need to develop a comprehensive, targeted strategy in which the presidency, states parties, including donor states, the ICRC, and civil society work together. The universalization special envoys must be reactivated and engaged in these efforts. Each state not party requires a targeted and tailored approach. If we don't use all of the available resources and tools that we have strategically, and we continue business as usual, it is unlikely we will have any new state parties in a near future. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank you very much for your intervention, but also for your cooperation, as you mentioned, in the Coordination Committee. So with this, this was the last speaker for today. I'd like to thank you all very much for your patience, for your endurance, and also for your interventions and all your participation in the discussions. I think we had a very good full day, and now we come to the end of today's session. Tomorrow, we will look at the request for extension of Article 5 deadlines, and we will have a thematic session on the Article 5 on completion and sustainable national capacity. We will also then finalize the remaining speakers for the list on universalization, and there will be a number of side events. The link that you used today is the same one which is for tomorrow. I look forward to seeing you all for tomorrow. I'm looking at the ISU, but you want to make any remarks? No remarks, okay. Well, with this, I'd like to thank you all very much. The interpreters, ISU, everybody who participated. I thank you and I wish you all a very pleasant evening. Thank you very much and see you tomorrow. Thanks.